Hey guys, this is 𝐏𝐿𝐒 from Team Bliss, and I'm ready to smash the Thailand Quiz 101.
Hello, I'm Sophia from Enterprise 36 team, and today I'm gonna play Thai language 101. Yeah, let's go. Maybe 𝐏𝐿𝐒 final answer. Oh. Pie chap Xiang. Yeah, that's correct. Yes. Number one. Cha long cut Xiang. Oh. Yeah. Okay. I think Pyran nut. Yeah, Pyran nut. Oh. Oh. Okay. Sat Mon Ko Pong. いや、ナンバー3、リップって書いてあったから、ちょっとやばいかなと思って。RIP。Yeah, final answer. Sat Mon Ko Pong. Out! Yeah, okay. Tom Yum Kai. Maybe noodle? No? Noodle? Okay. I think 𝐏𝐿𝐒. Oh no! 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 Chance.
I have to say it like this. Okay, to prepare myself, I would Q-cup kick. Q-cup kick for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Oh wait. Chatting with your part-time lover. Oh yeah. Yeah, but also my teammates are sometimes my part-time lovers too. Well, normally I'd just flush them. I'd kill them. So I would make sure that they never did that again. So I take them out of the game. So I'm gonna Ying Sam Fuyen.
Huh?
How did I say that? Yeah, Ying Sem Fuyen them is what I'm going to do. I'm going to flush them, kill them. Barrier, you dead. Oh! Yeah, no, they're okay with it. They're okay with it. It's okay. They like it. They like it. If your team gets winner chicken dinner, what will you do? I like to sing. I like to sing a lot. So when I win chicken dinner, I always sing. So sing is this middle one. It's To Hai Mia. To Ha Mia. For your girlfriend or wife. Yeah, that's singing. That's it. Yeah, maybe. Well, I see, after a tournament ends, we go down to our local bottle-o and we celebrate. That's what we like to do after our tournament, because we always win. We always win at the end of the tournament. Yeah, so we always like to go celebrate. So I'm gonna go, oh my God. Pai Tam Bun is what we do. We celebrate. What is that? Oh. Sometimes we like the Pyranuet. How do you say that? We do that to each other at the end of the tournament. I quit the game. Rip Kai Wong, rip Kai Wong, and leave the game. Gone, exit. I uninstall the game. No more PUBG. Oh, what? No, I don't do that. Yakinki, yeah, that's like a yak. Yak's an animal. That's a cow. That's like a cow. Yeah, I'll try some yak. Yeah, yakinki. Yeah. I should try that. Yeah. No, that's okay. No, it tastes nice. No, trust. Oh, 100%.
Please come to watch and support us in this PGS APAC qualifiers 2024.
Hey guys, I'm 𝐏𝐿𝐴 from Team Bliss. I hope you support us, and I hope we take out the dub. I hope we win.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hi, I'm Akita from Team Bliss, and today I'm going to be playing Thailand Questions 101. Fighting!
Hello, I'm Tai Kong from Team Cerberus PUBG. I will play APAC qualifier for PGS. Today, I'm gonna play a Thailand Quest 111. Let's go!
Rongfa Yaban. 33% chance. Rongfa Yaban. No. I need to get my eyes checked, you know? I like the sound of cowboy. That sounds fun. But Safan Kwai sounds very traditional. Yeah, it sounds pretty nice. I like the word paragon. I'll choose number 3, Safan Kwai. Yeah, it definitely sounds fun. Yeah, I'll bring Monty with me. I think A. Yeah. Yep, first one. The Nong. Okay. Nong Mi Fine Ru. Nong Mi Fine Ru Yang. All right. Okay. Oh, that one's hard. There's so many W's. I'm gonna have to choose the middle one. Dai Champ Lai. But I'm gonna gamble. Well, the bottom one kind of looks like it would be a slur word. Pai Fek Mamai. Mai Tao Rai. Nikon Rukai. Pai Fek Mamai. Yeah, you gotta tell them off after you beat them. They all work. You could say all of them. Team Fom Chump Nai. Team Fom Chump Wow. Team Fom Nang Sao. 90? I'll take it. I choose the bottom one. Team Fom Nang Sao. No. Yeah, I respect my enemies. We're all friends on the battlegrounds.
I think Gông phá giả bản. Gông lại là Gông phá giả bản. Yes. I'm from Thailand, bro. Xá phạt khoải à. Nhưng mà ta là cái câu được. Nón khó tan nổi. Nông khó tan nổi. Oh, what the Hai sao kì? Nó khó tan nổi. Đã chập leo. Yeah. Đã chập leo. Em sẽ nói là bái phục mày đại. Câu số 3 nè. Bái phục mày đại. Bái phục mà mày. I'm the best. Tem 100 nè. Tem 100 nè.
Thank you for cheering Team Bliss on. We're gonna qual, I promise. We're gonna do our best. And we're gonna beat them all. Fighting.
Please join in watching the APAC Qualifier tournament and cheer on the Cerberus PUBG team. Thank you. Love you guys.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. 𝐿𝐴𝐴 School will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hello everyone and welcome to the PGS APAC qualifiers day 3. It's Contra here alongside with Extreme to bring you through all the action, as we've only got 2 final days of play to see which are the teams that will be joining Daytrade as well as Cerberus into PGS 3 and 4.
Yeah, we've only got 2 more days left. It's getting down to crunch time now, right? If you weren't performing quite up to expectations previously, you've only got 2 more days to do so. You had that day break, of course, as well. So if you weren't able to rest and reset, study the VOD, make sure that everything's in order, then I think, yeah, you're going to be under a little bit of a time crunch. But yes, 2 days left. This is day 3. And to be honest with you, I can't wait to get it started. It's been very, very, very entertaining so far.
Me neither. Like, I've been waiting to hop back onto the seat to be able to witness what's been cooking over the span of the weekend. Of course, you and 𝐷𝐁 have a whole lot of fun covering the weekend run, and now it's crunch time, and there's not going to be any games that these teams would afford to slip up. And of course, for these guys you guys who are joining us for the very first time, welcome on board. We'll be showing you the schedules, formats, as well as the rules before we begin our first map of the day. And Extreme, of course, we got a lot of time before we get there, so maybe you could basically fill me in with some of the things that I may have actually missed out on these past couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a couple big things. It'll be easier once we get to the leaderboard to kind of visualize what's happened. But yeah, certainly I think the storyline is that the 2 GPT teams are 1 and 2 at the moment. And so that's kind of what you would expect, Daytrade and Cerberus being on top, as they kind of should be. FTF obviously performing incredibly as well. Their peak is certainly enough to destroy this lobby, so I'm excited to see more of them. And then there's a bit of a not necessarily a logjam, but it's quite competitive in the lower ranks. Either way, this was the schedule. We're currently April 2nd. If you didn't know the date, you probably do though. And yes, of course, April 1st was that break. So VOD review, reset, rest, make sure that everything is in order, come back to the second couple days of the finals, making sure that you know your game plan is as solid as it possibly can be. The 8-seeded teams, well, they had those days to kind of spectate the playoffs that we casted, and then going into the finals lobby, the first 2 days, it kind of looked like a few of those 8-seeded teams weren't really prepared for what was coming. It didn't look like they weren't super, I suppose, knowledgeable about the lobby. They had to kind of get used to it. They had to warm up into it, which makes sense. The playoffs teams were decently impressive, though. They had all that warm up. And yes, of course, now finals, 16 teams, 4 days, but only 2 remain. And you go straight to PGS 3 and 4, as well as bag yourself some PGC points as well if you end up in that. Oh, you've already got some if you've ended up in this top 16, mind you, but a lot more when you get to the top of the board.
That's right. And of course, these are your teams that will be playing throughout the course of the finals. We've got our 8-seeded teams as well as the teams that have qualified through the playoffs round. And if you guys have managed to catch the playoffs, you know how tight the race was, with a couple of teams just missing out with pretty much a tie over onto that 8th spot. But of course, you can always jump back into VODs on YouTube or anywhere at all for PUBG Esports. Make sure you guys drop that like, subscribe, and of course, check it all out. Now, of course, back to what you were saying, some of the teams may be having a little bit of a shaky start there, with them needing to get themselves pretty much pepped up. And now let's jump back into the recap of what went on back in day 2.
Yeah, so day 2 was essentially when a lot of these teams started to come into their own. Day 1, we saw FTF, I believe eArena, and one other team that I forget, but they were dominating essentially. Coming into day 2, we had Cerberus do quite well. Daytrade with a bit of a resurgence. 𝐅𝐸𝐻𝐒 picked up a few points here and there. Some of the Oceanic teams didn't quite do so well compared to on day 1. So there was a lot that happened on day 2, and the leaderboard was shaken up quite significantly. This was a very nice win though from Cerberus, probably what kickstarted their consistency and led them into a win in the final game of the night. A lot of the highlights will be from Cerberus. In fact, here's the 3rd highlight from Cerberus. Of course, like I said, their day yesterday was astonishing, and this is the final game of yesterday. I think they picked up 15 points, 14, 15 points, something like that. So it was an incredible thing to observe, and they did it quite disciplined as well. Many moments where this could have gone wrong, but Cerberus didn't really let that happen.
Yeah, and on top of that, you did manage to also say that Daytrade has had a little bit of a shaky start, but day 2, they also did turn out really well. Well, pretty much over the highlights is just all the reels coming in from the side of Cerberus Esports. We see them actually going in for some really, really clean plays. And so far, the record to beat in terms of kill numbers seems to be 18, if I'm not mistaken. That was back in Tego and Cerberus Esports. So far, looking to be making sure that they get those maximum PGC points, and of course, be getting themselves ready for the upcoming PGS. Now, these are the top 4 MVPs throughout the past 2 days, and we got 𝐼𝐼 there with a total of 89 points to be the player of the entire lobby.
Yeah, so those are TWI ratings as well. So that's a combination of all of the valuable stats in the game. Survivability, utility usage, damage, revives, I believe, is in there as well. It's a combination of all the valuable things that come into play in competitive PUBG Esports. And those are the 4 players currently at the top. To see 𝐼𝐼 up there makes total sense to me. But yes, we move on eventually. Hopefully when we get into game, you'll be able to see kind of where Cerberus landed themselves at. So yes, Daytrade, Cerberus 1 and 2 makes sense that they're there. As well, I think it's good to remind people that while those 2 teams are GPT teams, no matter what, they'll be going to PGS 3 and 4. It's important to remember that there are valuable PGC points on the line at the top of those leaderboards. So for those GPT teams, they're not guaranteed to go through to PGC at the end of the year. That's what everyone wants to get to. And so you need to start racking up those PGC points. One of the ways you can do that is through these qualifiers. So Daytrade and Cerberus need to put themselves up there if they want to live up to those GPT names. But there's a ton of other teams as well in this lobby. And again, once we get to that leaderboard, once we get into game, we'll do our best to highlight the teams that have been performing well, the players that have been performing well, and really start to build some storylines for you. Because I think going into the final couple days, what better time than now to start building storylines? If you want to be able to root for a certain team or player, well, then you've now got 2 days to do so. If you want to cheer for someone based off how they've been performing or not performing, then yeah, certainly the last 2 days are where you want to do it. But we'll get to all of that in a second. We've got a few more things to go through before we can get to that point.
Yeah, and of course, that being said, since number 2 as well as number 1 is currently held by the teams that are already making their way into PGS 3 as well as 4. So right now, teams are looking to at least secure a top 6 position. We see some really tough competition going on within the points that has been stacked up so far. It's going to be Armory Gaming at number 6 right now as we begin our journey here on day 3 into Erangel we go. As we've already had the flight path through from the southwest, heading into the northeast. Majority of the teams won't be able to actually get to where they need to be, and we finally do get to see the circle. It could be around the Gatka region, also covering around Rozak as well as Pachinki. So plenty of time as well as space for them to work around with. So we'll see what will be turning up in moments time. But we already lost 2 players right now from the get-go.
Oh, true. I wonder if those are disconnects or early deaths. I wonder what that is. Yeah, we kind of missed those. Doesn't look like it's a restart though, which is a good sign. Maybe a restart will happen in the next couple of minutes, but for the moment, it looks like we're all good. So yeah, I guess no distractions until then. Bliss obviously coming in here on the west, probably not living up to their own expectations right now, but they've got a nice, decent shot into the zone, kind of uncontested on the western side, so they should be all right. But that's that leaderboard. So let's have a look through it just briefly at the start of today to just kind of remind everyone of where these teams are at. Cerberus, Daytrade, yes, they are performing well as expected. So that pushes those top 4 qualification spots down to 6th. FTF, to me, FTF, their peak is what surprised me so far. Or not necessarily surprised me. I know that those FTF players can be insane. You have that kind of core fragging duo of Simoy and Trick, who have in previous tournaments done incredibly well. So FTF to me right now, the thing that is putting them up there, the thing that's making them competitive is their peak. Their peak is insane, Contra. It's absolutely nuts. And hopefully we get to see more of FTF's peak in these last couple days, because I think to be up there consistently, yeah, it just shows what they're capable of. eArena, they're a team that have just kind of been getting a bunch of kills, just a bunch of kills, not really too focused on the wins, it seems, just a bunch of kills, kind of a normal day for them. It's just a bunch of frags, as we see Zest down already. Tanvu will claim him. The Expendables, suppose another team we could focus on, down in 15th. Not what we expect from them. The Expendables are a lot better than that current placement, so hopefully they can kind of live up to the fragging power we know that they have. And unfortunately for Roy, it's a pretty bad start to the night.
Yeah, at least it's starting out really well for Tanvu, and I absolutely do agree with you on FTF. This team, when they do have those peak moments, they look to be one of the top teams in the world. Meanwhile, back in day 2, they may not have as much of a spark as they did back in day 1, where they did manage to catch about 68 points back in day 1 and about 30 over points well, I want to say yesterday, but it's actually Sunday back in day 2. So it's still a lot of work to be done in order for some of these teams to be able to retain those positions. But FTF at least looking to have pretty much a huge gap being established when it comes down to how they really want to hold on to it throughout the course of today as well as tomorrow. Well, Valee Esports, they're kind of in between right now. I'm really hoping to see them really come out with some really huge moments throughout the course of day 3 right now. Now, from the future, they're not going to be having too much of a problem in the early span in the game, but later on, I really want to see how would they be able to manage some of the pressure going into these kind of areas, which, you know, they had a lot of all these games back in the playoffs that had circles moving into the GACA region. So there's no excuse for them to be able to at least have a good idea of how to play this one out.
Unicorn Cyber, the other team that, at least on day 1, I was very, very impressed with, because they were playing a style of PUBG that I kind of very rarely see. It was a very unit-based style of PUBG. Group up, commit as 4, make sure that no one falls short, and you're committing to every single play as a unit. So you kind of live and die as a team, essentially. It's a very pure way of playing PUBG, and it net them a lot of points. It net them basically consistent end games throughout day 1. Day 2, not so much the case, and I think it's kind of a byproduct of that playstyle, in that you oftentimes kind of need to go off on your own and do something a little bit risky, maybe something even a little bit arrogant, just to make sure that there's not as much pressure on the kind of positions that you put yourself in. So Unicorn Cyber, obviously we know that they can frag out. We know the potential of this team, and what I saw from them on day 1 was absolutely stunning. So hopefully we see more of that today, and it nets them a lot more points than it did on day 1. Armory Gaming as well. They are currently sitting in 6th, but Contra, I would not be surprised if by the end of today, the end of tomorrow, they are up there in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. Armory Gaming, certainly a team that if they start rolling, that momentum doesn't necessarily stop. Bliss up here on top of Everest, a fantastic spot to get all the information you really require. Maybe they are being a little bit timid, trying to make sure that everything around them is as clean as possible. They're just setting up a split. So Cal's going to go over here into crates. Monty is going to split next to Hospital, and Team Bliss will try and control this northwestern quarter. And then Unicorn Cyber is below them in that God compound. Nice 2-2 split with GACA as well, I believe. Deeper, actually, to GACA. It's split with Comet. So Unicorn Cyber's got a very, not necessarily greedy, but certainly a wide split that hopefully pans out for them.
Yeah, hopefully so, as they are really taking good control over the entire region from the top of the mountains all the way into Drupal. So we'll definitely see later on if that actually works out for them. Meanwhile, we have Flash holding out against 𝐏𝐿𝐒 who that has infiltrated the compound, but he's all alone though. I'm not too sure if this will actually fare pretty well for the side of who that, and now he gets spotted out. Quick work coming in from the side of Flash to be able to instantly annihilate him. So quick pickup coming from Daytrade, as they will be able to add one more point on the block. So far, Daytrade, they are one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby. If I'm not mistaken, they are having one of the highest kill volumes throughout the span of these past 2 days. And I guess like it's the usual way that they've been able to always churn up with this consistent result. Same goes to eArena as well. These Thai teams just know how to basically hunt out for those numbers.
Yeah, it's very impressive what eArena has been able to do just through pure kind of kill opportunity. Doesn't really seem like they let any of those opportunities kind of pass them by, even though they might not be putting themselves up there in the highest of placements. They might not kind of be there with placement points. As we saw, I believe after day one, they had less than 10 placement points, and everyone else on the left side of the leaderboard had more than 10 placement points. So they are, you know, full frag heavy, but they're up there. They're in fourth, and to be able to kind of pull off that kind of miraculous consistency purely just based on capitalizing on out of position players or winning team fights is certainly something stunning. So looking forward to eArena not only showing us the exact same thing today and tomorrow, but also putting themselves up there in contention for wins more often. Valee Thai Esports coming second in the Thai League before this, find themselves in 8th with a very good shot at putting themselves up there in that top 6. I guess it's also good to look at that leaderboard. If the break-off point is 6th, then you look at the teams below them and you go, okay, most of these teams have a shot. You know, most of these teams, bar maybe E36, have a shot just because there's so many points down there. It's going to be very difficult for them to recover. But even if you're the Expendables down in 46 points, one good 10+ kill win, and you're really up there in contention, puts you very close to Armory in 6th. And I guess for the start of this lobby, we've only lost a couple players, kind of individuals going down here or there, also losing 2 off the bat. Again, whether they were DCs or not, who knows? But other than that, the lobby's been quite passive up until this moment. Panic having to drive by and save themselves from Armory. I'm not sure how good that is going to be, how easily that's going to happen. Suspects trading it back, but Armory Gaming with this nice little split completely catches Panic on a rotate. They lose 2 for it.
Wow, what a setup coming from Armory Gaming. And they managed to also catch out Pimpy, so Panic's going to be able to have a little bit of a rough time here in the early game. Meanwhile, on the other end, though, since he's also taken out, as Rapsec Esports trying to actually catch out Panic, and they will be crashing out really early. They just run into everybody's crosshair. So unfortunate to begin their first round of the day.
Well, we found our duo. It was 𝐷𝐸, who are currently playing as 2 members. So again, not sure what happened to the other 2 members of 𝐷𝐸, but it doesn't really seem to perturb them, does it? FAP will clean up the last 2 of Panic. Armory Gaming claimed the first 2, and it's a good start for both those teams. Armory Gaming on edge. Where does this circle go? Do we mess with the northern side? No, we go back to the east. 𝐷𝐸, decent spot, but again, they're only up as 2. The Expendables claiming one of the best spots in zone, sitting inside those yellows. Cerberus as well, very close to Pachinki, will have ample opportunity to maneuver themselves inside the zone. Armory happy to sit on edge, probably just manage that kind of potato hill, but there's a couple teams here on the west that might have a bit of trouble getting into the zone.
Yeah, back to the Expendables, they are definitely in that prime position where they will see high volume of traffic moving into their area, and that's potentially a lot of points for them to garner if they do have the right setup. Meanwhile, Team Bliss definitely will have a little bit of a rough time plotting their way into the area. Well, first, needing to squeeze into ruins, or maybe take a little bit of wider swing later on. We shall see what will be the decision. But back towards the side of Expendables as well as Daytrade, we see some exchanges going on as these 2 teams are fighting for a little bit more of that territory to claim for the moment. But eventually they will be able to at least get a better area to hold out, since this is a little bit too open of a space for the Expendables. Will be able to get themselves a quarter of the compounds around this area of play, while Daytrade probably will hold firm towards the ruin section.
Yeah, Daytrade, the Expendables, kind of pulling off the same 2-2, just in different spots in the map. Expendables, yeah, they're in a very... It's a spot that often kind of ends up with good placements, good kill opportunity, but it can go sideways quite quickly as well, just because teams will send it up there into that forest that they've now split with, and it can be very hard to manage that. The people down in the compound can't often help you out as kind of great as you would, as great as you would like them to, essentially. So those angles through those trees aren't always ideal, but the Expendables certainly capable of handling any pressure that comes their way. FTF and 𝐴𝐲 both neighboring inside Boatyard, the relatively new member of Erangel, kind of replacing the swamp from before. And FTF with a nicer split. I think this is a better spot than the spot that 𝐴𝐲 Esports is in. For FTF, not only do they have access to this, which is fantastic, high ground advantage, lots of info that can be gained from up here, but they can leave Boatyard a lot easier. They have that flat top to park their cars in. They've got info and access to the bridge behind them, and I think they've got much quicker, much better access to the hills to the south of them, which oftentimes become the most important things to kind of maneuver yourself around the upcoming circle.
Yeah, and while we're also taking a look at Reluctant Squad, having a lot of spacing, and believe this to be by the edges of Pachinki, which is still within that coverage area. Reluctant Squad so far haven't been having the best of starts throughout the course of the finals. Of course, they have been able to just squeeze by through the playoffs run, but still haven't been able to actually spot some really huge highlight plays coming in from them. We'll hope to actually get a little bit more out of it, but Expendables so far having that huge coverage around this area, but yet again still not really spotting other players other than the members of Daytrade, which is currently going on that 2-2 split. So we'll take a closer look as the circle will be closing in. So the next phase probably might be going for a little bit more of a hard shift, and we might actually see certain teams needing to actually move deeper into the areas of Boatyard. So it's perfect for FTF. They're going to be planted directly in the center, but every region around the rim of the circle is going to be cornered up with a team. So we're bound to see some fights happening here in phase 3.
Yeah, everyone was kind of surviving quite decently before this zone, but this zone's going to put a stop to a lot of that. FTF and 𝐴𝐲 both incredibly happy with how that zone has shifted. Obviously, some teams won't be quite as happy. We can see Reluctant Squad off in the distance there, sending it into the center of the zone. They're going to park themselves up in the bowls, in and around those hills as well. Hopefully they can find themselves surviving. Can be quite difficult to survive in there, but in a phase like this, especially phase 3, no one's really going to be pushing you, because if they do push, I mean, look at that. You're completely in the open. So to try and wipe out Reluctant Squad right now, you have to have kind of dominant position over them and kind of angles to cover yourself while you try and take them out too, which not many teams are going to have in a zone like this. So Reluctant Squad will be allowed to chill. I say that. Delwyn did a nice dragging off shot onto 6, 7, 8, 9. Trying to park the car, trying to save the car, whatever he was trying to do, he's lost his life for it. FAP will steal that away, and it continues to be a good game for 𝐼𝐸, who I had confirmation had an unfortunate lobby circumstance, more than one unfortunate lobby circumstances. So they will be playing as 4 today, but for this initial game, they're playing as 2. But again, doesn't seem to be hindering them all so much. FAP's already up to 3 kills. They've got a good spot in this zone as well. The only problem for 𝐼𝐸 is the kind of pressure they'll be able to apply. Will a team end up breaching them? Leryx has taken some shots, none of which land onto 𝐸36, and 𝐸36 will continue that kind of wide eastern rotate.
Yeah, 𝐸36 is just hoping to actually find a good area to re-enter to the zone. While, of course, back towards the side of 𝐼𝐸, despite those kind of circumstances, it's been pretty impressive what we've been seeing from FAP, where we're getting 3 kills off the bat for him. Meanwhile, Monty's got a lot of players cutting by, and he's going to be able to at least dish out a little bit of damage. Here comes 𝐏𝐿. Might be able to actually pick one up, but Unicorn Cyber will be able to lead his journey on safely. I say that, but that's going to be UNQ that will claim that point. Valee Esports goes in for some really sharp shots, while more and more teams move into the corners of ruins. We have Valee, Unicorn Cyber now in close proximities. Let's see if 𝐾𝐆𝐒 will be able to actually spot more of all these movements as he tries to trace onto 𝐴𝐿. To be able to at least try to flush off a little bit of position using some of all these grenades, while a little bit of accident going on with 𝐏𝐿 dropping out the vehicle.
Yeah, that's a really bad spot for 𝐏𝐿 to be dropping out of that vehicle, but we stay on this Valee tie fight. Unicorn Cyber sent themselves into ruins to try and salvage this game, losing 2 members early. This is probably their best option. They came in from that very harsh edge, difficult to survive in a situation like this. Monty's actually going for that res onto 𝐏𝐿. It could cost him his own life, to be honest with you. That nade looked pretty good. Wasn't cooked. Lands kind of close, to be honest, but not close enough. Smokes up as well. We've got car cover to work with, so I think 𝐏𝐿 will be res. Stolen away. Belmoth off in the distance, gets that off angle, and 𝐏𝐿's individual mistake costs him. Monty will now have to back off, and again, we go to this Valee tie fight. They've been here for quite some time. Unicorn Cyber are acting as invaders right now. What do Valee tie do to people that tread all over their territory? I think we're about to find out, but Unicorn Cyber remain quite stoic. Very still inside, trying to catch off the members of Valee tie with off angles that aren't necessarily ones that they'd account for. And I mean, E36 have found themselves inside these bowls, neighboring with Reluctant Squad. And as Reluctant Squad try to peek over these ridges, they're getting humbled by 𝐷𝐸𝐶, who still remain having an impact in this game. Player spotted, covered by 𝐶𝐵 though. Well done from 𝐶𝐵 to have the presence of mind to cover that angle. He's got the flush, as well onto Latte.
And UNC, they're just basically taking every single corner by the pillars, and it makes it so hard to do for UNQ to push for it. But well-taught Esports, they're coming in from 2 end of the area of ruins, and they will be able to at least find a little bit more. Now down to Kids as well as 𝐏𝐿. 𝐏𝐿 goes down. Kids 1 HP left, and somehow they managed to trade off and eliminate the entirety of Unicorn Cyber.
Much tighter than it should have been. That was a 2v4 that could have been a successful attempt from Unicorn Cyber. It's showing what the players of Unicorn Cyber can actually do, but Valee tie with the man advantage are able to get that off. And now Daytrade, I mean, specifically Nurens is coming over here all alone to see if he can third party. I don't blame him. Daytrade in a spot on the leaderboard where they can just make plays with pure confidence. Nade's coming out, and so Valee tie know that someone's close by. That nade, will it catch anyone? No. Just alerts Valee tie of Nurens' position. In fact, Nurens is backing off completely. He doesn't want to waste his other couple nades. He just wanted to see if he could go for a Hail Mary. He knows he's got an entirely safe exit from that ruins terrain, so he's going to do just that. More team fighting. Thanawat knocks himself, but in the process takes down eArena. He'll lose his life for it, though. Happy steals that away from a distance. And was that worth for Magnetic? Probably. You do a one for 2 every now and then. Thanawat will be disappointed that he had to use that Panzerfaust up close, though. He, of course, does go down for it, and Magnetic will survive, I suppose.
Yeah, we wouldn't see a little bit of action coming from Mortar. Dylan's going to be able to catch one off. And, well, this is a lot of names popping on the feed right now, as every team is currently taking fights by the edges. And we have seen so many teams just getting gated off, especially through that ruin sector, where we have Nurens trying to actually seek opportunities. But eventually, when the circle closes in, they'll definitely find a little bit more out of the Valee tie members, speaking of which, UNQ was already out, and Nurens did an excellent job just by zoning them off. Well, that actually forces some of all these players to try to cut into an alternative route while we have Circle moving deeper into the central region. And despite having 2 members, we still see 𝐷𝐸𝐶 not only surviving to tell a tale, they actually do have the only estate available in that area.
Yeah, they've got the only compound, don't they? It's a compound with kind of high windows. They've got that triple to work with. The only kind of nervous thing for 𝐷𝐸𝐶 is Armory Gaming to their east. An absolute beast in their own rights. Oh, that... I don't know whether we just switched to high mass and it was a nice little double tap, or whether he was shooting shots beforehand, but either way, very sharp from high mass. Currently on top of the twice score. This is one of the reasons why he'll hit the legs but won't get the second knock. Just too late, but that player's exposing himself. E36 have to be careful. The man on high putting in work with the Mark 14, making it very difficult for E36 to survive. But they'll do that. They'll survive. They'll live for a little bit longer. Delwyn as well. One of the members for the Expendables, who lost 3 coming into this circle. As soon as they had to leave the forest, as soon as they had to leave those yellows, it turns out the Expendables weren't really prepared for it. They lose 3, so Delwyn's the last one up. He's got to survive, at least until the placement points. That's kind of his job right now. What a spray from 𝐶𝐿. That was a very quick burst on the AUG. Thunders is down and out, flushed out by Trick as well. And this is what I was talking about with FTF. They've got access to this high ground here, these ridges, these mountains, whatever you want to call them. But they're out of the zone, so FTF have to come up with another solution to that problem.
Yeah, just beautiful plays coming out of FTF, and now back towards the side of 𝐿. he's going to be able to wipe out a couple of players from this angle. If you give him that chance, of course. He's been spotting out members of E36, and everywhere he turns, he sees somebody out there. It's just that he needs to get this one on point. But with that little bull out there, and it's either FTF or Cerberus at this point in time. And FTF, they do have players picking out, and here comes the rest of Daytrade journeying in, but we'll receive a couple of pot shots. Reluctant Squad will try to actually make their way through, but they're just making leverage of this bowl, should I say? It's not exactly a bowl, but this terrain will give them slight cover for now. That's still going to be able to contribute some couple of points back onto their side, while 𝐏𝐸 finding a few more. This time dropping Himas down, so Cerberus definitely will have a little bit of a tougher time deciding whether or not should they move in a little bit deeper from now. But Enter Force, I'm surprised they've been surviving for the longest of time, right in between all this commotion, and they might have their days numbered in a moment's time.
Yeah, FTF don't really want to let them survive for too much longer. They've been up for way past their due. I think E36 have been very limited in that bowl, and of course, it's a formality for the grenades of FTF. E36 down, and FTF now maintaining a ton of control up on that north, but punished for it for whatever reason. Both them, X-Men, Daytrade, a Reluctant Squad have all been punished for their efforts up north. The circle has shifted south right onto Bliss and Cerberus, even helping out 𝐷𝐸 a little bit, although they've got entirely different problems of their own, being that Armory Gaming is quite close inside that compound. So they're going to have to deal with it as a duo. Maybe Bliss can help out, but before Bliss can help out 𝐷𝐸, Cerberus is coming over here to see what kind of damage they can do onto Bliss. In fact, I think 𝐼𝐸 might not even be aware that Bliss is around this kind of position. Bliss haven't really been too noisy, so maybe 𝐼𝐸 will get caught out. Maybe Cerberus will get caught out, but for the moment, at least Cerberus remain in control.
Yeah, it didn't really take them too far off of the rotation to be able to get in the zone, so they're willing to basically hold on to the same sort of position to try to catch out whoever else is on the field, managing to do a lot of damage to the side from the future. Well, they will be able to pick up a couple of names coming from FTF as well as Daytrade, now struggling to make ends meet, and will have a really difficult time to actually cut back in. So Puchu's really low. I don't see a choice for him to even go in to pick up Belmont, but he will try nonetheless. But with two other members over on the lower side of the ground, so Daytrade should be able to still pull through. But for the longest time, Armory Gaming has been sharing this compound with 𝐷𝐸. This duo somehow still surviving here to the top 6.
Armory Gaming probably want more kills than just 2. A couple members that stand in front of them are basically denying them all of those kills. If 𝐷𝐸 weren't here, you can imagine the freedom and the space that Armory would be playing with. And I don't think 𝐷𝐸 is going to be able to put up too much of a fight, not because they are capable players, we know what FAP can do, but just because Armory Gaming is 4-man strong up against 2. They already take out 1. The other member is on that top floor. Will he vault out? Will he come downstairs? Will he take the fight? Does he have a shotgun? Maybe the other question that we have to ask. I believe there might be a pump shotgun sitting behind that smoke. But no, it's a Panzerfaust. Dangerous with the smoke up as well, because if a player busts through that, then he can take himself down with the other player. The flashes go out. Does he just kind of peek that corner, use the Panzerfaust? He's getting up close and personal. And exactly what we thought might happen does happen. 𝐷𝐸 goes down to himself. He gets a knock onto Shanks, but we can't expect much more from 𝐷𝐸. And on their initial game, with only 2 up, they get multiple kills and a top 6 placement. So well done from 𝐷𝐸, even 2-man down off the bat. Lobby issues can often devastate your mentality, but 𝐷𝐸 remain firm in their ways. Armory Gaming now control the compound, and this Cerberus control is looking good for the moment. But when will Team Bliss become a factor? When will Daytrade's angles become a factor? Does this shift north and completely destroy Cerberus Esports' plans, or does it remain kind of central and allow them to play for a little bit longer?
Well, we shall see in the moment in time. While for the area that Cerberus Esports is covering, of course, even if it's hard shifts, it should be too much of a problem for them to take a slower rotation while trying to pick off other teams. But this could be centralized, so it's just a little bit of a tight squeeze for all the teams that are currently in that position. So that doesn't really spell too much of a good news for the side of Daytrade, which is still out over on the far western end of the plane. And Cerberus Esports have gotten the great idea of where exactly they'll be hunting out, so that definitely will be the biggest threat for the side of Daytrade, while also having from the future taking a couple of shots. So far, things are looking really good for FTF to open up the first round of the day with 9 points secured. Now, Team Bliss starting to make a little bit of noise, pinning down one for the side of Armory Gaming while the nades exchange goes through. Not going to be able to find all too much, though. But Akita is about to pop a flash and goes with the push. Maybe we'll be able to find a little bit more than what he asked for. Well, very safe play coming from Team Bliss since they do only have 2 members to work with, as they will have to slowly look out for some of all these trades, especially with Kaisaki going in with a little bit of a push with those grenades. Starting to look a little bit risky coming from the team of Oceania.
Yeah, not really sure what they can do. It's a bit of a difficult spot to be in. The saving grace for them right now is, I suppose it's Daytrade. Cerberus making a push towards Bliss, Armory making a push towards Bliss. Both teams kind of halted in their plans, but these nades should eventually be pretty good. 𝐏𝐼𝐼 has been taken down in the meantime. Cerberus are really pressured in the position that they've chosen. Xiec just taking a leisurely 1v2 against Bliss, while 𝐿𝐿𝐶 takes a leisurely 1v3 against Daytrade. He's got 2. This is disastrous for Daytrade, and finally Armory pick their heads back up. Bliss go down, and it becomes a bit of a messy situation. FTF have got out of danger as well. Put themselves up there on the north behind that rock, so they survive for the moment. Daytrade's finally gone. Cerberus up to 11 kills. The 2 Titans in the lobby going at it. We finally found our victor, Armory Gaming, looking to stake their claim as well. FTF making it easier for Armory Gaming off in the distance over there. Cerberus have 2 knocks. It's only 1 up. It should be an Armory Gaming 2 versus 4 with FTF after Xiec's taken down. Sitting inside that smoke, James will initially throw out these flashbangs. Will Xiec remain blind, or will he finally get an opportunity here onto James?
Oh, he's still hiding in the smoke, and it's starting to subside, and James has got no clue at all. He's just going straight through.
Oh,
I think he saw just a glimpse of it, and he managed to pull through with those shots through the smoke. Now, 4 versus 2. Let's see what FTF has to offer right now, as they do have the circle upon them, but there's so little room for them to play out. 11 kills, and with only 2 members left, who knows, will they be able to actually pull out what would be probably a miraculous run to get themselves that chicken dinner. But for now, Armory Gaming now moving down the hills in order to at least get a little bit more of that position. Huge nades will be sending a vehicle flying, but it doesn't seem like they will be able to reposition or so. So what Armory Gaming can do is just send a few members to spread out their wings and find those angles against them, and they will be able to slowly choke them out.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Not sure how viable that is. I mean, you can see the vehicles that Armory have to work with. They seem pretty beaten up, don't they? But maybe they've got something stashed away back towards the compound, or maybe on a separate one of these levels. Doesn't look like it, though. Armory, they're trying to get these angles. They just don't really have the resources to do so, and FTF seem to be hitting decent shots to kind of dissuade them from doing just that. I mean, what a hard-fought game for FTF so far. To be at 11 kills, continuing with these knocks as well. They fought their way all the way down from Boatyard, all the way down to the south. So it's a commendable effort already from FTF, and showing what they can actually do in a lobby like this, even when the pressure's on them. But Armory Gaming, they've got 4 members up. Happy gets knocked. This is when Armory Gaming decide to finally make that push happen, push up towards those trees, get up in FTF's faces. It should be a formality from this point forward. Riz will cook that grenade, and I think it's going to be pretty on point. If not on point, it'll do enough damage. It'll deafen the players of FTF, but it is actually quite good. It's perfectly cooked, perfectly landed. Armory Gaming with a nice 8-kill win to start off night 3.
Started off with a bang here. Armory Gaming secures the first chicken dinner of day 3, and we've got some high kill volumes going on in this first map of Erangel. And like you did mention early on, FTF, when they do have that momentum, they look like one of the best teams in the world. And Armory Gaming now managed to top that with those numbers advantage. And it's going to be a really tight race to the finish line from what it seems here to kickstart our first match of the day.
Yeah, honestly, for Armory, it's probably funny. They probably wanted a little bit more out of that game. They kind of had the position to do it the entire time. It was just 𝐼𝐼𝐶 were in front of them the whole time, putting up a decent fight. Enough pressure was applied to Armory to stop them from getting any more kills than they actually got. 8 is certainly a great amount of kills, and of course the win it's perfect for Armory, but probably a game where they could have done more if 𝐷𝐸 weren't such a nuisance to them. But yeah, certainly well played from Armory, and keeping 4 up towards that end game is always commendable as well. So Armory Gaming perfectly played. Can't really blame them or criticize them for anything that time round. Panic obviously losing their heads a little bit early. They go down on rotation, caught out by Armory, and then caught out by 𝐷𝐸. It's kind of double trouble for Panic on this rotate, not really being allowed to even play the game. 𝐸36, okay, it was a nice shot. It was a nice burst of bullets from 𝐷𝐸 to take down that 𝐸36 member. And I'm sure we'll see a lot of highlights from FTF fighting their way down from that north all the way down south as well during these highlights as they play out, because they put up a really good effort managing to take out Reluctant Squad at some point. And of course, they'll lose a couple members on their entry, but to get down there with 11 kills means they put in a lot of work on the north.
Yeah, they managed to take down Eagle and so many of all the other teams coming from the side of Ruins. What I was pretty curious about is that there were moments where Armory Gaming are looking to bypass some of these sectors, and FTF may not be able to punish because there was a lot of pressure coming in from the side of Cerberus Esports, and Cerberus eventually got overwhelmed by getting caught in between the crosshairs of both FTF as well as Armory Gaming at the same time. So despite all that effort coming from Hamas as well as the rest of Cerberus, they eventually crashed out, being pincered off. But first, Armory Gaming closed it off with a bang, and I'm definitely looking forward for more coming from the side of AG. And what you said was absolutely true, right? Like, if 𝐷𝐸 wasn't there, I think it's just gonna be a farming spree for Armory Gaming. They could have actually added so much more points on the block, but I think they take what they can get. This is still gonna be a huge win for them to be able to propel up ahead with this chicken dinner. Well, of course, we'll have to see if they can basically follow through with the same process in the upcoming map.
Yeah, the other storyline for me that game was Cerberus. I feel like we saw them in that position towards the late game. They were sitting on top of levels. They were basically adjacent to Bliss. They had Armory Gaming coming up below them, taking the fight towards Bliss, and they had Daytrade behind them. And yet Sololzi's just taken this incredible 1v3, and I believe it was Haisaki's taking this 1v2 up against Bliss, and they pulled it off. They actually win both those fights, and it nets Cerberus so many more kills. I think it even netted them a placement point as well. So Cerberus putting up a very, very impressive fight there towards the end, just to survive, just to be able to do it as a duo as well. I can't even remember in all of that chaos if Cerberus had any other members alive, but Haisaki and Sololzi certainly making it look like they were 4 up, even though they definitely weren't. So yeah, excellent from Cerberus, great from Armory, great from FTF. Obviously, a couple of disappointments that game, but the ones that I wanted to see kind of perform are certainly performing. So that's a good little taster to start off the night.
Yeah, and of course, let's take a look at some of the graphics that we do have at the moment, as this will be the match result for Game 1 with some really huge records being set by our top 4 teams here. 18 for the side of Armory Gaming with the win, 16 for Cerberus, 13 for FTF and Daytrade with a total of 10. But most often than not, we see a majority of the teams having some really huge participation in the fights. Unfortunately for eArena as well as Panic, they didn't actually get much of the play time, while we have seen what happened to the side of Panic driving through a couple of teams out there. So hopefully some adjustments will be able to get themselves playing for a longer run. But more often than not, we look into Cerberus on how they've been able to really get those god angles to work with, and that's how they will be able to basically pick up those double-digit kills in these rounds.
Yeah, certainly excellent from Cerberus. I suppose the 2 disappointments that game for me were the Expendables and Unicorn Cyber. Expendables obviously had that really great position, and I would have hoped that they were able to do a lot more from it. I think they just fell short, obviously. When it came time to rotate out of those spots, they just kind of fell apart. I think Cerberus probably had an impact in that as well. So TE, another kind of game where you expect more from them. You know what their caliber is, and yet they just can't convert. The same can be said for Unicorn Cyber, though. Decent spot for them early on, and as soon as I think that phase 3 hit, they tried to rotate into Ruins, lost a couple members, put up a very good fight though against Valee tight inside of Ruins, but it just wasn't enough. But that's the top 6 at the moment. It remains 1-2 for GPT, which means the top 6 remains the same. We just move Armory Gaming up a little bit more, so they put themselves up close to closer to 1 and 2. FTF as well, cracking that triple digits, which is good to see. We know what they're capable of, so they're up there contesting with Cerberus and Daytrade. eArena, Unicorn Cyber obviously having kind of lackluster games. They remain 5th and 6th. Magnetic getting a little bit closer. I think they had a decent game as well, so they're now 5 points away from that top 6. Valee tie probably could have had a better game if it was a lot cleaner onto Unicorn Cyber inside Ruins. I feel like the right side of the leaderboard didn't change too much. 𝐷𝐸 got a decent amount off that game. Bliss got 4 points off that game, so they keep themselves in contention as well. But remember, it's top 6 right now. So if you're Bliss, you're 21 points away. If you're Roy, you're 25 points away. So it's not slipping away just yet. A good game will still put you up there, but we're day 3. You know, this is not it's not day 1. There's not much more room to figure things out. If you haven't really figured the lobby out by now, unfortunately, you might fall behind.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the case because they can't afford to lose more of these rounds. We're only 11 maps to the full closure of the entire event. So let's take a look at match 2 to see what will be in store for these guys on the block. And going back to what you did mention early on, I absolutely do agree that the Expendables, they were in a really good position. It's so sad to actually see them not capitalizing that because I thought they would be able to actually farm a lot more, and it did seem like they were hesitating on making certain decisions that actually affects them throughout the run here in the finals. So hopefully they will be able to actually get that figured out in a moment's time. So with that said, you know, over on the span of the weekend, we got ourselves that military ending that have definitely been exciting so far. I think like we might actually get ourselves another chance at this for today before we move into other maps. But putting that aside, when we look into some of all these battles that could have actually yielded a lot more big results. First, there was that Unicorn Cyber as well as Valee scuffle that ended up with these two teams not really budging too much, and especially with eArena not even getting any points at all in that particular round. We're starting to see a little bit of gap here between the top 4 as well as those who are chasing over onto the top end. But great results come from FTF. They might even end up into a top 2 or even top 1 position if they continue to be on this current streak.
Yeah, as I said when we started the night, FTF's peak is one that's capable of competing with the best, if not the best, in the lobby. I think when you combine the players that you have, you've got Simoy, you've got Trick popping off, then FTF is certainly a recipe for success. Of course, they've had some cold games, as most teams in the lobby have had. So for FTF, I think the surprising thing actually about FTF is that while they have had cold games, their hot games, the ones where they're actually on, is more than enough to put them at the top spot in the lobby like they were after day 1, which is it's not surprising, but it's I don't know what the word I'm looking for here. It's respectable, I suppose. Like if you're going to have those cold games, but then your hot games are more than enough to put you up there, then yeah, FTF certainly performing, and it's beautiful to see because I think when everything comes together for them, it's one of those rosters that's just frag heavy. It's just good to watch, right? It's just entertaining PUBG. So certainly good for FTF. So many other teams though in this lobby that can't put up on the board what FTF are doing, which is very unfortunate, especially when you look at the expectations. Expendables is probably one that we've harked on a lot. Xenox and I were talking about Expendables at length because we know what they can do internationally. When you've seen the Expendables, especially in group stages, maybe not so much in finals, but in group stages, they've been excellent at PGSs, PGCs, the international events that they have attended. Those individuals on the Expendables have done very, very, very well and certainly put on a show, made us think that maybe they were one of the APAC teams to contest at an international lobby more consistently. Coming into these grand finals, though, they haven't really looked like themselves, which is very unfortunate because they're one of those teams where their peak is certainly enough to deal with this lobby. Very, very confidently enough to deal with this lobby. If Expendables are on, everyone needs to be very, 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 very scared of what they can do. They just haven't been on, which is, yeah, disappointing to see.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like back in game 1, I thought that they were about to really switch things up into those high kill volume games, but it didn't really have them actually getting all too much of it. Maybe they were kind of held back because of the amount of teams that were flocking into that area of Ruins, which kind of give them a little bit more of the pressure. Or I'm not exactly certain of what exactly was the decision where it didn't really end up well for them.
Yeah, we didn't really see it, did we?
Yeah, we didn't exactly see what went on with the team, but from what I could have actually expected with Daytrade, Unicorn Cyber, Valee, and also later on Cerberus Esports also gaining that area. So there wasn't exactly a clean way for them to just simply rotate into the next zone without taking a single fight. And from what my assumption is, they just basically got eliminated off the go without actually getting too much of it.
Yeah, it seemed that way. I don't think it was necessarily they rotate in and they make egregious mistakes. It was probably more they try to rotate in the players that were up by that hill that Cerberus was on. They kind of get into a fight, and because it's a 2v4, they might lose it. Again, I don't know what happened. We didn't see it. We didn't catch it. I can go back on the Twire and look just to confirm. But yeah, certainly probably one of those situations where caught out on rotations more than anything else. Ended up with Delwyn in the center of the zone, who eventually got taken down. But yeah, Expendables, certainly we know what they can do. And so hopefully we see it for the rest of the night. Unicorn Cyber with a pretty disappointing game as well. Probably more they could have done. But again, valiant effort from them. The other storyline that you mentioned actually is eArena. eArena yesterday and the day before, or sorry, the first 2 days, they were really, really good at just getting kills. Again, I don't know how a team can be this consistent with getting kills and not really be able to put themselves up there towards the placement points, towards the top of the kind of end game standings. It's never really there, but it doesn't matter. eArena have individuals, it seems, that are able to do incredibly well. I believe Jacob was top fragging after one of the games in the first couple of days, and so eArena certainly up there. Got the players capable of dealing a ton of damage, and so I'm excited to see more of what they can do. If they only survive until phase 6, but they have 14 kills, then who am I to criticize the way that they play the game? That is certainly good enough for them.
Yeah, it's pretty insane on how they've been working out their ways into topping the leaderboards here, and they've so far yielded about 64 kills throughout the past days, and despite not getting any points right now in that previous match, it didn't seem like they're heavily affected. All they really have to do here coming into the rest of these matches is to once again get into a really good position and slowly get a little bit more of that confidence to get those frags one after another. So it shouldn't be too problematic for eArena. We'll see if that's going to affect them, if they're going to be having a really cold day later on, because we got other teams currently catching up as well. Now, another team that is of my interest right now is Magnetic, because they're kind of in between where they're not exactly all too safe from making the cut into the top 6 right now. So with such a stacked up roster, I think like a lot of Thai fans have had a lot of expectation for them to also be able to make it into PGS 3 as well as 4. But it didn't really seem like they've found that golden C word consistency. Some games looking really good, and some others was not really getting all too much out of it.
Yeah, Xenox and I were making jokes about how they should probably just enter the lobby with 2, because it seems like their best games are ones in which they are a duo. They seem to be able to do incredibly well when there's just 2 of them left on Magnetic. We saw an iconic Vikendi game from them. I believe there was another duo game from them on Tego yesterday as well, the day before as well. So Magnetic, when they're up as 2, it seems like they're able to do a ton. We saw a little brief moment or 2 from them on the second day when they were up as 4, maybe up as 3, and obviously we know what Magnetic can do. They were certainly dealing damage in those situations. But yeah, it's still, for Magnetic, it's one of those things where I would absolutely adore if we could see them just dominate an end game. Because if they're up as 4, if they've got control, then I feel like that's the recipe for, you know, a 10-15 kill win, right? That's the kind of team that you know Magnetic are. In fact, they were top seeded coming from Thailand, so no reason to expect them not to be able to do that. We've got 10 seconds, but if you want a little bit of a spoiler on the plane path, it's basically south to northwest, so it kind of ends around Zaki, starts around the bottom of military base. So kind of frustrating for a couple teams, especially if you wanted to drop in Yasnaya, but not too bad. The other thing actually, Contra, is this is going to be the last Erangel game up until the end of tomorrow.
Wow.
And so we've got this barrage of maps that aren't Erangel up until the end of tomorrow. And as we continue to discuss, Erangel is a pretty nice comfort pick for a lot of teams. Teams like Erangel quite a lot, and they seem to be quite comfortable on it, as they should. And so you expect a lot of your better games to come from a map you're so familiar with, but you're not going to be able to see this map until the end of tomorrow. So this got kind of last chance for quite some time to have a decent showing on such a beloved map until we move to Vikendi, Tego, and 4 Miramars in a row. So yeah, that's one other thing that we should definitely talk about, because if you've got a team that favors Erangel, well, yeah, last shot until tomorrow night.
Yeah, that's a really good point that you just highlighted, because this has been the staple map in most of the competitive play. And now with that dry streak going on, some teams who are not so known to have explosive starts might actually see a little bit of struggle here, as we have seen in that previous round where eArena didn't really get too much. So they have to make do with what they have. Is this going to be an early contest for the vehicle? Armory Gaming dropping really close by. It seems like they won't be having too much of a trouble trying to flush out members of the side of 𝐷𝐸. Some damage done to some of them while they are on the shoot, but with that circle appearing, covering about, what, 60% water? I think like the best bet right now is take that vehicle, book for Fairpier, book for Primos, or wherever you want into Primos. It's just going to be the only way to go around. And it's already a little bit of pandemonium going on in the islands here, with a little bit of goose chase between RS and Panic Esports.
This is what can happen when the playing path is as dodgy as it was. The Reluctant Squad kind of caught out. There's an AK on Pivy. I don't know if those Reluctant Squad members have any guns, but something tells me that the fact that they're driving as far away from Panic as possible tells me they don't have any guns. And Panic are going to have to back off this because they've lost vision of the Reluctant Squad members. They are inside Novo at the moment. They can grab guns, and if Panic were to commit to that fight, Panic would probably lose. They'd just get shot out of their vehicles. It wouldn't be a good commitment from Panic. So smartly backing off, Reluctant Squad get away with it. They have to be careful, though, on the rotation back, because Reluctant Squad are split. It's basically a 2-2. 6, 7, 8, 9, and Hwang are looting this intersection here, and so Panic are going to take that northern rotate. The bridge right now is clean. Their other two teammates have already driven across it, and so both these teams kind of avoid disaster at the start of the game here. This Tommy Gun isn't going to be able to do much. It's not going to be able to do anything. Maybe the M16. A team, though, that isn't going to be able to avoid disaster is FTF. Caught on rotation. Duckmai from Roy Esports will catch out happy. But the rest of FTF actually stop. They commit to this fight, or at least Seymour does. Orkran's driving off to the north. Maybe Seymour stopped a bit too abrasively. Maybe the rest of FTF kind of want to leave this fight alone, but Seymour's here to back his boy up. Unfortunately, though, Happy's been taken down. Trick and Seymour now both get back in their cars, and they rotate north. FTF will submit to losing one, but smartly won't lose any more, and Roy will go their separate ways as well. So yeah, a little bit of contention kind of all around the map for this second game of the day.
Yeah, I just love all these early setups, especially coming in from Roy, how quick they have been able to respond and in order to secure that first point against FTF. This time not too off to a great start here for the Indonesian side of FTF. It really seemed like they were still pretty much spread out, so they didn't manage to actually give much of an assistance towards the side of Happy, but we've seen what FTF can do. They could still actually get a little bit more out of this scenario with them over on the northern point of the map. So we'll give them a little bit of time and space. Meanwhile, Enter Force 36 is hopping onto the ferry to see if they will be able to just cut into some of the sectors in order to bring some of these vehicles alongside with them once they do dock into the ferry pier section. But the other problem is Xavage Men is going to be camping out on that city, so they might just actually be spotted out in a couple more minutes, but we'll see if the rest of the Japanese squad will be able to at least fight back. This is definitely going to be pretty interesting to go by.
Well, the difficulty for them isn't necessarily going to be X-Men, I don't think. X-Men might remain split with Ferry Pier, but I think they've got more kind of northern, more central spots that they want to prioritize. The problem right now is Tigger, who is kind of on that Lion King rock to the western side of Military Island for eArena. And I think luckily for E36, actually, he's just decided to drive off that rock. He was the scout. He was getting information for eArena to see exactly where they could go. He probably saw X-Men all the way across and was just waiting for them to leave. And he's called that the bridge is clean for the rest of his teammates on eArena, so they'll be able to cross freely. And I think that also means E36 is going to be able to cross pretty freely as well, especially with pressure coming in from the Expendables. Maybe X-Men wanted to regroup a little bit more. They've certainly got pressure coming their way, but I think one of X-Men still remains inside Ferry Pair. It is Leo. He's not really budging. So the Expendables don't get anything off it. X-Men don't get anything off this Expendables rotation either. X-Men claim the compound, though. Nice compound as well. You can work the coast from there and move straight to Valee Tai, who are currently hunting down Team Bliss.
Yeah, this is going to be looking a little bit dangerous for the side of Team Bliss, but they do have pretty much a compound that has been secured by 𝐏𝐿, hoping to actually cut some of these members of Valee Esports. We expect a little bit more of a trade coming through, but they will be journeying further in towards the south side, perhaps looking for a spot into Primos later on for Valee Esports.
He hit that headshot.
I think so. Oh,
Little fadeaway.
wow.
All right. We'll take it. I mean, yeah, that's 𝐏𝐆 doing what 𝐏𝐆 does, taking space, hitting heads. Certainly want to see more from him, but at least for the moment, he's doing his job. In this game specifically, Team Bliss have a nice split on that western side. 𝐏𝐆 being the space taker is going to move deeper into the zone as well, see what he can opt for. And Valee, they cop that headshot, but no harm, no foul. They've also got decent spot on the west.
Meanwhile, for Reluctant Squad is still taking their seat time. It seems like they would be inside of Nova Repnoi, haven't really made their decision yet. Well, they are looking to move directly inbound using the emergency parachute. So with a lot of all these areas claimed, especially around that quarry section, I'm kind of concerned where exactly are they going to be able to land safely, because majority of the space has been taken up. So this is a really, really huge risk coming from the side of RS. So we'll see in moments time if they will be able to survive and make the cut into a deep run. But the rest of the teams, they're just going to be safely traveling through either vehicles or they're already inbound. So Xavage Man has already spot one up in the air, but I don't think there's going to be any form of connection coming in from such a long distance. If he does, oh man, that is going to be a crazy, crazy shot.
Yeah, really going to end up inside Primorsk. Xavage Man, they did focus the center of the zone. Kind of opted towards Llama, which is one of the options, I suppose, for a Reluctant Squad. They can park themselves up on top of that massive hill. Is 𝐿earena going to get caught out? Cerberus sitting inside the bunker. I don't think Tigger is going to be able to leave through that one. HiMass gets the knock. 𝐼𝐸𝐼𝐸 gets the flush. Cerberus doing their job, capitalizing on rotations, as you should be doing in a spot like this, especially when it has as much of an emphasis to the west, the circle does, sorry. Cerberus can certainly capitalize on teams coming in from the east. And they're four up, sorry. Sitting inside this bunker, very nice spot for Cerberus. Not too fussed about getting super central, not too fussed about, splitting for information. I suppose their main focus right now is to just keep as many members alive as possible. They know how valuable that is. There is Reluctant Squad coming in. As mentioned, they could go towards Llama. It's probably got a couple gaps in the trees that they could opt to parachute through. They are going a little bit more south of Quarry, though, I believe. Primorsk might be the designated location for Reluctant Squad. Either that or something on the coast, maybe one of those hills, something like that. Either way, the Expendables and 𝐿earena have gotten into it a little bit. And yes, what do you know? Reluctant Squad coming from the sky too. I'll have an opportunity to third party this if this is a kind of delayed fight, one that takes a lot longer than both these teams want.
Yeah, Tanvu connecting a couple of shots right down towards Van. This is going to be pretty much a civil warfare in between these hills, as we're already looking at Simon already claiming out 777, one member down from the side of the Expendables, while Reluctant Squad joins in. Three teams coming from the PVS region, just duking it all out, and it's really tough to actually call who's the biggest winner out of all these scuffles. But Delvin definitely securing a really, really important shot towards the side of Long High. And RS immediately loses one after moving into the city of Primos. Well, we definitely want to see how this one closes out, where I really do like where Cerberus Esports as well as Team Bliss's position, not exactly in any form of township or a central area, which allowed them a little bit more spacing to work with. Of course, this moving into the deeper western areas, we'll see some of these teams to be able to get some good focal points, especially for Valee Esports, smack that right in the center. And over on the western field, it's going to be Team Bliss that will be conquering the area. We'll see where if UNC will be able to find ways to squeeze through.
Circle's a lot more forgiving than a couple of the other options, I suppose, that this circle could have done. So players surely will be happy with this. Yeah, like you said, Bliss with a lot of option on that west. The Expendables have made it outside of Primorsk, which is fantastic for them. Just get out of that chaos for 𝐼𝐸𝐼𝐸, though. They're arriving right on top of 𝐿earena. 𝐿earena won't miss those shots. FAP goes down, and the rest of 𝐼𝐸𝐼𝐸 do a quick turn. No more Ferry Pier plans in mind for RXC. They'll continue to rotate down the road right next to Armory Gaming. They're kind of direct competitors from last game. E36 doing the same. Yeah, it's basically rush out for all these teams getting from the east to the west. They want to get to those prior spots as quickly as possible, and there's gatekeepers in the middle of them. There's teams that don't want to allow them to do that. Cerberus is one of those teams, but more focused on Roy at the moment, who still sit inside Primorsk. Safe to do so as well. Reluctant squad, by the way, with the second emergency parachute of the game. So they've come from Novo, they've landed in Primorsk, and now they don't really see another option. They've got no cars to rotate with, so another emergency parachute, and I guess we'll see where they end up. The current center of the zone's a little bit more occupied than I think they would like.
Yeah, there's not going to be all too much space for them to actually land all too safely. The moment that they would be going into land, it would probably be going straight into a team fight. Meanwhile, speaking of team fight here, through the forest, Cerberus Esports will now lock horns with AG once again. A little bit of split going on between the members of Armory Gaming and 𝐏𝐼𝐳 might be able to actually open up that angle to basically flush some of all these players out. 𝐏𝐻, meanwhile, we'll find another member of the side of Reluctant Squad that's going to be inside of the city of Primorsk, but we'll focus into the forest with Himas going toe-to-toe against Jay, but there's going to be supplementary bullets flying his way. Jay now popping a couple of nades, and this is just going to be an easy clearance for him, with the rest of them basically having a little bit more spacing to go with. Salazzi next one to bow out. Jane going for that trade, but he's also going to be on his knees as well. The rest of Armory Gaming pushing through with those vehicles, trying to crash them off the game.
Oh, these are some dominant names in the lobby. Cerberus taken out. Armory Gaming doing half the work. Daytrade getting involved on the north, doing the other half. They're on top of Quarry right now, so of course they can see all this action. The more I watch Armory, the more I realize that they are a very complete team. I always often see these guys as kind of frag heavy, but the more I watch them, the more I understand. They actually understand the fundamentals of PUBG very, very well. Armory Gaming continue to impress. Daytrade with some nice third party, and Cerberus, yeah, kind of split attention, caught between two teams. One has high ground, the other one also has high ground, just from a completely different angle. Cerberus caught out in the open with no cover, so it's an easy clean up for both Daytrade and Armory Gaming. Circle only a few seconds away from telling us whether it'll be chaotic or whether it's just going to donut up. Oh, Contra.
Oh, wow.
That's more on the chaotic side, isn't it? How many teams are caught out of that? How much space, realistically, is there to play? Bliss scrambling to get back to what they currently own. The Expendables sitting inside those yellows will be more than happy to just survive. X-Men, Reluctant Squad, Valee, Thai, all with decent spots as well. But that's about where my compliments end. I can't see any other team with a much better spot in the zone. Maybe Unicorn, Cyber. It's going to be absolute pandemonium as these teams try to fit in the zone. The other thing, I suppose, is a lot of these guys are going to be looking towards the coast. I think the coast might be a more safe haven than anything more central. And so yeah, everyone's going to be putting a decent emphasis towards that coastline. But how many teams can realistically fit along such a flat surface?
Yeah, I was about to bring that up as well. And while that happens, I guess the Expendables will be that Coast Guard to be able to claim a couple of names while they do try to find that safe area to leverage. Well, Magnetic is the first ones to be driving past from the north end, and will have a couple of attention coming in from the side of Team Bliss. Fluky Lees have managed to get into a little bit of a safe spacing for themselves. Will be able to exchange for another UAZ if they want to. While that lighthouse might be claimed later on, Magnetic, they will be planning themselves very, very safely into this area of play, while 𝐏𝐻's going to be closing in as well. I'm not sure if he actually knows that this member of the side of Team Bliss is so close by, so Tanamut's got to be extremely careful about this.
Oh, you're right. I don't know if Akita's going to push, though. It's so risky. You put yourself up on that ridge. I think the other members of Magnetic can probably see him. But yeah, what a great rotation from Magnetic. Heads up play to drive down that coast, take the lighthouse, as you said. Panic caught on rotation again. Light work down and out. In between FTF. Who maintain this kind of control on the northern side. A little bit of a nice split from them to work with. Panic will pull up, put the fight towards FTF though. Smoke down from Trick to negate those angles. Another one as well, trying to save his car as well. That's what he's got to be thinking about too. Magnetic trying to stretch their wings, claim as much space as they can. They've taken the spot. Step 2 now is spread out a little bit, see what you can actually get, limit test a little bit, and they're being shut down by Team Bliss. They've got to get back a little bit more. 𝐿36, they find themselves close to the zone, up on top of this high ground. In fact, they've got one member inside the zone. So this is 𝐿36 just kind of staggering the blue, making sure that their back is entirely 100% as clean as it possibly can be. And for their efforts, they take down Xiec. He was completely caught off guard, not expecting 𝐿36 to be this deep in the blue, but the blue doesn't hurt that much this early on. So they've got time and space to do this. The rest of Armory Gaming now up as 3, and this is what Team Bliss, what 𝐏𝐿 can do. On towards FTF, who've taken the northern side of their compound. This might be a little bit of a lengthy fight here between Team Bliss and FTF, but I think for the moment, at least, FTF will be able to get that res.
Wow, it shifts back into the mainland, and of course, so Magnetic, they will need to actually find a little bit more spacing to work with, though they could basically buy a little bit more time. But FTF, though, the moment that they crash into the compound, they are locked in. They need to finish this fight against Team Bliss. Monty's dropping a huge nail onto Seymour as well. Team Bliss, locked and loaded. 𝐏𝐿 trying to actually flush out Drake from his position. Well, that is a huge nade from the downtown to eliminate the entirety of Roy. Not too sure what happened there. Hopefully we get the clip later on from the future. Absolutely stuff with nowhere to go. So that is going to be them ending out early after a pretty huge round back in game 1. Now onto the side of Unicorn Cyber as well as Daytrade. Shots being fired from the side of Belmoth, but it's still going to be a little bit of a safety net for the rest of Unicorn Cyber. They do have a little bit more of that leverage of the terrain, while Armory Gaming this time gets annihilated by the entirety of 𝐿36. So far,
it's a straight 4v3 by 𝐿36, and they win it out against Armory, one of the top teams in the lobby. That's fantastic to see from Enterforce 36. They maintain a little bit of control on the south, and Team Bliss, yeah, they were just prepared for that FTF breach. Knew it was coming from probably a circle earlier. Someone's going to breach that northern side, right? And Bliss were prepared for it. Unicorn Cyber find themselves surviving, 0 kills, but they're in the zone. And for Unicorn Cyber right now, that's good enough. But look at the terrain they have to work with. Not ideal. A little bit of tree cover to work with, kind of stopping Daytrade from getting those angles. eArena just down to Zizzy now. What can Tanvu do? A rude awakening for eArena to have to come up to these yellows. The Expendables were here the whole time, and I think they were being silent as well, so eArena didn't really have an idea. Tanvu will get that first stay off. Zizzy's got to pull off this 1v2. It's a good little burst onto the first, but Tanvu with a nice double finishes eArena off, and Latte, the top fragger, or one of the dominant top fraggers for his team during the playoffs, has kind of cooled off a little bit into the grand finals. But if he's going to find a little bit of resurgence, then look at this spot that Valee Thai have. What a game for him to be able to do it. 𝐿36 on rotation hasn't really started off too well. Pure Boy's knocked himself down.
Yeah, I really don't blame some of these guys for having a little bit of a cold feet here in this matchup. Looking at the circumstances of this matchup being so chaotic, and of course in a territory that isn't exactly played too often as well. Magnetic does have a really good coverage from up the hills against the rest of 𝐿36. A lot of smokes now just covering their tracks, but once it subsides, it will spell doom for the rest of the Japanese squad right down below. Meanwhile, Xavier finding more by eliminating Duck Juice, and we'll finally see a little bit more reprieve for the side of Panic Esports. They've been rotating for most part of the map, not really getting into much action, and they will finally get themselves a little bit of safety net here in the top 10, as well as having that circle up into the north.
Kind of rewarded for some desperate rotation, certainly. Magnetic, I think their spot's pretty decent too. Yeah, they're out of zone, but I think they've got that kind of low ground to play that might be able to LOS them from all the threats around them. Xavage, man, they've been here for quite some time. Often controlling that shack. Haven't really seen them in the kill feed, but certainly will have an impact on this late game, as is 𝐿𝐿. Sylphia down, and like you said, 𝐿36, what more can they do from this bowl? Probably one of those situations where you park yourself up here, you immediately realize that you're under pressure and that a play needs to be made, but it can never get done. The cars have been blown up, tires popped already, it's too risky to go for it. Magnetic have you completely locked in. The only option you have is just to survive, and unfortunately that's just not enough in a situation like that. 𝐿𝐿, I think that's all 3 for him, to be honest with you. That car rolled down the hill, Sylphia knocked. Pure Boy Kine knocked off the explosion. It's go time for Magnetic. He wants these kills, and Magnetic want to clear their side. I don't see anything that XK could do more here. Another nade, more explosions from 𝐏𝐿𝐻. That's his weapon of choice right now. A flush, a second flush, and finally a wipe. 𝐏𝐿𝐻, he'll get 3. Unfortunately, losing one out to that vehicle that fell down the hill, but he'll be happy with that. And in the meantime, Panic go out, I believe. Yes, wiped completely. Team Bliss clean out their shack.
Still pretty clean stuff coming in from 𝐏𝐿𝐻, despite, of course, the vehicle rolling through. And now they will be able to at least work with that spacing now being formed up with nothing too much of a problem to deal with. But Flash, he's going to be able to actually catch one from the distance. And Daytrade so far opens up their account with only 1 so far, adding up to 2. And with this amount of space, I wonder how much more can they claim, as the rest of Unicorn Cyber isn't exactly in a good spot. With this split going on from Daytrade, just choking them out, Destroy pretty much will not have any form of a space to work with at all. Well, Talon has this vehicle blown up. At least he won't be taken out just yet, but he will spot out the rest of Team Bliss right at the forefront. Magnetic tries to push through. There is nade in the hands of Thunder. Will be dropping into the smoke. Will that catch anyone at all? And will basically dish maybe a little bit of chip damage, but Thunder's definitely on the hunt. Let's see if he will be able to get more with this push.
Yeah, Magnetic kind of caught out. Split individuals going down left, right, and center. It's only 2 up for them now. Thunders and Flucky. Team Bliss, not even really the real threat for Magnetic. It was the Expendables and X-Men, I believe, who did most of the damage here, put them down to 2. Thunders has been knocked down as well, so it's just Flucky out in the blue, trying to time the first aids. What much more can he realistically do? 𝐿𝐻, nice flashes, and from that point forward, you run in that shack, you see 6, 7, 8, 9 with his hand up to his head, and it's the cleanest kill, the calmest kill of your life. Magnetic finally fall, and Bliss up to 7 now. It's been good control from them on the north so far.
And right now, it definitely would be a really good area for Tanfu to hold out. But now being spotted out by Akira, this is going to be a little bit more problematic, as Flash will be able to claim 1 more out of the side of the Reluctant Squad that will send them off the lobby. Now, only 5 more teams remain, and this will be a little bit more problematic only for Valee Esports to cut through, because they will have the rest of X-Men to be surrounding that southeastern part of the map, while Team Bliss have a perfect view to basically work out their surroundings. Meanwhile, in the center, it's not going to be all too playable, but the love all these long-range trades have been really sharp coming from Daytrade.
Maybe an opportunity to see what other members on Valee Thai should we be looking at as competitive fraggers in this lobby. Megaloss currently putting up a show for himself, trying to put his name in that book. Up to 3 already, and dealing more damage to Daytrade, who are eventually going to have to take this fight with Bliss. It's inevitable, and here we go. Nades coming out. Some defensive, some aggressive. 𝐾𝐆 a bit too close, though. A bit too aggressive on that. It's trades back and forth. We trade blows. Daytrade end up with the advantage, but now it's even. Monty up. He might even be the last one up for Team Bliss. He's not. It's down to Insight. He gets 1 more. It's been down to a 1v1. The drive-by, and Insight cleans it up. He gets 3, maybe even 4 off the back of that. Team Bliss up to 10. They'll lose a couple members, but what a fight from them. Daytrade lose it. What a brawl did we just witness? Insight saving the day on that drive-by. Straight over, though, back to X-Men again. They've been here for quite some time now, finally put under pressure by Valee Thai.
Going back to that fight, it really felt like Daytrade overheated right there, and they basically had that confidence to push, but that wasn't exactly clean with that fadeaways, and with that they will be punished for a little bit more of that over aggression. But Valee Esports now going up towards the set of X-Men, all covered in smoke, but 𝐿𝐻 will be able to seek out one. One's gonna be traded back instead. Valee Esports will be able to claim a lot more by taking down Leo. Tarnish, what can he do with this grenade? He doesn't really get too much of a good glimpse, and UNQ just pushing through. He got a lot of space to work with, as he could slowly flush them out with all these defilates. It's only down to a couple of these flashes as well as smokes in his hands, while 2 more still remain coming from Xavage men. Valee Esports, they could basically play the long game in order to hold out, and they will do just fine with the numbers advantage. So all they have to do, revive 𝐿𝐻 and just hold out against the rest. But Team Bliss, so far, performing impeccably well.
Yeah, been rewarded for their efforts. Similar fight over here at Valee Thai versus X-Men to what we saw with the Daytrade team Bliss, but this is a much longer duration. This is a slow burn. Valee Thai slowly choking out X-Men though. They have the superior position. They've locked X-Men into that bowl right next to that shack, that breakable shack, mind you. So it was blown up quite quickly. Tanvu trying to kind of minimize or maximize what he can get done for the Expendables here. Smokes up. It's only one of X-Men alive, so he could catch him if that X-Men player leaves the smokes and exposes himself to Tanvu. But Tarnish knows now he's going to lose his life to Valee Thai. They win the fight. Tanvu now a known factor as well, being stared at by both Bliss and Valee Thai. Bliss had this nice split too. Is this going to catch Valee Thai off guard? Monty is all the way down there on the south. He is an incredible linchpin at the moment. It could be a pivotal factor in letting Bliss get this win. Tanvu caught out right next to the blue, though. I don't think Latte and the rest of Valee Thai are going to let him get any more off the back of this. It's a nice attempt, but Tanvu goes down. A nice placement and kills for the Expendables, but it comes down to this 2v3. Valee Thai, Team Bliss. Look at what Bliss have in the zone. Look at what Valee Thai have, though. They've got the man advantage to contest.
Yeah, despite that, we see a little bit of split going on between Insight as well as Monty, in hopes that they will be able to catch them while they are moving in. Insight's already got all the intel that he needs, and I don't think they spot Monty just yet. No, they don't. This is going to be pretty huge for Team Bliss as Monty finds one. Might be able to catch Latte as well. He's still on the wheels, though. We'll have a little bit of cover. One shot did connect. 50% of health left. He tries to get a little bit of pixel right underneath the Dacia, but unable to do so. Gonna look for the peak, and this is going to be that 1v1 exchange between him as well as Latte. But it doesn't seem like Latte could actually do too much with Insight also closing right in. This will be a huge win for the side of Team Bliss as they close out our run in 𝐴𝐸𝐴.
Wow, what a win from a Bliss. Well controlled, good handle on the north, not falling short to any team that contests them. And finally, when they get that massive battle between them and Daytrade, they come out on top. Some heroics from Insight, well handled from Bliss. Yeah, they lose too, but the pivotal moment for me was during that X-Men and Valee Thai fight. Bliss knew they had all the time in the world to work with, so they create this incredible split between Insight on the north and Monty on the south. And we saw during that endgame that is 100% what secured it for Team Bliss. So it's a well-handled win from them, and a win that they certainly needed. They need this for the confidence, they need this for the points, they need this for the leaderboard, they need this for PGS 3 and 4. So well done from Bliss, but plenty of storylines to talk about that game.
Yeah, and not only did Team Bliss did well as well, we see Valee Thai now securing a top 2 finish with a lot of volume of frags in this matchup. So they will be in close contention with Team Bliss in this specific round. So seeing these two teams really pushing the rest to the brink is what we want to see nearing into the final day. And of course, all the action started off with a lot of fights around that Primos area, and we see Valee Thai Esports really getting a lot of advantage by clearing up some members of the side of TE. But for the side of Team Bliss, it was not an easy round at all for them. They have to deal with Magnetic as well as the incoming FTF into the compound, which they have managed to do so successfully well and held out, create a lot more opportunities, and eventually close out the game. But Valee Thai Esports, they basically pulled through in the midst of all that chaos.
Yeah, I feel like this is all of the teams in this endgame, or a lot of the teams in this endgame are teams that are on that right side of the leaderboard, right? That are kind of out of that top 8 position. Valee Thai probably the only team close to that top 8 or in that top 8. The Expendables certainly needed those points as well. So this is a good come up from the teams that need it. And I think if we look at the teams that kind of came 8th as well in this lobby, we're certainly going to be impressed and happy with the names that we see. But yes, it is Bliss that comes out with that win, and it's a win, of course, that is well deserved. But of course, storylines are plenty in that game to look at. I think we saw Reluctant Squad use an emergency parachute twice, and I can't really think of one of them that it actually worked out for them with. E36 as well, winning a very big fight on the southern edge of the zone against Armory. A much better performance from them than we have seen throughout this tournament. So that game, to me, really stands out as maybe the first game in the tournament where we've seen teams that aren't in that top 6, aren't on the left side of the leaderboard, actually having good games. All of their strategies seem to be coming to fruition. Their players seem to be stepping up to the plate. And it's a game that we can certainly celebrate as potentially a turning point in this tournament if these teams continue to be consistent in their efforts.
Yeah, and of course that happened because of a few factors, right? With Daytrade, Armory Gaming, and Cerberus clashing so early over on the south side, and with them taking each other out, and also having E36 to eventually close out some of all these titans, it probably made a lot of opportunities possible. But for what we have seen so far, I think like it really was a lot of all these areas of play that has been well secured by Team Bliss in order to make this chicken dinner a possibility. But of course, it was no easy feat as you see them stash a total of 23 points here in our second match of the day. And like you said, this is going to be a dry streak before we see the next angle match heading into the late stage of our final match heading into day 4. So they will have to make do with all the other maps. So this is definitely an important win for Team Bliss.
Bliss, Valee Tai, X-Men, the Expendables, Reluctant Squad, E36, and maybe Roy as well. Excluding RXE, those are all teams that aren't performing as good as every other team that you see, basically 11th through to 16th. Unicorn, Cyber, eArena, FTF, Cerberus, Panic, they're all, or not Panic, sorry, but those initial 4 that I mentioned, they're all up there. And so you look at this final match leaderboard and you go, wow, okay, you know, these teams are actually coming to play today. This could be scary for the teams on that verge of dropping out of top 6. This is a very good game and hopefully one that continues that trend. I'd love to see more from Valee Tai. I'd love to see more from X-Men. I would desperately love to see more from the Expendables. I'd love to see more from E36. These are all names that I love. I've loved these guys and these players for so long. So I want to see them perform and show up to a tournament like this. But yes, Bliss claim the win, 23 points to them. And yeah, hopefully this is a bit of a turning point, Contra.
Yeah, I definitely do love to see more and more teams qualify, but there's only going to be that 4 spots. And this is why it's always so exciting to see the best of APAC contend to perform in the global rounds. So with all of those points added up in 𝐴𝐸𝐺, we now
close
see
it is now.
Yeah, it's pretty much within touching distance, especially 5th to 7th. Look at that, just like 1 point separating each other. eArena slowly getting pushed down because they have not gotten great runs here inside 𝐴𝐸𝐺. Now this is starting to be a worrying sign for that Thai squad that has been performing so well in their own regional league. And Magnetic also having a really good game off of this matchup is going to be a heavy contender. And up to Valee Tai. This is definitely a very, very close race, Russell.
Yeah. X-Men, Valee Tai, Magnetic, Unicorn, Cyber, Team Bliss, and eArena. Those 8 teams are all very much, 6 teams are all very much in contention. They are so close on the points. This is exactly what we want to see, especially with Cerberus and Daytrade remaining in 1 and 2. It gets obviously easier to read. That means that 3 through to 6th are the teams that will qualify through to PGS 3 and 4. So it becomes very exciting. I didn't expect that coming into just game 2 of night 3, but here we are. Here we are indeed. Look at us. Look at us where we are right now. And look, I don't know if it's going to remain the same going into the final few games of the night. Obviously, Vikendi, Tego, Miramar. I don't know if it's going to be the same. Hopefully, it does remain as close as it is. Maybe even gets a little bit closer. But I think games like that, the 𝐴𝐸𝐺 that we just saw, are certainly much more of a rare occurrence than other games in which we have those top teams actually performing. But I suppose one way it could continue to happen is the teams that are in that kind of top 4, they continue to do well. So your FTFs, your Cerberuses, your Daytrades, right? They continue to do well. And then the kind of rest of the lobby also does well. And so you have this logjam that are fighting for 5th and 6th position. That's probably going to be the most exciting outcome, is you see those top 4 teams soaking up all the points, and so it remains close with the rest of the lobby. Hopefully that's what we get. Maybe I'm getting too ahead of myself, getting too excited, but I'm happy to have seen a game like that.
Yeah, I do feel the excitement as well, and there are so many possibilities here, and we could even include Roy into the mix if they do end up with a chicken dinner today, because they are honestly within that touching distance, and so long as they basically keep up with, high kill volumes per game, they should be able to contest with the rest for that 4 slots, especially with, you know, how shaky and chaotic things could basically get in Vikendi, I definitely do look forward to these 2 rounds as a momentum breaker, and then later on into Miramar, I guess like we might actually see, you know, teams that have been well versed throughout these couple of days to be able to once again show up once more. So for now, I'm definitely in for the thrill with all these teams really showing us their A game so far. I guess like maybe I'm still expecting to see a lot more out of eArena because they haven't got that high flying kill streak so far. So maybe this is where they will start.
Yeah, they had a game day 2, I believe. One of the final games of the day on Erangel. It was that military game where I think they had like 14 kills or something, but they ended up coming 2nd or 3rd. And so you can imagine if the circle helped them out just a smidge, just a tiny bit, what eArena would have been able to do in a game like that. Do they get up there towards that 17, 18, 19, maybe 20, right? Or is eArena capable of that? Certainly we saw their dominance in the Thai League. I think it was about 100 points over 2nd place. So we know what eArena could do. Certainly know what they're capable of. It's about putting it together in a much more contested lobby than, of course, that Thai League lobby. So certainly eArena, one of those teams that's capable. Good to see a bit of a resurgence from the Expendables as well, even though they were down to a solo. A game like that can have such a good impact on the mentality of the team. If you can see one of your players just performing incredibly well, having a good game for themselves, it's such an inspiring thing to see. Getting up to 3rd place, and I think it was like 6, maybe 7 kills or something like that. That's a really good game to build off of. You know, they haven't had a great tournament so far. Who cares, right? And this is a game where they can start to build and seriously put themselves in contention. If it's going to be this close, you know, in those last 2 spots to go to PGS 3 and 4, the Expendables can run away with it quite easily. They can put themselves up there very easily. So yes, this game is very important for a multitude of teams, not only the Expendables, but Valee Thai as well, who probably needed a confidence boost. Bliss as well, who probably needed a confidence boost. It's a very important game in a series of 24, and one that we haven't seen so far. So yes, maybe it's a turning point. Maybe we'll return to normality as we head into the next game. Who knows? But again, I'm certainly just happy to have seen it come to fruition.
Yeah, I do hope that this is the start of them building that momentum, because honestly, we do have 10 more rounds to go. So if the Expendables will be able to make good use of that momentum being brought from Erangel into this matchup of Vikendi, we should be able to see them going back into their winning ways. I say this so soon, but I do believe that they will be able to at least come up with some couple of top 4 games eventually. So heading into Vikendi, we've seen some really massive wins, especially coming from Cerberus Esports just the other day over on Sunday, I do believe, where they have been able to rack some really huge rounds. So hopefully we might actually see a different winner this time, and it would may actually see another huge shift heading into the leaderboards.
So the top 3 performing teams on Vikendi at the moment, it's a bit of a bad sample size, only 2 games of Vikendi. Not the best thing to use to analyze, and probably doesn't say a whole lot, but it is 2 games, it's not 1, so it's a better sample size than 1. Currently the 3 best performing teams on Vikendi are Cerberus, obviously number 1, tied though with From the Future, both at 27 points on Vikendi after 2 games on Vikendi, and then Magnetic is there in 3rd with 20. So those 3 teams performing better than anyone else on Vikendi, which is good to see, and so you're looking at those names to keep up that consistency. For those 2 teams on 27, it's probably 13, 14 points per game we're looking at if they want to continue that kind of trend. And obviously for Magnetic, it's just getting 10 points, and they'll be able to keep up their points per game on Vikendi. One of those, as Xenox likes to say, tertiary maps. I've yet to look up the definition of that, but eventually I will. And so, yeah, one of these tertiary maps where it can go haywire for you quite easily, but we haven't really seen that from a lot of these teams yet. It hasn't really been this super chaotic Vikendi. Certainly it can be, and maybe this is the game finally where it just becomes this all-encompassing, just third-dimensional chaotic thing that we can't really describe, and we have to, you know, go to the darkest depths of our vocabulary to describe what's happening on Vikendi. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe I'm way ahead of myself, pulling out some really weird stops. Either way, we are here, and I don't know if we're going to see any early action.
Yeah, I don't want to start digging out my dictionary right now, but we do see this circle skewing towards the south side, so that's good news for a couple of teams like Roy, Daytrade, Expand, as well as from the future. So I guess like they would be able to at least get some good room to actually build off and also secure some of all these great terrain over on the southern side. So it'll definitely be interesting to see for the rest of the teams how they choose to maneuver into the south side, whether they're going to go for parachutes or just casually drive in. But we start off here with Reluctant Squad, a team that have been able to qualify through the playoffs here. As much as I may have said that they look shaky when they do have their full squad strength heading into the late rounds, they could actually build onto something really huge with some fine margin of kill numbers. But so far in the final rounds here, I guess like there are oftentimes we see them making certain decisions which doesn't really set them up for success in that round. Doubles parachute and directly into a small little shack. Doesn't give them much cover, doesn't give them much space to also farm any form of numbers as well. So I think they really have to readjust how they want to play the game in order to reap more numbers into the map.
Yeah, I mean, an over-reliance on emergency pickups is probably never a good thing. We can see it on Miramar often where teams will just take emergency parachutes no matter what because you can end up on top of those unplayables. But I think, yeah, an over-reliance on them is probably a bad thing. Having those games where you can actually fight your way in and keep those cars up and not take the easy way into the zone might net you a lot more points more consistently than an emergency parachute. But, excuse me, I don't think that's been the case for Reluctant Squad. I think Reluctant Squad's woes come in different areas other than the use of the emergency parachute, just that specific game where they used to desperately to try and get something done. Okay, Puchil's kind of close to Unicorn Cyber. He hopped in his car for a moment, but just as quickly hopped out. So whether we'll see action there or not. Okay. He knows someone's here. Dangerously close. If that player was to peek through the windows and Orkran goes for that whip around Panzerfaust, it's probably a knock on both sides. Does X-Men claim that kill? Do they push over close enough? Smart that I think he's put it away. Obviously, the rest of FTF here to back him up. eArena rotating on the north as well. This could get really hairy really quickly. Sound, obviously, the reason that X-Men is approaching. Xavier has given across so much information. eArena, they're being told to go away. This is our fight. We don't want you here. We don't want your third party. And I think, as well, smartly, Orkran is coming back with no information on a fight like that. And I mean no information on a fight like that. It's only guesswork at that point. It's not really a wise decision to fully commit to it, especially with the Panzerfaust when you know that it can go sideways so quickly. So FTF back off, X-Men remain alive. Only 2 up in that compound for X-Men though, so maybe they should be a little bit careful regardless.
Yeah, good discipline being showed by FTF, where if you don't really have all that information, you might as well not commit because they're not exactly in that perfect spot where they would be able to easily clear out that fight if they were to commit with the existence of eArena. Thankfully, they managed to flush them off, and Norin's now having a Panzerfaust in hand, the rest of Unicorn Cyber right underneath his nose, and he's just gonna go ahead to pop it up. Won't be able to catch him though, as he's on the moving vehicle. But of course, giving them a little bit of warning as the rest of UNC will have to turn tail and look for another different positioning. Whereas Roy Esports managing to spot out Tanvu moving into the compound, will be in a safe refuge for now. But Roy Esports basically lock them in. And we're just seeing teams really moving into some really good locations over on the south side, but not needing to actually commit into fights just yet. It's good to actually see them basically preparing over onto the corners of the map. Well, eArena still moving, inching into the same compound where PNC is currently at. So this fight up close and personal might actually erupt in any given moment. Let's see what Jacobs has in store for us.
I heard a nade. I think I heard a nade from Panic. So I don't know whether eArena knew Panic were here to begin with, but off the back of that nade, they certainly know now. Panic will kind of do the trademarked passiveness, let the eArena players walk into them rather than anything else. Suspect's been caught out in the window though, put down very, very low. Nice shots from Jacob. No knock though. Panic trying to put on a bit of a show presence that it's many more members than than it is. But in fact, you've got all 4 here for Panic. So those warning shots will only convince 𝐿𝐸ERENA to push through. Will it work out though? Lightwork has to get this kill. He has to get this opening, and he will. He'll get the flush as well. Quickly though, looking to be traded out. That Molotov shot out in mid-air. 𝐿𝐸ERENA on fire. Does get the trade and the flush though. So it's evened out here between these 2 teams. Oh boy, probably one of those compounds that the Expendables or any rotating team could look to third party through as well. High ground on either side that these third-party teams could utilize, but for the moment, these guys are safe. Armory Gaming found themselves on the coast, right up next to Reluctant Squad's Jun. One of the highlights from this team. Certainly going to have to put on a show for us here. That spray actually lands. It was a bit of a fade away from Jun there. Nice shots traded back though by Dynasty.
Now it's Huang's turn to be able to go in for the exchange, but the grenades are sublime coming in from Chang's. Immediately takes out Jun. No time for even revivals to go through from the side of RS. Jane now looking to cut in with a flank. Won't be stopped by Huang. Still much more work to be done here. Dynasty, though, is a little bit low. So Reluctant Squad actually sees an opportunity and will be able to actually spot him out. RS shuts off Dynasty. And that is going to be a tough ordeal for Reels right down below. 2 members left for the side of AG. I don't think Dynasty is going to be helped in this instance with a couple of smokes already popped. They don't really have the vision to work with. And 6789 joins in the fray. Reels over the other corner though. Shots now being fired over the side of Shanks. And as he approaches, there will be attacks coming in from the side of Reels. Great coverage, and now down to Long High.
Oh, no.
He won't be able to survive. And Armory Gaming will have a lifeline to work with 4 pickups of a kill.
Lucas here though, both the Expendables and E36 wanting to get involved, but sorry guys, the fight's already over. Armory Gaming cleaned it up. Not cleanly though at all. Delwyn gets 1 onto Shanks, and Riz is just trying to get out of there. It's the basically trademarked Armory Gaming Circle 1 fight that they win. They get their 4 to 6 points, and then they're down to not many members, up to 1 in this game. So yeah, they win it. They get those 4 points, but obviously a situation where you want to win it a lot more quickly and a lot more cleanly as well. Up to triple digits now though for Armory Gaming, the 4th team in the lobby to breach that number. Bit of a gap between them and 𝐿𝐸ERENA, so that top 4 remains kind of in control. Their worries aren't going to be nearly as much as 𝐿𝐸ERENA and Bliss sitting in 5th and 6th. So good for Armory Gaming to keep up this consistency, and if it's going to keep landing them in that top 4 and they're not really going to have to worry, there's a buffer below them, then you know, you can't really judge these early game fights, especially when they always seem to win them, right? Even though they might lose a member here or there, they always seem to win the fights. They always get them, you know, 4 to 6 points. So yeah, I mean, good enough for Armory Gaming so far. 𝐿𝐸ERENA though, yeah, very on the edge here inside this compound with Panic. There's a crossbow out for Pivy. So interesting to see whether that pans out for him or not. Maybe no better option. Got the barrel, so switch to that at some point. But Panic have been quite passive. 𝐿𝐸ERENA obviously opened it up. It was traded out, and since then it's just been a stalemate. The circle shifts a little bit more south, bit of water in, but nothing to truly worry about. And a lot of the teams on the north are now going to have to move in.
Yeah, I guess he's just trying to be extra stealthy here in Vikendi, but if he wants to switch out, I'm pretty sure that those compounds do offer him a couple of weaponry to work with, while the circle will move further into the south side. The Expendables have booked themselves by the coast. We do have 𝐿𝐸ERENA still locked in with what I do believe to be Panic Esports early on. They didn't seem to be committing into that full-on fight after having that one-to-one exchange with Lightwork already taking that blow. Of course, that gives Panic all the intel that they needed. Now, with Cerberus moving in toward the north point, there's going to be a lot of open spacing for them until they eventually bump into the rest of RXC that's also moving in by Castle. For now, they're also moving into the direction of Daytrade, so going to be looking a little bit hairy later on, while Unicorn Cyber is still planted pretty much nicely within the region here, with Valentine moving inbound. They might actually spot themselves some juicy pickup with Latte cutting through the corner, so Manhung now sees the vehicle cutting across. May not actually get the angles yet, but we'll see whether if Valentine Esports will be safe from the grasp of UNC.
Oh, bit of car trouble. Someone's stuck in the fence. Let's say Mega Lost, they've got to find an alternate entrance into that compound. And luckily for them, it's only a couple headshots. No knocks, no absolute disaster for them. So Valee get away with it. Certainly some cleaner driving, but doesn't really cost them too much in this situation. They'll probably get some fresh helmets inside that compound, so no worries. Magnetic on the western side. Very nice 2-2 split for these guys right now. Very aggressive towards the western side. Thanawat and Escalusia up on high, and then they've got their teammates down low in those compounds just over to Thanawat's right. They're currently eyeing out Team Bliss, the victors of our previous game. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 taking shots from afar. Magnetic have successfully kind of pressured them off their territory as well. Instead, I think off the back of that knock, Insight and the rest of Team Bliss might look towards Cerberus as their next victims. FTF, X-Men, they remain inside this compound. It's kind of not ideal, but it's a situation that they'll happily be in for the moment. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 been knocked down. Magnetic and potentially the rest of the Magnetic boys actually trying to get involved on this as well. But Headshot will push Thanawat back for the moment. I think Magnetic's going to stay put. I think no reason for them to push up to Bliss. Even off the back of that knock, it's just something you'll take and you'll kind of move on. They've got high ground. There's no reason to kind of leave this edge. If you leave this edge now, it's probably an undisciplined play. You've got to have one of your teammates back it up because, I mean, Escalusia's doing what he should be right now, just watching his back, making sure that it's clean. If they get too aggressive onto Team Bliss, they risk having a team come up behind them that they would have otherwise been able to scout out. So discipline so far from Magnetic. Bliss able to get that res as well. So no harm, no foul for a lot of these teams suffering knocks, but on this next zone, I feel like that's going to change.
Yeah, I definitely will. Want to see whether if teams will be funneled towards the valley where Magnetic is currently at, but most likely not, that's going to be a shift that may actually force Magnetic to reposition, and yes, it will move further down south. So not too much of a problem for some of the teams that are already inbound, especially Panic will be thanking that they don't really have to move because eArena have been locking them in for the longest of time. And now I'm looking at the map feed with UNC cutting really closely. So these three teams may actually need to settle the scores with lost shots now being fired from the side of eArena, trying to chase away the rest of Unicorn Cyber. And I believe that's some good damage being dealt right there from the side of eArena as well. Panic takes no part in that for the time being, while RXE, still furthest away, will be caught out by Puchu's. Dusky finds one and finds an opening to knock down Jacob, and whoa! Puchu's! My! That's one big bang out of the Panzer, and Daytrade just wants to do it in style.
Yeah, very quickly dealt with. I mean, this is a luxury for Daytrade right now. That was I think it was a 4v4 that was very quickly dealt with. So they've got so much more time than they probably thought they'd have. They might have thought they'd be in that fight for a while on the edge of blue, but not the case. Unicorn Cyber moving up to FTF, the team currently in third versus the team currently in seventh. So far, it hasn't really gone the way of Unicorn Cyber. Happy and Trick combining for the initial two knocks. Sapao now trying to bring this back, but not the case. Simoy back there on the high ground. Oh, Valee getting involved. I think this is just a loss here for Unicorn Cyber. Another unfortunate game for them where maybe they want to take a fight isolated, solo, just let us take this 4v4, but Valee won't let them. FTF kind of very happy at the way that this has panned out. Now they can kind of move on from that Unicorn Cyber 4v4, res awkward, and kind of move straight into that next 4v4, which will be against Valee. Oh, Mega Lost though, opened it up. That res never actually happened. Trick's been knocked as well. This could be so much better from Valee.
Oh boy. We're looking at Unicorn Cyber trying to actually third party into that situation where eArena is within that compound, and they got punished for this. Ooh. Now that is one heck of a shot. Simoy down on the ground. Valee Esports absolutely on fire. Well, of course, pressure coming in from the blue. They really have to sweep this one clean as swiftly as possible. Goes in for any quick restocks as they will have Happy trying to see if we could basically salvage this situation, but it's too much of a loss. Mega Loss just making sure that they will start on with a firm footing, 5 points in for the side of Valee Esports, really sticking out for that chance in qualification. Well, Happy is all left out alone, and Xavage Man is also closing through. Oh boy, this guy's sandwiched in between. I see no way out for the side of From the Future.
Neither do I. Rocked up in that car. Xavier shooting the feet. What else can he do? UNQ wasn't exposing himself anywhere else, so the kneecaps it is. The Daytrade's back. Nade out as well. It could be good. That X-Men player is quite low on the top of the hill there. Megalos with another one. He's been on fire tonight. And X-Men looking a lot worse for wear. Cannot forget about Happy, though. Still stuck out in that blue. Could still have an impact in this fight. X-Men, though, they've got one on high that's being dealt with by Happy. This is so good for the side of Valee Thai. Helping out Valee Thai is Happy. 1 kill on FTF. Certainly going to fall, but Happy still could have an impact, deal some damage to Valee Thai, maybe get a God nade off and completely throw Valee Thai's game out the window. Pain down as well, flushed by Kiss, so just Leo up. X-Men, they tried to take this fight and it went so sideways for them. Valee Thai know about Happy as well. Very aware of his position, throwing nades into the blue. Just Hail Mary, see if they can deal with him. But I think smartly enough, they're leaving just one person dedicated to watching for him because he's not really too much of a threat at the moment. He could be, certainly could be, but Valee Thai realized the priority is just making sure they're actually able to get into zone. They've got their resources, they've got their cars up, and that's currently what they're planning for, what they're aiming to do, and what they're taking action on as well. Magnetic remain on the coast, although this time it's not as free. This time they have to deal with the Expendables with 4 up.
The Expendables so far has been playing it perfectly safe from the south side, and spawning out some members of the side of Magnetic. They could basically go in for some suppressive shots, not really needing to full commit into flushing him off from the corners of the close. So a lot more spacing to work with for most part. Meanwhile, Team Bliss having a little bit of a tight squeeze here. There's going to be a lot of open space that they will need to basically find a bolt or something to work with later on. Xavage Man eventually loses out with, of course, pressure coming in from members of Valee Thai Esports as well as Daytrade. Somehow Happy is still surviving, but I wonder how much longer. Armory Gaming this time, spot out by Latte, and that will be pretty much the final member off of the field. We see some of all these early trades coming from Armory Gaming, not really giving them the best of this matchup in Vikendi. But Roy finally gets some action here, spawning out the rest of Team Bliss right smack dab in the middle of the street. That's not going to be a good position for the OCE team.
Yeah, it's a very DIY spot, isn't it? Looks like a desperate send to the center. Just use your cars as the cover. And to be fair to them, they've managed to keep 3 up. Didn't look like they were going to be able to do so, but smokes are good enough to stop Roy from getting accurate shots in. They are neighboring with Cerberus as well, and that panic eArena. Well, it looks like it's going to have to end. Looks like Panic are going to have to push straight into eArena. It's not going to be pretty either. Daytrade certainly want to get involved too. This shift has been quite unfriendly to Panic. Expendables still putting up a fight on Edge as well. Another game where potentially they could have an absolute banger if things go their way. Daytrade moving in, so they don't really want to opt for the compound, and honestly smart enough for them. It'd just be kind of losing members for no reason, taking a fight, then taking a second fight. The much better option is just to kind of leave that compound alone, go off, find terrain that's currently free that you can utilize without any pressure. Zycon blows up that car. Monty down and out. Quickly stolen, though, by Jacob. Very heads-up awareness from him. Now aware of Haisaki's position as well. And yeah, this spot from Team Bliss, it eventually ends up going horribly. Not a good spot to choose, but not sure where else they could have gone. So they end up going down to Roy. eArena still looking at Panic. Should be very aware of Panic, but now that Daytrade's rotated off, eArena obviously with a lot less pressure. Daytrade have found a nice spot on the north, but looking happy. Still in the picture. Still kind of surviving on the edge, as well as Valee Thai Esports up with that high ground. So these cars are pivotal right now for Daytrade.
I just love how he's so disciplined and he waited it out, not even trying to challenge Valee Thai much early on, and now finds that opening space to still survive to tell the tale. Heading into the top 9 right now, Magnetic so far taking firm control over the south side, but will eventually need to contest with both Roy as well as the rest of the Expendables. Some shots flown in towards the side of Fluky, it seems. Believe that to be coming in from either the Expendables or so, but nothing seems to be hitting quite yet. Coming from Magnetic and Delwyn, somehow getting shot by Tao with the Panzer. That was sent in from quite a distance as well. Yeah. And somehow that one connects. A little bit of trouble for the side of Expendables, especially with them being far spread out. with some pressure coming in from the rest of what I do believe to be Panic Esports, or it seems like. We'll see how the rest of the Expendables will have to work through this. Delvin slowly crawls through with a couple of smokes provided. Tambo should be able to rescue him in a couple more seconds, but the blue zone grenade being popped up won't be able to catch up anyone at all. The Expendables should be able to restrat how they want to pick up this fight against Magnetic. Now Fluky, up close and personal, will flush the rest of members away. And 777, he could not actually get any room at all as 𝐏𝐆𝐒 takes him down.
I think the Expendables should be able to manage this fight pretty well. I think they've got the terrain to do so, and right now they are. Tanvu and 𝐷𝐿𝐒 combining for the first 2 kills onto Magnetic. Magnetic are the ones with the owners to push this fight. No one else getting involved either. Valee trying to third party to the best of their ability, but they have to focus on Magnetic. Magnetic are the team that's more in the open than the Expendables right now. The Expendables are using that road ridge, using the ridges and the trees to LOS themselves from Valee. So smartly played by them so far, and I think Magnetic probably thought they had a lot more that they could get done onto the Expendables, but not the case. Flucky now has found a unique position, much closer to the Expendables, not pressured by Valee or anyone else in the zone. He's putting down smoke, so he should be known by the Expendables. But look at this ridge they have to work with. They're clearing out the car, doing their due diligence. Flucky should be next target for them. They pick this ridge, get that 1v2 off. It's only 2 members closest. Tanvu's in the background getting that car. Oh, Flucky spotted as well. Should be easy. The 3x spray from 𝐷𝐿𝐒. It didn't really land, but where else can Flucky go? So the Expendables move up, they clean up Flucky, and now it's a 2v3.
I love the flank setup coming in from the Expendables, the way that they slowly close in, and now they have managed to get so much more out of the position, pushing the rest of Magnetic away, and they are trying to get a little bit more of a region or a ridge to work with as the rest of Magnetic are only down to 2 at the moment. There is the rest of Roy on that same region, so that could basically be a little bit of a problematic run for the side of Magnetic. Like you said, Magnetic, they lost a little bit too much in that long-range exchange. And eArena, so far, holding down the line against PNC for the longest of time. I believe since the start of the game, these 2 teams have not yet settled the score, but I guess eventually PV's got to change this outcome. Zizzy still holding out here, and they're just completely zoned off. I don't even think that Dusky's going to be rescued right now.
Don't think so. It's a hard fight for Panic to take, but it's one they have to. Daytrade putting in shots from a distance, pressuring eArena, so maybe off the back of this, Panic could get something done, get involved. Happy finally falls to the blue. Eventually, it was the blue that actually took him out. A nice effort from him, very close to placement points, but just shy of the mark. Car gets blown up. Daytrade have found some dodgy terrain to play around, to say the least. A couple rocks and trees, but it's good enough for the moment. eArena and Panic still going at it as well. The conclusion to that fight hasn't yet happened, and this is the Expendables rewarded for their efforts against Magnetic. It nets them incredible angles against Valee. Valee put themselves on that road ridge, and the Expendables are happy to peek over this ridge, happy to find them on that flat ground in the low ground. Delwyn did actually get that kill onto Latay. eArena shot out of their cars, though. Panic go down. eArena, though, very close to going down themselves. It's just Jacob up. The nade finishes him off. Daytrade with superior position and close in nade range as well. Cerberus being very silent. They've got that center position. Haven't done anything for the moment. You can bet your bottom dollar that they'll eventually show up. The Expendables too, what a game from them so far. And that previous game, that momentum that we talked about being so valuable, even off the back of a nice solo play. Look at them now, 6 kills into that late game spot. Top 5, make it 7 kills. This is really good for the Expendables.
Absolutely. This is the Expendables that all the Vietnamese fans have known and love. And now setting themselves up for a potential chicken dinner. And back towards that exchange over the top side, of course, all the members of eArena was just funneled in. That sets things up perfectly for Norins and the rest of Daytrade to be able to clear it all up. Now, each respective team is in all these small little ridges that they will be able to protect themselves for the meantime, but it will be a little bit more dicey if they does close into the middle of the street much later on. Delvin now spots a little bit of pixel, but won't be able to get the catch just yet. So far, the Expendables really play this out to perfection from the looks of it. And Magnetic, as much as they're squeezed very tight over onto the far west, somehow they keep themselves alive with only 𝐏𝐿𝐒 left. And here comes the exchange. Delvin and 𝐾𝐿𝐒 immediately double tags to the side of 𝐏𝐼𝑧𝐷, quickly taking him off from the side of Cerberus. And Daytrade might be able to really pull up some huge damage into the late run.
Well, if you bet your bottom dollar, you probably lost it, because I don't know how much Tycon's actually going to be able to do. Unfortunately, just not in a superior enough position, not even a spot to be able to just kind of exist for a while. Just kind of not pay attention to anyone around them and wait until their moment in the end game. They couldn't really get away with that. Another one from the Expendables, up to 9 kills now. What a game from them. And hopefully it's a permanent resurgence from the roster we know can do excellently, not only in local lands, or sorry, local tournaments, but international lands as well. Maybe finally coming into their own. 𝐿𝐴 will be stolen though by Flash. Daytrade have rocked up to this road, so the Expendables have to be careful. This is Daytrade with high ground. This is Daytrade with potentially the superior spot, but right now the Expendables haven't lost anyone to Daytrade. It's just Daytrade dealing with Flash, dealing with Roy Esports. Expendables haven't had an impact yet, but finally there we go. 𝐾𝐿𝐒 in that background there, the far angle. It's going to be dealt with by Belmoth potentially. 𝐾𝐿𝐒 saved. He's probably the saving grace right now for the Expendables. Duckchew's down to 1 HP. Oh, this is a dangerous Daytrade. I mean, look at them. 9 kills, pure confidence. Not many players alive left in this endgame. This is Daytrade on a tear right now, and how as good as the Expendables have been playing, I'm not sure what much more they can do against this kind of Daytrade.
They have the numbers advantage and they utilize it to perfection. Right now, it's only down to 𝐾𝐿𝐒. And what could he pull up here? 1 versus 3, and that is it. Daytrade with another chicken dinner here in Vikendi.
That just seemed like Daytrade picking away at any pressure that was around them. You saw them a couple moments in that game. It looked like they were potentially under a lot of pressure. They were limited, stuck inside kind of small areas of play, and yet they chip away at the extremities. They chip away at earning their freedom. And eventually they succeed enough so to a point where they're able to get so many off angles, so many great angles on the players around them. They're able to wipe out Roy. They're able to take the fight towards the Expendables, deal with Cerberus. This is a Daytrade that knows what they're doing. They are currently probably #1 actually after that game if Cerberus wasn't there beforehand. Either way, they are top 1 and 2, and this is the Daytrade we know and love.
Absolutely, and I just love seeing how they've been able to broaden the horizon, where they were basically bunched up into a really tight area of play, and having some of all these exchanging between some of all the teams that are surrounding the area. But once they managed to open up a little bit of room, they just expanded all the way, and you saw that confidence in the play that they've made to close the game without even the slightest hesitation, with Norris just pushing all the way through. Daytrade just knows that this game just absolutely belongs to them. But we've seen a lot of great plays throughout the run so far, and it was really interesting to see this exchange between Reluctant Squad as well as AG, and how close it actually was for Reluctant Squad to take them down.
Yeah, definitely a dodgy fight for both teams. Reluctant Squad kind of had that initial split, but Armory Gaming was able to rip that split apart. It's a very quick finish to a fight for Daytrade, and one of the pivotal moments for them, getting that done so cleanly, means they have a lot more time to move into the zone. Shooting the kneecaps off of UNQ was one of the X-Men players, and unfortunately for X-Men, the fight that they probably so desperately wanted to win against Valee Tai on the edge just never ever went their way. I don't even think they were able to get more than 1 or 2 knocks, so it was unfortunate for them. And a nice attempt from Magnetic, I think, to deal with the Expendables, but you kind of look at the massive bowl that the Expendables had to play, and eventually I think you could figure out that Magnetic weren't going to be able to push much further. They were the ones that exposed, and it allowed Expendables to push them back. It also allowed Expendables to have a much better game. 10+ kills for them, I believe it was, and a top 3 finish. So yes, a certain resurgence from the Expendables. A nice double spray though from Nurans, and yeah, and it got to a point in that end game where it was all Daytrade. It was never not going to be Daytrade, and they net themselves that 13 kills.
Yeah, it was just another stellar run coming in from Daytrade, and right now claiming potentially the #1 spot, like you said, after, of course, the elimination of Cerberus Esports. Those Cerberus did manage to also get a couple of all these takedowns in this respective game. It's not as explosive as to what we see coming from the side of Daytrade. But looking back into some of all these situations for certain teams out there, which I felt could have actually capitalized a lot more in certain scenarios. eArena, I guess they just got into this really tight surrounding against Panic, where they can't exactly let them off the hook, even despite having teams like 𝐏𝐿𝐴 around the corner. That was also eventually Daytrade that had the last laugh, of course. So it was just so difficult for eArena to actually get the best out of these situations.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for both teams involved that they had to kind of commit to a compound from very early on. And I think what kind of solidifies that position is when the circle centers up on them. When the circle centers up and you're in a compound like that, it's hard to make the decision to leave, because you're in a center compound. Yeah, your neighbors, you're sharing it. It's never ideal, but it's a center compound. And if it continues to shift towards you, then remaining neighbors isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world. We see that kind of same effect happen with the apartments on Erangel. Yeah, you're sharing it with a bunch of other teams, but if the circle continues to shift towards you, then it doesn't actually end up being too bad for you, and you can still put up a fight. So for eArena and Panic, unfortunately the circle does shift off of them. Panic have to make their way out. eArena have to make sure they can deal with Panic, and other teams around them just make it a living nightmare for both those teams. But Daytrade dominant in that leaderboard, 23 for them. Another excellent game from the Expendables. Roy too, you pointed them out at the end of last game. They're up there in third. Valee tight as well, another team that wasn't necessarily doing super well, but having another consistent game with their form from game one and from second in the Thai League too. So it's again kind of one of those games where we're seeing the teams that aren't necessarily doing so well doing a lot better. Not as heavy in that favor as game one. Obviously Daytrade got the win, but it's another game to add to that narrative, Contra. It's another game that could make this leaderboard a little bit more crazy than it already is.
Yeah, it definitely will be. So I'm just waiting for a few more seconds when we do get into the total standings, and we'll see how exactly close this is, because we're looking at FTF basically flopping with only 1 point. We saw that formal fight through the hills where Valee absolutely displays them until Happy was the only one left alive. 150 points coming in for Daytrade after securing that chicken dinner, and there is just this gap between 1 as well as 2. Cerberus Esports at least will be pretty much happy for now. They still have chances, but look at what we have from 5th all the way down to 9th. Well, it's still going to be a really, really competitive run, while it is going to be some small gap in between where even Team Bliss will have a fighting chance to eventually close into the top 6.
And Bliss got pushed out of the top 6 by Valee that game specifically. And yeah, now there's a bit of a gap between 9th and 10th, but that's okay. It's like a 10-point gap. That's very easily made up. But yeah, one of those teams displaced. Valee moved themselves back up into I guess the top ranks on the leaderboard again, second in the Thai League. They probably have expectations of qualifying through to PGS 3 and 4. It was a desperate push for them in the playoffs, and so to see them here now in that top 6, it's definitely a confidence boost from them to be so close to falling out of the points. And then, of course, finally now they're in a spot to capitalize and qualify through to PGS 3 and 4. So it's a fantastic first few games, to be honest with you. You're about to go to break, but I think this has been a really excellent start to the night. This has been the teams that haven't necessarily done super well having a resurgence, coming back into the picture. It's been absolutely astonishing to see, and again, I'm very happy that we're witnessing it.
Yeah, and we do hope to see even more to come heading into the second half of our Daytrade run. So we'll catch a couple of minutes, and when we come back, we'll bring you more chicken dinners here in the APAC qualifiers of the PGS. So catch you guys soon.
Hey guys, this is 𝐏𝐿𝐴 from Team Bliss, and I'm ready to smash the Thailand Quiz 101.
Hello, I'm Sophia from Interforce 36 team, and today I'm gonna play Taiwan Games 1-1. Yeah, let's go. Maybe 𝐏𝐿𝐴 final answer. Oh. Pie chap Xiang. Yeah, that's correct. Yes. Number 1. Cha Long Cat Xiang. Oh. Yeah, okay, I think Pyran Net. Yeah, Pyran Net. Oh, oh. Okay. Fat Mon Ko Pong. いや、ナンバー3、リップって書いてあったから、ちょっとやばいかなと思って。RIP。Yeah, final answer. Fat Mon Ko Pong. Yeah, okay. Tom Yum Kai. Maybe noodle? No? Noodle? Okay. I think 𝐏𝐿𝐒 𝐀𝐏𝐀𝐒. Oh no! 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 Chance.
I have to say it like this. Okay, to prepare myself, I would 𝐿𝐒𝐀𝐀𝐒. 𝐿𝐒𝐀𝐀𝐒 for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Oh wait. Chatting with your part-time lover. Oh yeah. Yeah, but also my teammates are sometimes my part-time lovers too. Well, normally I'd just flush them. I'd kill them. So I would make sure that they never did that again. So I take them out of the game. So I'm gonna Ying Sam Fuyen.
Huh?
How did I say that? Yeah, Ying Sam Fuyen them is what I'm going to do. I'm gonna flush them, kill them. Fire you dead. Oh! Yeah, no, they're okay with it. It's okay. They like it. If your team gets winner chicken dinner, what will you do? I like to sing. I like to sing a lot. So when I win chicken dinner, I always sing. So sing is this middle one. It's To Hai Mia. To Ha Mia. For your girlfriend or wife. Yeah, that's singing. That's it. Yeah, maybe. Well, I see, after a tournament ends, we go down to our local bottle-o and we celebrate. That's what we like to do after our tournament, because we always win. We always win at the end of the tournament, yeah. So we always like to go celebrate. So I'm gonna go, oh my God. Pai Tam Bun is what we do. We celebrate. What is that? Oh. Sometimes we like to Pyranuet. How do you say that? We do that to each other at the end of the tournament. Like quit the game. Rip Kai Wong. Rip Kai Wong and leave the game. Gone. Exit. I uninstall the game. No more PUBG. Oh, what? No. I don't do that. 𝐿𝐒𝐾, yeah, that's like a yak. Yak's an animal. That's a cow. That's like a cow. Yeah, I'll try some yak. Yeah, 𝐿𝐒𝐾. Yeah. I should try that. Yeah. No, that's okay. Nah, it tastes nice. No, trust. Oh, 100%.
Please come to watch and support us in this PGS APAC qualifiers 2024.
Hey guys, I'm 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐿 from Team Bliss. I hope you support us and I hope we take out the dub. I hope we win.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. 𝐿𝐻𝐿's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hi, I'm Akita from Team Bliss, and today I'm going to be playing Thailand Questions 101. Fighting!
Hello, I'm 𝐷𝐿 from Team Cerberus PUBG. I will play APAC qualifier for PGS. Today, I'm gonna play a Thailand Quest 111. Let's go!
Rongfa Yaban. 33% chance. Rongfa Yaban. No. I need to get my eyes checked, you know? I like the sound of cowboy. That sounds fun. But Safan Kwai sounds very traditional. Yeah, it sounds pretty nice. I like the word paragon. I'll choose number 3, Safan Kwai. Yeah, it definitely sounds fun. Yeah, I'll bring Monty with me. I think A. Yeah. Yep, first one. The Nong. Okay. Nong Mi Fine Ru. Nong Mi Fine Ru Yang. All right. Okay. Oh, that one's hard. There's so many W's. I'm gonna have to choose the middle one. Dai Champ Lai. But I'm gonna gamble. Well, the bottom one kind of looks like it would be a slow word. Pai Fek Mamai. Mai Tao Rai. Nikon Rukai. Pai Fek Mamai. Yeah, you gotta tell them off after you beat them. They all work. You could say all of them. Team Fom Chump Nai. Team Fom Chump Wow. Team Fom Nang Sao. 90? I'll take it. I choose the bottom one. Team Fom Nang Sao. No. Yeah. I respect my enemies. We're all friends on the battlegrounds.
I think Gông phá giả bản. Gông lại là Gông phá giả bản. Yes. I'm from Thailand, bro. Xá phạt khoải à. Nhưng mà ta lấy cái câu được. Nón khó tan nồi. Nông khó tan nồi. Oh, what the Hai chắc đi. Nó kho tàng nói. Đã chập leo. Yeah. Đã chập leo. Em sẽ nói là bái phục mày đại. Câu số 3 nè. Bái phục mày đại. Bái phục mà mày. I'm the best. Tem 100 nè. Tem 100 nè. Yeah.
Thank you for cheering Team Bliss on. We're gonna qual, I promise. We're gonna do our best. And we're gonna beat them all. Fighting.
Please join in watching the APAC Qualifier tournament and cheer on the Cerberus PUBG team. Thank you. Love you guys.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. 𝐏𝐆𝐒's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back once again to the PGS APAC qualifiers as we're in phase 1 and you're in Daytrade. We've seen some explosive action happening through each respective map, and we're now getting ourselves ready for Taego. Of course, joining me is Extreme as we're going to be bringing you through all these chicken dinners, and my, that was a big round for Daytrade Gaming. And we also see the resurgence of a team that we have loved so much. The Expendables are now in the contest.
Yeah, it's honestly the resurgence for a lot of different teams. The teams that were previously kind of on the lower end of the leaderboard to suddenly decided that it's their time to play, and that they actually want to show up to this tournament in a really big way. And so throughout these first 3 games, we've seen those teams perform quite well. And there's not really one that I can put my finger on. It's kind of the majority of them. This day on day 3 just seems to be the time where these guys decide, okay, now we're used to the lobby. You know, we've had those first few days of play. Honestly, maybe it's that day break. You come out of the break, you've already done your VOD review, you've fixed up, you've ironed out those individual mistakes, the macro play, the kind of foundation of how you want to play these games is now set in stone. You know how to play the lobby, and so yeah, maybe that's coming into play a little bit. The teams that weren't really previously performing now suddenly are. And so if you haven't been here for the first few games and you just arrived during that break, that's the storyline so far. That's the narrative. And it's not one that I've just created myself. Go back and look at the games. These guys that certainly want this opportunity are acting like it. You know, now we're seeing these guys finally come into peak form. And the scary thing about that is I don't even think we've seen super peak form from a team like the Expendables. You know, we haven't seen peak form from a couple of other of those teams that are still in the running as well. So yeah, it's been a fantastic day so far.
It definitely is. And of course, that race for the 4 open slots out there is definitely up for grabs by all these teams that are currently vying for it. Wow, it's really tough to actually point a finger and say, hey, this team or that team actually has the better chance, especially now we still have a total of 9 more maps to play out. But Taego here will definitely give us a better picture as to how teams will be able to eventually position themselves a little bit better. And from the looks of it, of course, with some of all the rise as well as some of these hiccups coming from certain teams, Xavage men did start off the past 2 days on a very decent note, but start to see a little bit of a dip in terms of performance. I don't really think that they've been doing badly throughout the course of what we see so far in day 3, but certainly not at the same level of performance as compared to all the other teams that are really a lot hungrier, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, X-Men on day 2, they had a really good win. And off the back of that win, they seemed to at least build, but that was towards the end of day 2, unfortunately. And so they only had, I believe, 1 more game to really back that performance up and continue with that momentum. Now going into day 3, they seem to be a lot more complete. They seem to be here in a much bigger way than on those first 2 days. Because I think those first 2 days for X-Men were kind of just no-shows, essentially. And then so coming into the final couple games of day 2, they showed up, they got that win. Coming into day 3 as well, it seems like they're here at least. It seems like they're fighting. You know, the players on that team that we know that can be so insane in any lobby that you put them in are finally showing up to play. They seem to be filled with a little bit more confidence, and they're putting up a fight. In basically every game, that Erangel game, they put up a fight against Valee Thai. The Vikendi game that just then, they tried to put up a fight against, it was actually Valee Thai again. Okay, well, Valee Thai X-Men, they seem to be going at it, I suppose. But, you know, they're making these things happen. It's not like these attempts are falling super flat. You know, they're getting things done here and there. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from X-Men so far. Again, a roster that can certainly really pop off. You know, if all those pieces kind of come together, it's a stacked roster with talent and experience, mind you. So hopefully that continues to happen throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, we'll definitely love to actually see if they can make the cut. And then we also do have Magnetic that have been able to really position themselves really well to try to secure themselves a spot towards each respective end game of those maps, but it didn't really seem like they've had really the cleanest of fights so far. We have seen them trying to actually trade off against the Expendables, but of course with a little bit of widespread and a lot of area of coverage coming from the side of the Expendables sees them besting out Team Magnetic. I guess like it's really how they would actually try to take better positions in some of these team fights in order to be able to reap rewards out of it. But I'm hoping to actually see much more out of Magnetic, because they are currently in between the lines here, almost being bested by even Team Bliss when it comes down to some of all these battles for position. And I think, like, so far, Oceania definitely has impressed me with some of their performances, especially coming from the side of Team Bliss. I love the initiatives coming from 𝐏𝐆 and the rest of the team, and hopefully if they do get another chicken dinner, they should be putting themselves up to a really firm hole. So of course, as we get ourselves ready for Taego, what is to be expected in this map entirely?
Anything, Contra. Anything can happen on Taego. Look, a lot of team fights, a lot of excitement, certainly in the near future. Taego, one of those maps that just kind of delivers a lot of the time that we play it. I mean, it's fascinating because of how often you end up just having hill fights. I mean, the compounds can remain kind of the same to Erangel Miramar, although they are often much closer to the forests and the trees and the hills. But the team fights, obviously, they're the highlight of Taego, and you see them everywhere, from the fields to the hills to the cities to the palaces, to basically everywhere on the map. It's 4v4 central out here on Taego, and so hopefully that's what we get. I have no doubt that we will. I don't really even know kind of what my ideal circle on Taego right now is. I know that I have an affinity for a circle that ends kind of around Hosan Prison, somewhere there. I know that I have an affinity for circles that end northeasterly as well. There's so many fields up there. It just becomes kind of chaos, and the compounds can get quite limited. That northern island, obviously, if you end kind of on the center of that massive mountain, that can be quite exciting as well. But apart from that, I don't really have a circle that I so desperately desire on Taego. Do you have a circle that you really want to see?
You know, great minds do think alike, because the first thing out of my mind was actually Hosan Prison, but
yeah.
I wonder if we actually do get that. And just thinking about how the layout of Taego kind of looks like, at least from this perspective, if you kind of reverse the map, it may actually look a little bit like Erangel, but course.
Yeah, true.
It is a little bit smaller as compared to certain areas for them to play out. So it being in the island definitely would prove to be a challenge for some of all these teams who like to play a little bit more on the central field, or even the mainland, to be specific, with this flight path coming through from the northeast as well as the southwest. Basically everywhere is up for grabs, but we are seeing a little bit of contest going on in certain parameters, especially between Roy as well as Panic. So we'll see how they will settle the scores, while there are also other regions that will see close proximity between the teams. And look what we have, potentially a gold out ending right off
maybe
our first circle.
I mean, we often see endings kind of just outside that circle, or outside Godok, sorry. There's the bit of a God compound that a lot of teams usually opt for. So this hot drop, though, saw this the other day, and I don't think throughout the couple of games on Taego we've actually seen a clear victor. I might have to remind myself and go back to the first Taego we played. But as far as I'm aware, I don't think we've had a clear victor. I think they've either both gone their separate ways, or there's been a survivor both times. I do remember in that Taego on day 2, both these teams decided to share, not really get engaged in the fight because the circle was central on Yongchon, so they both didn't really have any incentive to fight. But again, I don't think we've seen a clear victor. I could be wrong about that on day 1. There was certainly a hot drop that came to fruition. But yeah, it's one of these things where it looks like at least the intent of both these teams is to drop, see what happens. Maybe an opportunity opens up against the competing team. And then if nothing does, just go our separate ways. And no harm, no foul. We will play from the east side of the city or the west side of the city, depending on where we drop. And usually it seems like Panic like to drop on the eastern side, and Roy will take the western side, which arguably on this zone, much better than the side that Panic has landed on. Roy been able to claim a couple cars, And that's going to really hinder a Panic's attempts at getting into this zone. They're close enough to where they can do it on foot, but eventually you're probably going to need those cars. And again, yeah, it's just one of those hot drops that isn't really hot. It's actually quite a cold drop. They both go their separate ways. No one really wants to commit and lose players off the bat. And for both Roy and, oh my gosh. You thought you were going to get some information, Delwyn? You thought you were going to go up into the sky and look at some ideal compounds? No, you are not allowed to do that.
And he just got caught off there by X-Men. Well, that is a really rough start for the side of the Expendables. Hopefully they will be able to at least give him a little bit of room to breathe still. Xavier, of course, caught him off the
he
glider.
Was just rotating. It wasn't even like I'm going to send it to the center zone to look for information. He was just rotating to the next compound. It was just his vehicle was the glider at that point.
Yeah, and I guess that there should be just about enough room for him to go for a pickup there. So I guess this is the reason why, like most players don't really fancy using the glider as, the safest alternative to really move around the map. So stick to the wheels. Well, the Expendables, they had a really good run on for the previous matchup, but I wonder if this is going to be good for them because they are still very close to the rest of X-Men. Still lurking around the terminal, not letting it go just yet. Some shots coming in from another squad, it seems. It is X-Men that will basically push 777 back into the terminal, so they really got to figure out an alternative route to really cut across.
Unicorn Cyber, kind of the only team in Go Doc. Well, they are the only team in Go Doc. They've got a nice 2-2 outside of it. That's center of the zone if you are just tuning in. A lot of the teams opting to go towards the south. The Palace Bridge is currently, well, it's not really occupied by Magnetic, but they're certainly putting pressure towards it. Thunders is the closest, and Cerberus are going to have to back off. Can't really afford to drive down that bridge with 3 or 4 DMRs aimed at your heads, so they don't want to risk it. You're going to have to choose another option. But that for Cerberus, that means they're going to have to go more westerly. And more westerly is where a lot more teams are. You've got Reluctant Squad kind of holding near that kind of double bridge that's got one bridge on top, one bridge on the bottom. You've got eArena that's right next to that bridge that could really cause trouble for Cerberus. And then you've got Team Bliss kind of above them. So this bridge next to Palace is mostly ideal for Cerberus. They could make a swim, but I don't think that's super ideal. So for Cerberus, it might have to be go west, but if they go west, well, there's a little bit more pressure here than just Magnetic.
Yeah, we're looking into the mini-map. There's already so many teams like you mentioned early on. The only bridge without a team guarding it at the moment is all the way into Yeoncheon, which is a lot further away from where they are currently positioned. So it definitely will be very challenging. And I think swimming at this rate isn't exactly going to be cutting it because they're going to lose their vehicles and there's still so much to play for here. It's still phase 1. So most likely or not, they will just try to basically book it, even if they have to convoy with 4 vehicles and maybe lose 1 member. So as eArena journeys in deeper into the territories, they will cut across the fields, and there will be members of Team Bliss waiting around that sector. So hopefully Taker's going to be able to survive out of that, while the rest of Daytrade, they are just taking it a little bit slower, 1 step at a time, and might be able to actually catch out some members out of FTF that has been moving in from the Southern Plains. So Daytrade, they're definitely not in any form of pressure. This team currently sitting at the top of the table with 150 points with a very healthy lead against Cerberus Esports. So they could basically chill off for the first 10 minutes if they really want to. But of course, PG's points on the line. They still have to work hard for that. Team Bliss, so far, having great bird's eye view across the region, as the team coming from OCE so far has been having a great run today. Definitely want to add more points on the block in order to overtake Thai Esports, which is currently 6 points to be able to equal the amount that is being set by the Thai team. And Daytrade Esports so far, we definitely have a lot of room for them to wiggle with.
Armory taking an early fight. Pretty standard at this point. Stopping E36 from crossing that bridge on the north. Daytrade still doing what they're doing in Hosan, just looting up. Eventually we'll have to move to the north, but they don't seem, like you said, to be at all bothered by it. This is the fight I was talking about. It wasn't really a fight. Just E36 trying to cross that bridge. Armory Gaming denying any space. They lose one as they approach. Still getting shot at as well off in the distance, but it's not Armory Gaming this time round. Instead, it's RXE. And X-Guy gets knocked out of the car, and 100% will be flushed as well. Not a good start for RXE. They started the night quite well. A game that they should certainly have built some momentum off. It was a couple members DCing, lobby issues for them, and they managed to recover to get a decent amount of points. But since then, it's been kind of wishy-washy for RXE, sitting down there in 14th. But at least a good start to the night for them. Armory Gaming now enter the blue. As you can see on your left-hand side, RXE, Armory Gaming, the two teams in the blue. But justifiably so. They have to deal with the problems in front of them before they can actually approach that so desirable white zone.
Yeah, at least for the first phase, they could still tank out some of all the damage coming in from the blue. While E36, they may have to deal with the rest of Xavage men when they do cut across that bridge. While the rest of Cerberus Esports have been able to make pass by booking their spot into Palace, and will try to also look for some opportunities against Magnetic. But we're looking at the members of TE getting taken out. Megvlos there with some really, really clean shots.
I didn't even see that in the picture-in-picture. I was looking at the map, and then I looked at him taking those shots. I thought they weren't actually going to hit, but they certainly do hit. And yeah, it's more troubles for the Expendables. That zone isn't really forgiving for a lot of teams either. Bliss in the center, eArena with a decent shot too. Reluctant Squad holding down the southeasterly part, Panic on the northwest. So a few teams will be happy, but a lot of them were going to have to move in and probably take fights for spots inside that zone. Valee Esports starting off well as they have been all night. 2 kills for them, and those shots from Megalos certainly inspire him a little bit more. Nice rotate from Daytrade off in the emergency pickup. I feel like this is probably a realistic play for them. They were so delayed in that blue. Coming down or coming up from the south, you can justify the use of an emergency parachute in this setting. And again, on Tago, so many different hills and trees and fields to play, so Daytrade should be okay. Unicorn Cyber, well, they're hearing eArena pop off in the distance, I believe, but right now what their problem is their side of the zone. They've got to defend it. X-Men, their priority number 1, their target number 1. I don't think Roy really get involved here. They might just cause a little bit of a nuisance. Unicorn Cyber having to deal with multiple teams. One of them's right next to them, the other one's rotating past them, but they've done it cleanly. No members of Unicorn Cyber have gone down just yet.
Yeah, meanwhile, Roy got off of the hook as well while they are just hoping to pass by. But where exactly will Roy go is the question, because all the hills have been occupied by Valee Esports further up the north point, and it's not going to be easy fending off against eArena directly in the center. And speaking of which, immediately, Jacob goes to work, finding 2 members inside of X-Men. Xavier down on the count, and there's not much cover left. While the cover fire comes in from inside of Pain, we'll be able to have him be able to claim that one for free, turns it down immediately upon sight. Well, this is just a slugfest between teams in these open fields.
Yeah, nice recovery from X-Men. They lose another one though. The pressure from eArena is still very much in the picture, and it might be the end of X-Men if they're not able to get a couple more knocks onto eArena. eArena just dealing with the teams that are rotating past them. It's Roy again, rotating past a fight that they probably want to get involved in, but just can't limit stopping, or risk stopping, sorry. Another nade from Tigger, and Tarnished is down. Pain, 1 HP. Stuck inside that foldable greenhouse, or whatever you want to... I still don't know what those buildings are called, but looks like kind of like a greenhouse at least. Either way, I don't think X-Men's going to survive for much longer. And eArena continue their tradition of just racking up kills in the mid-game. Phase 2, Phase 3, it seems where they do their best work. And right now, there's nothing indicating to me that that's going to be any different. Pain, again, through the windows, shot at. Can't shoot through the thin tarp that covers him, so he's safe for the moment, but eArena will slowly stranglehold him until there's nothing left.
Yeah, there's just not much that they could basically play off from Wild Tigers. Also dropping some huge grenades, but risking his life for it. Shots coverage coming in from the side of Monty as Team Bliss having some open split, and they found Tigger in the head. What a shot that was from Monty. And CZ's going to also go in for a little bit more of that tap. Slight work has been able to secure it for Team Bliss. This circle most likely will pull towards the way of Team Blitz, but we'll see whether it's going to be any form of hardship. While some of the teams are just loitering around the rim of the circle to see if they're going to be able to get a little bit more out of it.
Dude.
Well, what are the chances that it will end up in that tiny little island with those care packages over on there?
That zone.
I'm not sure, but I don't think anyone's going to swim for it.
Either way, that zone is punishing. Either way, even if it doesn't end up on that island, that zone sucks for so many teams. Bliss in a fantastic spot. FTF in a seriously good spot, sat in that compound 4-man up. X-Men, they fall to a combination of FTF and eArena. Unicorn Cyber, kind of their first test this game. If they pass this, maybe they're in for a good one. 𝐼𝐸 rotating very close, and I don't think many of the 𝐼𝐸 members are going to be able to get away with this. Sabau's been run over. That's Fap with the heroic drive-by play. He's got a second one as well. I guess I should never, ever count out Fap. Every time he's put in a tough situation, he seems to exceed expectations. But traded back, though, by 𝐿𝐷𝐷, and the rest of Unicorn Cyber now look to finish off 𝐼𝐸, stop them from causing any more damage. A game that could have been good from either teams is now basically down to a 2v2. Manhung could get rezzed. 𝐿𝐷𝐷 up close. Nades will be thrown back and forth until we find our victor. 𝐿𝐷𝐷 just managing to survive while that res comes off. Manhung being up here is so valuable, but 𝐿𝐷𝐷 doesn't really see it that way. He's being pressured. Good cover, but bullets coming in from the backside. Danahan, what can he do? Caught in the open. 𝐿𝐷𝐷's not enough. It has to be this 1v2 from Destroy now. A nade will go towards Danahan, potentially good enough to knock him, but after that, he's got to win that 1v1 battle. That first aid's not going to help him out through the doorway. It's the AK. It's clean on the AK. Maybe a second one here onto Danahan, getting shot in the background. Destroy has this all to do. 15 HP. He's going to go for that flush, but I think that's going to cost him. Danahan moving inside the building. His 1v1 is going on for so long. He tries to get the first aid off, and Destroy just cannot get it done. 𝐼𝐸 with 4. Cerberus HiMash trying to third party, gets nothing. But what a 4v4 that we just witnessed.
Yeah, and it's just incredibly damaging from both ends. And we see the zone really pressuring Destroy to heal up. He didn't really have time. He didn't really have that space, and eventually had to tap out. Now, I don't even think that Tahan will be able to survive for way too long, because eventually when he closes in, Cerberus will be able to gate him off of the field. So it's still considered a hefty loss, but still points being gained from both ends. Well, we have Shanks now in a little bit of trouble here with Daytrade putting on the pressure. There is also a straight bullet that lands from the back, and that won't be able to at least take down Flash, as he will basically press on forward to find the rest of Armory Gaming. Oh, this is definitely going to be a tough position, especially with the full squad panic from the back. Dusky managing to basically seek him out. Well, Daytrade only has Belmoth left. What can he do? He's on these wheels, and he will also be shut out by Dusky.
What a golden opportunity for Panic to capitalize on. We don't get that island just yet. I don't know if we'll ever see it in PUBG Esports. I feel like if it goes towards that island, there's always better options for the circle to shift to. But again, unforgiving as ever. Little bit of water still in. Bliss in prime position to take the win. I think they just want to group up. Maybe no point just aggressing up on top of that hill, keeping control of it. But if they're feeling confident, then I can't judge them for doing so. Panic capitalized on that opportunity, of course, with Daytrade stuck in between Armory and them. It was easy pickings for the boys in blue. Well, boys in red, maybe. I guess their logo is red. Either way, Armory's still here and a threat as ever. But it's kind of just DMR fights from now with Panic and Armory Gaming. If they were to commit to this fight, it probably wouldn't be a smart use of either of these teams' times, especially considering neither of them are in zone. So these DMRs will continue to sound off, continue to ring out, but I'm not sure how much more commitment either of these guys want to actually get involved in when right now they're not even inside the zone.
Yeah, it's tough, and they really do want to seek out for some really golden spots. And I'm looking at the rest of Bliss really having a really good run here, especially in an important round like this. If they do secure that chicken dinner by the end of it all, or basically defend till the top 4, this could basically send them all the way up there. Now, Panic's going to be able to have one member taken out there with a sharp shot over onto the head of James. But 𝐏𝐆𝐒's going to be able to actually secure it and steal that away from the hands of Panic. While that exchange goes through, Armory slowly losing members one after another. And Dusky so far so on point in this matchup, just really paying out everybody out from the high grounds. Roy so far with the compound being held over north side should be able to hear all that ruckus, but not able to join in. Armory shut off, and Panic so far having such a great opening to the round.
Yeah, Panic moved themselves in kind of before Armory do, and as soon as Armory go to take that space, Panic's ready for them. So well played so far from Panic. About to go up against their OC rivals as well from Challenger Rumble with Bliss inside that compound, but not a fight that's yet going to happen. And so we move to this eastern side where a lot of teams are currently vying for position. Reluctant Squad close to Magnetic. Probably a couple other teams that want to get involved. FTF could probably leave that compound, run across the road, maybe look for some third party. Oh, 75 or 70 damage, sorry, off the back of the car. Probably not a good sign as you enter this fight with Magnetic, as you enter the territory of FTF. Reluctant Squad have to be so careful. They might not be in nade range, but those smokes don't last forever. Thanawat's got the flank. I didn't even realize. I did not even realize he was this far behind them. Thunders with the initial grenade. Flucky, Thanawat, Thunders, they all combine. They've completely surrounded Reluctant Squad, and it couldn't be easier for them. Thanawat down to Happy. FTF now maybe wanting to get involved, but it couldn't be clean up or Magnetic. Reluctant Squad have been torn apart, and now there's only one left.
And Thanawat basically opened up this opening, a huge area of play to shut off the rest of Reluctant Squad completely. So it's definitely a worthy sacrifice for the rest of Magnetic. And now they get that free pass over the south side. I say free. What's even better is for Team Bliss to be able to really hold on to that prime estate. The only area that is going to be flocked by the rest of the squad coming from the north, and it's going to be Panic journeying their way into the compound. So it's going to be the battle between two OCE teams to see who will be able to survive the telltale. Lightwork catches one and immediately turns it down Akita.
That's the opening, but he's so low. Has to go to the SLR, and that's decent damage, but 𝐏𝐆𝐒's nade helps him out in that 1v1, wins it out for him. Bliss down to 2 now. Panic up with 4. Make that 3. Insight will finish off Lightwork. PB on the backside though. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 caught out, put down to 1 HP. Insight needs to help his boy out right now. Panic are putting too much pressure onto the members of Team Bliss. This is an isolated fight, but not for long. Roy Esports on the northern side. They certainly want to third party this, and there you go. Killfeed lights up with Duckmeyer's nade. Valee Thai certainly want to get involved too. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 last up. What can he really do against a 4-man and Panic? It's not even going to be Panic to finish him off. It's Roy getting ever more aggressive into this fight. And I think that's Panic having to back out of the compound now entirely. That's Roy's to behold. Except you can't forget about Valee Thai. They are here. They're on top of this hill. They've got the high ground, and Simon T was left behind as the anchor. He's lost his life for it. He did God's work, but unfortunately not accounting for Valee Thai. Suspect on the other side of the road, let's say, lining him up, but the shots weren't good enough to take. So Valee Thai, they've got spots in the zone, no reason to commit, but certainly they'll stick around and see what they can get done.
Yeah, it was so unfortunate for Team Bliss. They were overwhelmed coming from 2 directions. Roy taking onto the right side of the compound, and the greenhouse sector isn't exactly the safest spot for them to actually hold out, and Panic just quickly taking them down. Whereas Magnetic, with that free spacing from the south, will be able to spot out members on the side of Cerberus instead. So long pot shots coming from the DMRs as they are seeking out for Salalzi. FTF also being caught in between this ruckus. It's going to be trick left for the Indonesians. While he's trying to actually hold on, there's Valentine members shooting from across to eliminate the members of Cerberus instead. And that will be Cerberus ending up on 6. And quickly as it goes, what are those shots coming from Magnetic?
So clean. Is this finally the game where we don't see them up as 2 doing well? Instead, it's 3. Look at the zone control they've got. Valee Thai, I mean, they're a threat in this. Can't forget about them. They've got 6 of their own. 4 up as well, but Magnetic's position might just be better than what Valee have, and they've got the zone as well. Valee need to leave that hill that's done them so well so far. Thunders has that initial knock. Latte, I don't think he's going to get res. They need to send a member of Valee towards his tree, put that smoke cover up, then get that res. 𝐏𝐿𝐴 close, and he's got a couple nades in nade range, or almost maybe to that next rock, and he can get something done. Also aware of Kiss's position. So this is looking better and better for Magnetic. The team on the cusp of that top 6, putting in some big numbers this game. Kiss is trying to make that cross. He's hit once, but I think he's made it. 𝐏𝐿𝐴, now the onus is on you to push up ever closer, get that grenade. Well, that down is almost acting as a bait for 𝐏𝐿𝐴 to run up that way and throw a nade at that rock, but I think the members of Valee will be ready for it. 𝐏𝐿𝐴, is there an LOS that he can use? Look at those members, so low. One nade would spell doom for both, but he remains as stoic as ever, passive, waiting for another opportunity.
Yeah, the opportunity will eventually come once again. Well, all these smokes really giving Valee Esports a little bit more room to at least work around for the moment, but they're not exactly in the zone just yet, but once they do step foot inside Magnetic, they've already got all eyes on them. And look at Thunders, already squeezing them by the corners of the tree. And honestly, from Thunder's position, he sees everything, including the entirety of Panic Esports closing in. Unfortunately enough, like, they don't really have enough coverage coming in, but he does not need that help. He immediately catches onto Dusky, and he will make quick work of that. 𝐴𝐿𝐴 hiding on these corner of the wall, and 𝐷𝐿𝐴, he's gonna have another one peeking through, and he will just immediately obliterate Planet Esports. Just troop this point blank shot.
Well, Valee have made their choice. Time to push into the compound. More sharp shots. Everyone in this lobby is using some sort of aimbot, I can tell. It's good from both Magnetic and Valee right now. They seem to be really on point. Should be a formality to deal with Zest. Last one up for Roy. Nade's going into the correct building. I think Valee knows where he is. That one might deal a little bit of damage, but it won't flush him out. It's going to require a little bit more from Valee. But all the while, Magnetic get closer and closer. 𝐏𝐿𝐴 is pushing up that hill. They'll flush out 𝐷𝐿𝐴, so they know it's just one up. They should know that there's 3 members of Magnetic. Valee need to be accounting for that as well. I think they're submitting. They should know that by committing 4 members to this compound, yes, you're able to deal with Roy, but in the meantime, you've let Magnetic get closer and closer. And I think Valee know that. They aren't exposing themselves, immediately running out of the buildings, running out onto the fence. They're certainly aware that Magnetic will be surrounding them. 2 of Magnetic close. Thunders is one, 𝐏𝐿𝐴 is the other, and Flocky's the guy on the background, moving up in the car. I think Thunder's smartly backing off as well. It might be too much of a commitment. I don't think Magnetic want to risk too many lives right now. Already up to 11, and they have looked incredibly sharp. This is a Magnetic that we've wanted to see this whole time, but every time they've been in a situation like this, they've been up as 2. They still have 11 kills, but they've only been up as 2. So this is a bit of a different look for Magnetic, but it's one that I've wanted to see this entire tournament. And finally, we get a little bit more of a challenge for them. It's a 3 versus 4, and I seriously don't even doubt Magnetic can pull it off.
Yeah, just looking at their position, there's just barely any room for Valee Esports to exit. And the moment that they do step out, they need to ensure that they funnel whatever amount of members to clear off that one angle and then work towards the other members of Magnetic.
This is so perfect because Valee have to leave to that north. I don't think their option is to go south and fight towards Thunders, but Thunders has the entire push up that hill covered. As soon as one of these Valee members starts pushing up that hill, that is just pure information gained for Flocky and 𝐏𝐿𝐴, and they can make their plays based off that. If there's pressure that Thunders is going to apply, then it's certainly pressure that the rest of Magnetic will act upon. So this is perfect, perfect crossfire right now for Magnetic.
Yeah, just perfect angles from all around. So Magnetic, they're just basically buying as much time till Valee Esports eventually make a move. But what exactly would be the decision? If they could get that catch onto Thunders, that's going to be huge for Valee Esports. But it's so hard to actually spot him out despite him just hiding right behind that rock. And the longer that they wait, Fuki as well as 𝐏𝐿𝐴, they will get those perfect angles from the top end as well. So it is definitely going to be really difficult as UNQ has already been spotted out. Well, exchanges goes through. Only a couple of chip damage so far. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 just have to submit to this, while the rest of Valee Esports, they're not really supplementing all too much. Now, with all these smokes, they could basically push through.
They're running up the hill. It's all on Thunders now. He's got to apply enough pressure. Flucky gets the first. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 completely caught off guard. They're running straight back down the hill. As soon as they go up, Thunders tells them to go back down. One has remained on hide, though. Whether that information slipped past Thunders is unknown at this point. But that could be the key factor in allowing Valley to win. But 𝐿𝐻𝐿's position is enough to pressure Valley back towards that compound. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 finally flushed out. All the members of Valley have managed to get themselves back up to basically full HP, but all of those smokes basically for nothing. They used them to push up the hill, and they were still caught out by Thunders. Thunders' spot is absolutely godlike right now. He has to move, but he has that road ridge to play with. So the information for Thunders and the play that he's able to make will remain the same, whether or not Valley, I suppose they have to make that cross in the timing. As Thunders is running across or towards that road, is when Valley have to move up that hill. And I think they know that too. They know that Thunders Rock is eventually going to be pushed out of zone. When that happens is when Valley's play can be made. They see smokes as well. It could be go time here for Valley. If they wanted to push up that hill, now's the chance.
Yeah, they're definitely making this decision, as they also do spot out 𝐿𝐻𝐿 popping up for only a glimpse.
Oh, this is even better.
Yeah, and Thunders, he just got himself another great area to play with. So honestly, there's no way out for the side of Valee Esports. Now funnel into a corner. So it's all about needing to get a perfect shot, maybe at the side of Thunder. Then they could basically work up that hill. But it's such a tough decision to make here. Getting the boosters up, I don't think that they have all too much of a supply. 3 more smokes in the back for the side of 𝐿𝐻𝐿. 2 frag grenades. Maybe that will be expended in 20 more seconds or so when phase 8 closes in at a P90 in hand. So Magnetic playing absolutely patiently. They have nothing to rush for. I mean, Thunder, he just got all the angle coverage that they need.
And off the back of Thunder's angle as well, he realizes that that Flucky and 𝐿𝐻𝐿, they don't need to be separated right now. Thunders has basically everything covered, so just make sure you're in trading range. If they do actually push up that hill, if I do miss my shots, if they do find some sort of LOS, then just make sure you guys are together. I've got everything else. So Valley have that P90. They've got the smoke launchers. They have resources still, even though we saw that entire hillside covered in smokes just moments ago. They still have some to expend, and they will do just that. They are going to make that push towards Thunders. I think that's the play. The man advantage, or the strength for Magnetic, I think is known from Valley. They've known that there's been 2 up here or around this area for the majority of the time, so it makes sense for them to isolate the one player. The one player they can guess is alone, and that's Thunders right now. But the spot he's in, I don't doubt that he'll be able to put a lot of hurt towards Valley. They start to get ever closer. That P90, will it come into play? Latte tried to get cheeky, denied in an instant. Thunders with that godlike position rings out once more.
And Flicky's out of any form of utils other than meds. So he's got to find a certain angle to basically fight off the rest of the oncoming attack of Valee Esports. Now, a lot of the advantages have been given over as Valee slowly claims a little bit more spacing of their own. A flash being popped towards the side of 𝐾𝐿. I don't think they spot out just yet. And Thunders has to quickly clip 𝐿𝐻𝐿 in time before soaking up the grenade. Creates a little bit more spacing for himself while Latte tries to pepper up 𝐿𝐻𝐿. They manage to go for it at 1-for-1. So 2 members remain on each side as they will try to reposition, but hugging by the corner of the tree. Now they will be able to go in for an exchange. Magnetic down to 1. So it's all in the hands of Fluky. Can he actually get it? And it will be Valee Esports that claims the chicken dinner instead.
Not the team you expected to win that, was it? But certainly the team that earned it. It's a smart play to let that zone close in. Let all the advantages that Magnetic have kind of just dissipate. Let them become not as good as they once were. And when it comes down to it, that terrain at the end of the day was kind of open. It kind of allowed Valley to take those 1v1s, utilize the utility that they had, that Molotov onto the tree. That Magnetic player was clutch, and then of course from there they just grouped together, used that manpower that they have and close out that win. I thought for certain that Magnetic would win that game, but Valee proved me completely wrong. It's disappointing for Magnetic to see them fall in a moment where all of a sudden they have more manpower than they usually do in these end games, but it is incredibly inspiring that despite all that advantage, Valee were able to pull off that win. That probably puts them in a very good standing on the leaderboard and pushes Magnetic down further than they would like. Still a good game from Magnetic, but a much better performance from Valee.
Yeah, I certainly love to be proven wrong in such a manner where with great utility usage heading into the end game. For a moment, I thought that they're just going to expend all that smoke and try to bum rush either one of the members of Magnetic, but Magnetic definitely took the long approach and eventually have compromised on certain areas. And we're seeing a lot of interesting plays happening across, especially this fight between Unicorn Cyber as well as Rapsite, which leaves it down to 1. Destroyer was so close to catching Tanan, but zone pressuring him into healing up, and there was basically no time, no space for him to work with. And then it was just a lot of hectic fights, especially Panic managing to basically outfight some of all these members of Team Bliss. And we had Magnetic opening up with a big win by sacrificing Tanawat and claiming that south side, which have given them that free space to work with by the end game.
Yeah, that was a hero play from Tanawat. You can't help but think, what if they had him up in that end game though, right? That's the one kick up for this entire Magnetic game is, what if we had 4 up? What if Tanawat never went for that hero play? Do we still win that fight? Because I think they still win that fight against Reluctant Squad. I still think they had the advantage secured, but Tanawat, made it certain. But then, of course, Magnetic had only 3 in that end game. Valee take full advantage of that. They pull off a win that I certainly never expected them to get, but happy that they did. The team that, again, second in the Thai league, seems to be living up to their name as we enter probably the final stages of this tournament. We've past the halfway now mark now, very much so, and we're entering crunch time, I suppose. If it wasn't crunch time when we started the night, then it of course is now. You are losing opportunities to perform, and thankfully Valee seem to be swooping them up as they come.
Yeah, and that's a hefty amount of points garnered from this round itself. They were dealing with a lot of different oncoming attacks. Initially, there was Cerberus Esports and some members on the side of Daytrade challenging them as well. And thankfully enough, with that form of split, they've been able to basically take multiple angles and then eventually cover up some of all these tight areas, especially moving into the compound to challenge some of the members of Panic, which they have been able to successfully claim eventually. So that allowed them a lot more of a shelter compared to some other squads over on to the outskirts, where you see every other area was having Magnetic's field of view to be able to slowly pick each respective players apart, and then came down to that 2 squads fighting out for that chicken dinner. So was there any form of moment where Magnetic could have actually closed it out a little bit cleaner? I wouldn't really want to say that, hey, okay, this for sure. Like we thought that it would have been the big win for them, but it ended up in such a manner where Valee eventually not only have the numbers advantage to trade out, but basically outsmarted them in that battle itself.
Yeah, I think they obviously had a really good advantage, but I think Valee kind of played it to a point. They were passive enough to where those advantages just kind of disappeared, and they weren't as good as they previously were. They probably could have acted off Thunder's pressure a little bit more. Maybe they could have done something, weaken the members of Valee when they did kind of have that mini exchange when Magnetic were able to kill one of Valee, but who knows. Either way, it's a fantastic game for both teams. Only 2 points separate them in the match leaderboard. Panic get a nice 12. That's good for their efforts to make it into the top 6. Roy with 9. More consistency coming out from them. FTF remain relatively consistent with their kills per game. Bliss as well up there. Cerberus too remain consistent. RXC little bit of a fall off from them, but look, the rest of that leaderboard is pretty standard. Armory Gaming with only 2 points, not the usual kind of 4 to 6 in phase 1, phase 2, but the 2 is at least something. And the Expendables, not such a good game from them. Same with Reluctant Squad. They just got ripped apart. No chance for them really. And yeah, Daytrade, I guess the only outlier there with 1.
Yeah, and they only added 1 point where they left off with that massive win back into the other map, which was Candy, I do believe. So with that all add up together, Cerberus will be chasing them in retrospect, of course, with 136 points, and FTF so far holding firmly onto third for a couple of games now. But with Valeti's huge chicken dinner, this gap is starting to close up from the side of the Thai squads, moving in as we see 4 teams from Thailand really neck and neck from 4th all the way down to 7th. So still anyone's here to take, but definitely for the Thai fans, they're loving what they're seeing, because most likely than not, they're going to see a lot more faces in the global runs here if this continues to be the case.
Yeah, it's weird as well, because you and I casted we casted playoffs, and the Valee Thai we saw in playoffs is nothing like we just saw. You know, again, they were on the cusp of not even qualifying for the grand finals, and all of a sudden we find ourselves here when they're contesting for 3rd, maybe even close enough to contest for 2nd and 1st, given these last couple games, or maybe even as we move into tomorrow. So it's one of the biggest comebacks of the entire APAC qualifiers so far from Valee Thai. And off the back of fantastic performances from Latte in the playoffs, it seems like he's inspired his teammates. It's not just Latte anymore who's performing for Valee Thai. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 has seemed to come into his own. I'll look up the kill stats for that team in a moment when that Twire does update, but because I'm certainly curious to see who's on top. I don't think it's Latte. I think it's someone else. It might even be 𝐏𝐿𝐆𝐒. Either way, that team has certainly decided to just perform better, and it's fantastic to see. Again, expectations for them will be high. 2nd in the Thai league, of course, probably 100 or so points away from eArena, but that doesn't really change the expectations. You came 2nd. So going into the PGS 3 and 4 qualifiers, coming from that very strong region, which is Thailand, you expect to be up there fighting for those international slots. And here they are, finally fighting for those international slots.
Yeah, and when we look into this squad, it really shows a lot of potential of what they could potentially do once they do set foot into the international rounds. And today, we definitely see a lot more involvement coming in from 𝐏𝐿𝐆. And almost every single round, he's got some really high average damage to be done out, as well as numbers of kills to be acquired. So, you know, maybe the coach gave them a heavy pep talk and say, hey, you can't just basically base it off of Latte. And I don't know what went on from there, but it certainly have worked out for the team. So Valee Thai Esports, all they really have to do is just basically carry this forward into Miramar, which, you know, back in playoffs, they've seen a lot of successful runs. And then on that final day, it almost looked like a flop, but they did manage to save it by the tail end of that match. So we're going to see a lot of back-to-back rounds of Miramar from, of course, end of today, heading into tomorrow's run, opening with those 2 matches. So this is definitely a good starting point for these teams to really get really firmly adjusted to this crunch hour that we have heading into the...
Valee Thai's kills. 𝐏𝐿𝐆 is on 16, Latte is on 16, and 𝐾𝐆 is on 15. That was before that game. But that is seriously close kill numbers, where in the playoffs, Latte had 27 and his teammates had 15 to 17 apiece. Now it is all evened out, bar UNQ, who's on 9. So I'm just going to assume he's the IGL. So yes, 𝐏𝐿𝐆 16, Latte 16, 𝐾𝐆 15, and again, that was before that game, so their kill numbers are going to be much higher than I have mentioned. But it goes to show that the consistency is finally there. Every member is showing up for Valee Thai, and that's what you need. You cannot have just one player doing it all. You need everyone firing on all cylinders. And finally, yes, we have seen the team that came 2nd in Thai League kind of live up to their name.
That's right, and now heading into Miramar, Valee Thai Esports have definitely had very interesting ways to basically work out that magic, and so far taking some really good spots to set up some choke points in the early game, and eventually having some really good angles to work it off. So if they could basically have similar ideas of how they've been able to play out from the playoffs run and heading into these finals, it should be pretty good for them as we move into our final 2 maps of the night. As we dive into Miramar, let's take a look at what the flight path's gonna be like as we have our teams getting themselves prepared for the final few rounds of the showdown. So 8 maps to go, including this one, as this flight will be taking off from the corners of Campo Militar, heading into El Pozo. Of course, that's me getting a little bit of preview of the map feed as we begin our journey. So things will definitely be very interesting to see how the teams will be able to close off day 3 here to solidify their chances for that qualification spot.
Not necessarily a super forgiving playing path, is it? A little bit more northerly, but not too bad. If you wanted to loot around Loss or Impala, even Shumacera, then you're not super close, but certainly doable. So not too bad. Not too bad at all. Does it create any chaos on the drops? Maybe towards that southwestern side, but I don't think so. I think for the most part, everyone is happy with where they've with what they've got. FTF, obviously, Monty. A trick going a little bit close to 𝐿_ARENA, but he's already landed, so all good. 𝐿_ARENA will go more south, and Daytrade splitting off towards Shumacera. So it's all good. Everyone has landed in the spots that they want, and no one has lost their life early. That circle is interesting because it's kind of really far north. It's not like Crater Fields and Pozo are center. It's not a traditional northern circle. It's a little bit more heavily stacked towards the north, touching almost the edge of the map. So if it decides to go a little bit more northerly or keep shifting up that way, then we're going to have some interesting terrain that we don't often get to see, and I'm certainly hoping for that. That said, if it does continue to shift north, well, there's not really any players up there. No one's really accounted for that, and that's going to mean we're going to see a lot of wide rotates, potentially a lot of emergency parachutes as well, but for the moment, it's the calm before the storm, and everyone will get all the resources that they need. Unicorn, Cyber, X-Men, and Panic, maybe the Expendables as well, kind of closest to this zone, already kind of moving in, preparing for that deadly northern shift. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit more of an emphasis towards kind of north off center, just to account for that one worst possible shift, right? You have to account for as many shifts as you can when you choose your spot in the zone in PUBG, but there is that one northern shift that can be really hard to actually account for. So if you're someone like the Expendables who's already rotating all the way to the north, I think that's probably your goal. You know it's soft side, you know that if it shifts up north, you've got a massive advantage, so you may as well put yourself in a spot to account for that kind of shift.
Yeah, I absolutely do love their swift measure into claiming the Northern Territory, especially with La Cabrera being absolutely opened up. So if they wanted to play through those Valee all the way up into the north side, which of course is rarely being seen by all the other players, that definitely gives them a little bit more of the edge to be able to hold true. And already coming up with the emergency parachute. So Repsite Esports, I want to see where exactly will they claim, because things will be pretty interesting if they move directly into the creative fields. That will put them right in between Armory Gaming as well as Unicorn Cyber. But other than that, honestly, there's not much of a real estate around those areas that's pretty much vacant, but it's Miramar after all. They could basically play throughout these high hills and some sort of unplayable, so they could basically find any at all.
Yeah.
So we'll definitely wait and see where exactly will they dock. But south side, 𝐿_ARENA is going to be the furthest way to journey in. Might have to pass through teams like From the Future, Roy, and I guess the way out here is going to be to regroup with Tigger that is close to Montenegro. So it shouldn't be too problematic for the Thai team of 𝐿_ARENA, while Armory Gaming is going to be pretty much in a good spot, while they don't really have to shift all too much until the next couple of phases comes in. Panic Esports already caught in between the sensor with the rest of Eagle driving by, and like we're already putting those bullets to good use. So not going to find any at all, as that happenstance, that's true. And with Panzer and all these bullets from Sylphia, he won't be able to make it out alive.
Yeah, it's pure aggression from E36, not letting Lightwork get out of there. Panic now have to either look to recover this or just give it up. Let E36 go on with their days. It looks like E36 aren't going to give them an option. Panic can't do anything to retaliate, so the team from Japan has a good shot at entering this zone mostly for free. And then, of course, they can find themselves a really fantastic spot. One of the earliest teams to enter the northern side of this zone, similar to the Expendables, just a little bit more south. So good spot for them. Unicorn Cyber find themselves up against, well, it's two of X-Men right now, Pain and Leo. Putting up a fight at this long building. Pain obviously already put down quite low. He's had to pop that first aid. You can see the rest of X-Men, or at least Tarnished, coming in from the background. Manhung announcing presence. I'm here. I am a threat. Please don't push me. And X-Men have abided those requests. They will now back off, find themselves even more north. No point taking that fight when you've got this much free space to utilize for X-Men. So they won't take that fight. And I think smartly so. Decent amount of teams actually kind of opting to go off-center north. Like I said, I mean, it's not something that you want to fully commit to and, you know, bank on the circle going all the way north, but it is kind of that anxiety that IGLs will have that they're going to do their absolute best to account for it, right? Just because you know that if you focus on kind of south off-center, maybe east or west, you could end up in a really bad spot if you weren't accounting for that northern shift. So you're going to do your absolute best to at least try. 𝐼𝐸 kind of doing that by landing themselves on top of those unplayables. They obviously give themselves a ton of information. And so we're seeing teams do very similar things.
But the matter of fact that they don't really have vehicles to work off from, once it does shift, it will basically be a little bit more troublesome for them to be able to rotate off if it's not going to be ending up into the direct center. But that's the least of their worries here in the early game. Whatever pickoffs that they can get here, especially from Eagle 36, that would be great enough for them to basically churn up not only some numbers, maybe if they implement the whole squad, which is a little bit hard to do because E36, they will be hiding by the ridges as well. This is just going to be some battle of attrition coming in from some of all these teams out there, depending on who's pretty much well oiled up and stocked up to be able to go for those exchanges. Speaking of which, we're seeing some already. The Expendables here landing themselves into deep trouble as the rest of Reluctant Squad has been able to seek out Tanvu.
Taken down to Reluctant Squad with a good start. I feel like we've seen it a couple times from them, though. Good start, not actually able to follow it up into the mid to late game. But if it does shift north, oh boy, do they have one of those prior positions. More 𝐸𝐻 on 𝐸𝐻 action. 𝐾𝐻 taken down by Suspect. That's a little bit more off to the east. In fact, that's 𝐾𝐻 very separated from Team Bliss, so Panic, well, picked that up happily. They won't even get contested for that kill. Roy Esports and FTF inside El Pozo. This is the other strategy that you can certainly go for. Play El Pozo. It's a city. If it shifts towards El Pozo, you've got prio spot in a location that everyone's eventually going to want prio spots in. And so FTF Roy accounting for that. But at the same time, they're in a spot to go north. If this does shift north, they are, you know, a couple of those first teams to be able to hop in those cars and start driving that way. So, you know, decent strategy so far from FTF and Roy. If it shifts north, they've got that covered. If it shifts into Pozo, well, they're in one of the best spots already. So good stuff from them so far. eArena, they are very far south, kind of next to Monty almost, but still accounting for a potential western wrap. Again, if it shifts north, they have access to the west. If it shifts kind of central, then they're close to Pozo. Zizzy's already moving over to that high ground above El Pozo to scout out some information about that massive city that could potentially stop them in their tracks, so that's good. Daytrade on the south, just controlling their edge. I don't think what any team is doing right now is bad. You can't really say that about any strategy in phase one. There are only a few times where phase one strategies I think are just objectively bad, but everyone right now kind of accounting for as much as they can, putting themselves in spots to either play to their own game or play to whatever the circle is going to do in 40 seconds time.
Yeah, I'm also looking at the map where I did manage to spot out Panic going in for emergency shoot as well. So a lot of all these plays to be claimed out on the direct center has already been taken over by 𝐸𝐸, Unicorn Cyber on the further end of Critter Fields as well. So if they're really opting for that unplayables, it's going to be pretty tough of a challenge for the OCE squad to get by. So I want to really see where exactly will they land right now. And even deeper into Alcantara, they will eventually need to face off against some of all these X-Men. And I guess like they are running out of options. So they're just going to book it, and lots of all these damage has been done. 𝐏𝐿𝐒 Cyber fancying some opportunities through some mid-air shots, but not really connecting. So PNC, they're just gonna dive all the way to the far western plains.
Yeah, they're eyeing out that unplayable, aren't they? On that western side, that'll be their home, I think. 𝐏𝐿𝐒 Cyber in a really solid spot. They've got that long building that is very difficult to breach. They're probably going to give up this warehouse entirely, actually. Don't really want to fight for it, and that secures it. 𝐶𝐵 Roy Esports entering that territory. Manhung is here. Oh, 𝐶𝐵 hit the fence. He tries to turn away, but he could lose his life down to 20-odd HP, but maybe given a lifeline. Zest is aggressive. Manhung, he's already backed off, so 𝐶𝐵 can't really ask for any more support. I think he's just going to get away with it. It was so risky, so dangerous, but he does just live. I'd say screw the car, just hop out, use that first aid. You don't want to lose your head right now. Yeah, I mean, that car is already basically down to 1 HP, so well handled from 𝐶𝐵 to not lose his cool, hop out of the car and take a fight that he doesn't need to take. And 𝐏𝐿𝐒 Cyber maintain control of that really central, really powerful long building. He will move in across the road. And that Alcantara, that newly renovated Alcantara, is looking pretty ideal for a lot of these teams right now. It's a lot bigger of a city, I think I'd say, to its previous version, or at least it's a lot cleaner, a little bit more concise. So lots of people will be eyeing that out. And of course, you've got unplayables. You can play around it as well. It's not flat ground, it's high ground. And it's, I mean, look, I think the Miramar circles are still broken. They were at least on day 2. They were shifting to unplayable. So we'll see what happens. Armory Gaming versus Roy. This is that phase 2 fight. We see Armory take, and of course they win it. Little bit of help from Destroy, or maybe he stole that away. Either way, the health on the Armory Gaming players is not ideal, but they did get the win. Daytrade flying over, but I don't think there's going to be much more stress for Armory. Shanks loses out, but I think they're going to be able to keep 3 up.
Yeah, they should be able to buy enough time for a reset in order to take up war fights against some of the members that has been pressuring from upon the hills and from the outskirts as well. 𝐿𝐒 Cyber so far in the direct center of it all, they don't really have the best of compounds to work with, but through these slums, they managed to spot out so much more, including the unplayables here, which Daytrade are landing themselves right on top. Gonna be a little hard for the side of Duck Juice to be able to catch them out for now, but eventually with a little bit more effort, they should be able to maybe dish out a little bit more damage. 𝐿𝐒 also finding one more in the form of RS. Coming in with Mark 12 here and immediately spotting another cutting across. This is just an open space for an angle to go for a pickup, but 𝐿𝐒 will make sure that Longhai don't get to survive. My, it's just so many of these areas now claimed up, and it's just going to be a lot of tactical plays coming in from all the teams that are around that Alcantara region. Meanwhile, Magnetic are pretty much safe over the northern side, which I would expect this circle to shift maybe a little bit more central for the moment. Cerberus have not really left El Pozo, so if it does go down to the south side, they would still be able to take control of that city.
I don't know how 𝐿𝐒 survives, by the way. They parachuted themselves in and amongst all the high ground unplayables into the city next to X-Men, next to eArena, next to... that. Everyone thought it was going to shift north, maybe donut up, but that's not what it has done. Cerberus in Pozo rejoice. FTF will do the same. Panic on top of that unplayable are loving life right now, and there's a couple other teams in decent spots, but for majority of the teams who were kind of angling more central, the 𝐏𝐿𝐒 Cybers, the Armory Gamings, the Expendables, this circle hasn't been kind to them at all. For the moment, a couple of those teams are inside, but that will change probably next circle again, unless this shifts to the north. Insight caught out completely. E36 finish him off, and they move into try and claim position in front of Team Bliss. That's probably worst case scenario. Not only does Team Bliss lose their IGL, but they also lose the position the IGL was going for. E36 stomp over them and claim church for themselves. It's in zone, and it's a spot where they can hold Team Bliss out. Akita up close, not spotted though. Maybe he would be spotted if 𝐿𝐒 wasn't looting right now in that looting menu, but now he's known. And so they know at least where one member of Team Bliss are. If they were counting kill feed, they know Team Bliss are only 2 up. And I think that player off in the background was also shooting. So all the information should be known for the Enterforce boys. And from this point forward, it shouldn't really be a case where Team Bliss are able to get anywhere near them. It would be a pretty lazy from E36 if they let Bliss get close. I don't think they're going to let that happen, though. Church is one of those spots you just want to hold it down, bunk it down, make sure that every angle is covered, get out onto those unplayables to the west. And that's one of the other advantages that E36 will have. They're going to be able to see all this chaos, all this fighting that's happening down here to the western side of the zone if they get up on top of those unplayables next to Church, and it should be a field day from there.
Yeah, meanwhile, all the other unplayables claimed by Daytrade, PNC, and also some of the members of Armory Gaming is really creating this form of death trap for whoever drives by. So some of these teams definitely opted to take the pressure in the right form of timing as well. But Magnetic, I want to see how do they actually get past, or will they basically man up and basically fight through all of that team that are around that central region. So it definitely would be a little bit daunting for them. But Valee Esports could work from there, and as they manage to basically secure the south side, as they will basically have a lot of safety net as compared to all the other teams out there. Whoa, the feed is running wild with all the teams getting involved. And the Force, they're basically in close proximity and a little bit of mishap coming through. 𝐏𝐿 soaking up all the damage as they will have the rest of Reluctant Squad pushing right through the doors. Doesn't really have too much health left, and I'm not even sure where Pure Boy is going to be at the moment. So that area, which we expected a lot more coming from E36, now being compromised.
That was a TK. A little incident for E36 might cost them this team fight. Flashes out to dissuade the boys from pushing through. And Reluctant Squad are allowed to get that res. 𝐏𝐿 upstairs. What more can he do? He's alone right now. Pure Boy not near enough to help his friend out. And so through those doors, not quick enough to be able to turn around on that prone. 6, 7, 8, 9 takes him down. E36 fall, and you cannot help but imagine it's all because of that TK. But look who's here. Pure Boy isn't going to let them get away with this. The flash is there. It blinds out the players. It actually stops himself from pushing forward. 6, 7, 8, 9's there for the backup, though. It was 3 men the entire time. So while 2 of them are blind, of course, 6, 7, 8, 9 is going to be there to help out. Reluctant Squad stay alive with 5 kills and a decent spot in Pozo.
The timing on the flash, though, he sees a little bit of a chance, but won't be able to capitalize with him being outnumbered. But he definitely had to make a play one way or another, because still going to be a tough day out here in an urban setting inside of El Pozo once more. The Expendables holding them out as Magnetic finally journeys directly into the city and immediately crashes to the doors right where the Expendables are. Well, they're going to be stuck in between Reluctant Squad as well. So having a little bit more of that spacing for Tana to work with, they should be able to at least hold out to that warehouse for the time being. Again, the other teams slowly journeying past. Unicorn Cyber is trying to actually book it, and it's going to be a drive-by that will find James being knocked out. I don't think they're going to be having any form of time to actually claim more out than that. And Cerberus, wow, managed to spot out 𝐿 moving right in. And quickly taps out that member of UNC. The moment upon arrival, Nates now will greet the rest of Unicorn Cyber and just make it rain upon them. Who that lucky enough to survive, even with a blue zone grenade, and Unicorn Cyber absolutely flushed out.
It's been a streak of bad days, a streak of bad games from Unicorn Cyber. The team I praised so heavily on day 1 haven't lived up to that praise come day 2 and day 3. Another opportunity on the second Miramar of the night, and another opportunity tomorrow night. But that'll be the final opportunity. They are close. Still certainly in contention, but it is slowly slipping away. Typhon from afar claims that, and Suspect successfully steals it away. Panic have to leave these unplayables once more, and as soon as they do that, they get taken down like they do basically every time. Daytrade below them, Armory Gaming on the northern side of them. For the moment, at least for Panic, they can hit some nice shots against Armory, but Dynasty fighting back. Dusky, the parachute comes out, but immediately shot out of it. Suspect has 3, and that's a Panic Miramar, baby.
Yeah, I don't see a way out for them, as they're also getting the attention coming in from all the other squads. Himas tapping through the smoke, hoping to catch the rest of Armory Gaming as they're slowly getting pinched from all directions. and there's still a long way to go for the rest of Daytrade to be able to move into the city. Should be able to cut across, but they will have to get themselves loose from the crosshairs of FTF that's currently looking upon them. And somehow, with all that shift going on, we go all the way back into the city of 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐄𝐒, where Cerberus Esports have been firmly planting themselves in, and with them basically taking control of the center, we start to see all the other players from the outskirts landing some really nasty shots, especially from Kiss. What an angle.
Damn. Armory Gaming taken down as well. Losing a couple Titans in this lobby. And we end up with basically all these teams who either were here in the early game or who have successfully sent it in kind of in that mid game. The teams that were a little bit late, the ones that we just saw kind of coming in, well, a lot of the space is occupied. Very rarely are you going to find yourself in the deep center of 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐄𝐒 once the outskirts are already occupied. So difficult for anyone to kind of breach into 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐄𝐒 at the moment. Daytrade may be one of those teams that has yet to make that cross. FTF and Cerberus and Reluctant Squad will probably all combine to dominate, decimate Daytrade as they cross that road. But so far, they've been able to survive for a little bit longer. Happy 𝐶𝐀 in the kill feed. Pooch is the last one up. Everyone getting flushed out. The members of Cerberus desperately want to steal these kills, but not being allowed. Those smokes are too good. And again, just Poochils. FTF have combined. They're currently up here as 3. No way Poochils will be allowed to cross that road. Still sitting inside those smokes, though. Maybe alive for a little bit longer, but on the road, the tappy taps come out, and Happy does actually land them. So nicely handled from FTF, helped out by a couple teams inside the city, and Megalos gets a double Molotov onto eArena.
Then last stand coming in from Pucci was almost knocking onto Happy, but of course, even with the knock from the future, wouldn't actually struggle from that. Basically gating off the entirety of Daytrade from pursuing forward. eArena next team to bow out with CZ taken down by Megalos, and we've definitely given so much praise towards Megalos, and he's once again displaying his prowess on these DMRs. The Expendables so far have been able to spot out the entirety of Cerberus Esports within the apartment buildings, as they will have the elevated angles to work around the city of 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐄𝐒. Of course, with all these players scattered in between different sectors of the compounds, it will still see Cerberus to be the biggest benefactors here, with them once again being in the direct center. So expect a little bit more commotion for the north, and once this does shrink into the later stages. So far, RS somehow squeezes past from the hillside into the city, and will be safe from the grasp of Magnetic as well. We'll see how deep of a run can RS pull off. So far, having the biggest numbers to book, with 7 eliminations on the block by eliminating members of the side of Eagle, and also catching many moving into the city as well. So definitely gonna be a little bit more of a standstill, a little bit of a Mexican standoff here and there, but no full commitments from either side of the teams.
What a fantastic circle for Cerberus. Not only are they dead center, but they're on top of those roofs too. So you can't really see this going badly for Cerberus, even if they don't catch the win. Certainly they'll be able to farm up a lot of kills as these teams exit those buildings, open themselves up. Cerberus have all the high ground in the world. Still looking towards Happy as well, who kind of remains the outlier of all of these teams, basically. He's in the open just outside those concrete buildings up there on the western side. And I think Cerberus are going to have their eyes trained directly on him until he's dead. The Expendables trying to make their way in as well, or at least make an attempt to take a fight here. Maybe no need at the moment, just because everyone's currently in zone. No one's really pushed out, but I think what they really want to do is just open up those doors and start to throw grenades at Magnetic, who are probably one of their direct rivals in this game at the moment. He will also continue to move deeper towards Cerberus. The only thing for Cerberus, as we continue to see them hit nice shots, is that they're going to allow people into the bottom floors of these buildings. I think all 4 of Cerberus are on the roof, so everyone's going to be able to enter their bottom floors, and they won't be able to do anything about it. Cerberus remain on top. Everyone will go below them, and Cerberus might eventually have to just jump off these roofs and fall to their deaths. But for the moment, they're kings of the hill. Not immune, though, as we saw just then. Not only did a couple of them allow Thanawat to get away with it, but Sololzy also knocked. So while they are certainly dominating at the moment. And with a good opportunity to overtake Daytrade as well, they are not indomitable. They do bleed. As we can see, 𝐏𝐼𝐧𝐒 down on low HP. 𝐿 with a nice angle. If 𝐏𝐼𝐧𝐒 crouches up, that's a headshot lined up. So he's got to be very careful, as do the rest of Cerberus.
Yeah, they've definitely drawn just about enough attention coming in from multiple teams. So I expect to see some of them basically squirming for better angles to play out. And they were forced to actually go prone, even having those got angles through the roof. So like I said, maybe eventually they will be forced to actually jump up. We'll have to see. But 𝐏𝐼𝐹 definitely doing really good work alongside with some 𝐿𝐷𝐒 early on with those tag team effort to be able to eliminate certain players off the map. And as we have expected, Cerberus will be able to still be within the center of the field with phase 7 closing in about 45 seconds. This is going to be problematic for Team Bliss, as they will need to eventually push towards a reluctant squad. So they're both in close proximities by the corners of stadium, though there are ways that they could still wrap around, maybe going undetected, but they should be able to cure each other out. So expect to see a point-blank fight coming in from these two in moments' time. They are...
Awkward exchange, right?
Yeah, very awkward, and 𝐿𝐷𝐒 finds it.
All right, nice way to open it up. Molotov to follow it up, but the player's crawled off. That player's now known, though. 6, 7, 8, 9 dealing damage. 𝐏𝐻𝐒 down to 50 HP, pulling out nades of his own. Wants to finish off this fight without really taking that gunfight. That can be the dodgy thing. The nade will finish off Jun. And I think that 6, 7, 8, 9 was just hit by some stray bullets as well. Maybe Cerberus on the top of those buildings, denying him any space. He has to hide under those wooden boards. And I think for the two top fraggers of Team Bliss, this is probably an easy 1v2 to take. It's got to be very calculated, though, very careful. Don't want to give 6, 7, 8, 9 any advantages that he doesn't already have. In the meantime, FTF losing members. Cerberus, they've actually had another one knocked. Magnetic in the kill feed as well, losing lives to the Expendables. 6, 7, 8, 9 with a well-timed flash. Delays Team Bliss even more. Another one, but they know where he is. They absolutely know where he is. He'll do a little bit of ring around the rosy, but does eventually go down. Monty to get that, and Magnetic again in the kill feed. Not lighting it up, though. Instead, they're on the right side, which is the side of the kill feed you never want to be on. Delwyn, oh, he had a nade in his hand. Delwyn's dead. That is incredibly unfortunate for Delwyn. Maybe not dead, actually. Put down to 30, so maybe 777 could save him, but he's going to have to run over there very quickly.
Yeah, I don't think he has enough time, and that eventually will be claimed, and he will prioritize his own safety net for the time being, while from the future, struggling to actually survive just by the corner of these walls. And 𝐼𝐧𝐒 will be able to spot out members inside of FTF, with some damage being chimed in from X-Men as well. Cerberus so far looking absolutely sharp. This is the expected outcome when you are dominating that rooftop. So with that bird's eye view, they're just basically racking up the numbers, though we expected a little bit more. And so far, it's only been 5 for side of Cerberus. Here comes the push, come from Xavier. He gets the angles, but not enough time. Well, they've already claimed it, nevertheless, with the blue zone closing in. 𝐏𝐼𝐹 catching one, running across, and Cerberus Esports, this is their game to play out.
Yeah, so much control for them. Haven't lost any members either. That is a sensational grenade from Tycon. Team Bliss eliminated in an instant. Not even a chance to play out this phase 8. 2 Panzerfausts in the hands of 777 and 𝐿𝐴. I believe they both went off and neither player went down. That's certainly something to behold, but 777 and 𝐿𝐴 both with the second chance in this, although this time they're going to have to use their weapons, their ARs, or something like that. Flash out, 777. He could actually put himself in danger if he steps outside the building off the back of these flashes, but remains disciplined, remains inside that building. 𝐿𝐴's pressure isn't really getting to 777 right now. He steps outside himself and immediately takes damage to Cerberus, who, again, like you said, remain the dominant factor in this game. Another flashbang, probably infinite flashbangs out of 𝐿𝐴. Allows him to push forward. 𝐿𝐴 gets involved. Down to 78 HP, the 1v1. It's another lengthy one. Eventually one out by 𝐿𝐴, one out by no one. He gets one, but eventually traded out by 𝐏𝐼𝐹, so it's an epic 1v1 that unfortunately ends in a very anticlimactic way, or maybe the best way it possibly could end, but either way, Cerberus now up to 8. Of course, 𝐿𝐴 from Valee Thai got involved. They are still in this game. 3 up for them. Close range shotgun on UNK as well. 𝑅XC, they've been silent, but they're here, sitting inside that massive building of theirs. one of the Cerberus members is on top of that building, mind you. So maybe 𝐾𝐿 could have an impact on 𝐷𝐿𝐴's game that's currently unknown to them. But for the moment, this is our top 4.
Yeah, and now with everybody securing the compound of their own, it's definitely going to be interesting to see it close directly in the center and see that pure chaos erupt and the rest of Cerberus Esports all over the top of the roof. They just have to wait for X-Men to basically show themselves out in the open. So a lot of setups have to be done here. Xavier stuck by the corner wall, and the zone is slowly inching in. I don't think he makes it out alive, but with a couple of smiths provided, let's see if maybe he could basically deal a little bit of damage. But chances are we're looking at Pain here to carry the flag for X-Men. Well, that's pretty much it for Xavier. So he's out. Well, let's see who else is left. 𝐷𝐿𝐴, though, I think they're just going to be on the opposite side. So Cerberus Esports, they have all their attention fixated over onto the north side, but over on the west, they do have a little bit of wiggle room. So 𝐷𝐿𝐴, let's see how they play this one, because they haven't really made too much of a sound at the moment, and they still have a healthy squad strength. But to fight Cerberus, what are even the odds?
I mean, it might come down to a heal off, right? We could see one player on the roof, one player down below, and they just have to get the heal timing correct. But I suppose we're going to get a couple fights before that happens. Cerberus want to claim as many kills as they can. Valee crossing over in that alleyway. 𝐷𝐿𝐴 actually does get taken down. Not allowed to vault inside. So 𝐿𝐿𝐴 with a fantastic angle to account for that. Members of 𝐷𝐿𝐴 as well, finding some strife, lots of strife in the form of 𝐾𝐿. They had absolutely no idea he was up there. If they did, they certainly would have taken the fight with him as they crossed, but he made no noise, puts himself up to 4 kills. 𝐼𝑠aki jumps off the roof as well. This is a win that Cerberus do not want to let slip away to some cheesy heel fight in the blue. This is a win they want to claim with all of their manpower. It's just down to 𝑢𝑛Q in the back room here. It's a shotgun in hand. He's got one, he's got 2. How many more can he get? Surely it's just these flushes, and 𝐼𝑠aki has it. 32 HP. The heal will come off. 𝐼𝑠aki's got it. 𝑢𝑛Q's dead to the blue, dead to 𝐼𝑠aki instead. Cerberus Esports, a dominant 15-kill win.
Dominant and clean display coming in from the Vietnamese side, and Cerberus Esports so far really took full control, not allowing all these teams to, like I said, cheese their way by healing through the final stage of the game. And you just see them being so clean in their execution so far, loving the way that they've been able to basically ground themselves from, not overly rotate as compared to all the other teams. They have moved directly in the city, has never left the area of play ever since then, and just basically have that full analysis of which team's location is at, and they just basically have to slowly pick them apart. And that's basically what happened here in that urban setting, with them taking maximum points by the end of the run.
Yeah, I maybe expected Cerberus to be a little bit more passive, I suppose. Like, I didn't expect them to start jumping off those roofs, but I also kind of expected 𝐷𝐿𝐴 to be able to cross that alleyway much cleaner, not lose 2. As soon as 𝐼𝑠aki gets, 𝐾𝐿 gets 2 on that cross, I think that's when Cerberus just activate. Essentially, they go into kill mode, and at that point, it's no holds barred. It's just take gunfights at that point. We've got such a massive advantage that it doesn't really matter. We can throw as many members at this win, and we're probably going to get it. So that's what Cerberus did. It was a nice win from them. 15 kills too. I don't think it is top of the lobby. I think we had a much higher kill win the other day with Daytrade. Or maybe I'm mistaken. Either way, it's an incredible amount of kills, and it's one that you can easily have seen them getting that by their positions during that late game. I mean, look at the kind of information they have, right? There's no way that they're not going to get 10 plus here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was 18 kill streak on Tango for Daytrade, but this record so far definitely looking to be one of the bars to be set by the side of Cerberus Esports in order to reclaim that #1 position away from Daytrade, of course. And Valee, I love what they actually did throughout the course of the run. They wrapped around that cell side. They managed to survive to the tail end of it to be able to once again show up by claiming a lot of all these massive points from not only the rank, but also in the form of kills as well. So this is definitely an important round for the side of Valee Esports, and same for some of all the other teams coming from the PVS region, because last we saw it was mainly dominated by the Thai series teams that have been able to basically claim all those positions, but I'm pretty sure that this round definitely shakes that up a little bit more. So we'll see once it's all being added up. And to me, this is definitely the kind of Miramar playstyle that I do love coming from all the teams. Massive display of long range coverage from everybody on board.
Yeah, that zone didn't really go where I was expecting it to go, to be honest with you. I know that 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐿 was in that zone, but I didn't really expect it to go and commit as heavily as it did to 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐿. That's what we got, though. And yeah, in a game like that, in a circle setting like that inside of one of those big Miramar cities, oftentimes the RNG, you kind of end up pulling on that RNG quite extremely hard, and you end up with teams that would have done better if it wasn't for that city ending that ended up doing a lot worse, just because city endings can sometimes be quite difficult to manage. I think we saw that with a couple teams. 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐿 Cyber probably one of those teams, although that entry did look pretty dodgy, so maybe they could have done something better. If you died before first, obviously you can always do something better. But yeah, 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐿 Cyber maybe entered that city a little bit too brazen. A couple other teams that probably did something similar. But either way, there was a very entertaining ending. And yes, Cerberus, of course, on that high ground. What else are they going to do but rack up a ton of kills, claim that win as well? If 𝐼𝐸 were able to cross cleanly, maybe they would have been able to put up a fight against Cerberus. But I think even then, the aggression, the decisiveness from Cerberus probably would have left 𝐼𝐸 with not much else to play with. 25 total points, and it is by far the most in the lobby. 10 is the next for Valee Thai. X-Men is third in 8th. We didn't really see much from them. They had that nice 2v4 against FTF, but other than that, we didn't really see them too much. And so they get the third most points in the lobby. 𝐼𝐸 with 4, even though they didn't do much in that late game. So it's very, very top heavy this time round on Miramar. Not surprised, but it's certainly interesting to look at that 15-point deficit and go, yeah, damn, Cerberus really just dominated this game.
Yeah, they really stole the spotlight as they basically take control of the entire region of 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐿. But what's also interesting is to see that, of course, RS have been able to get a lot of all these kill points a little bit early, engaging in the fights before even heading right into the city. While, of course, the teams that were hoping that the region coverage will be moving on to the outskirts instead got caught out. Those lists are those with those one-pointers out there: Roy, UNC, Daytrade, and I can't really recall eArena what exactly happened to them, but I just make assumptions. It's pretty much similar. So yeah. With that being said, Cerberus Esports reclaimed that #1 spot with those hefty amount of points gained here in Miramar. So it seems like they never left at all. Now look at this gap from second as well as third. So FTF, I guess they're happy to just hold on to third if they can, because Valee Esports is also inching closely. Now we see a tie coming in from both Armory as well as Magnetic, while eArena as well as Team Bliss will make up 7th as well as 8th respectively. So it's still going to be a little bit of a chase here for the Vietnamese squads like UNC as well as Roy to be able to overtake eArena and Team Bliss.
I'm nervous, Contra, because 6th is that cutoff point, and there's a gap between 6th and 7th. eArena have fallen out of the top 6. Same with 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐿 Cyber. Seems like Magnetic, Armory, Valee Thai, FTF, the current top 4 that aren't the GPT teams, are just doing that much better than everyone else in the lobby. So for those 2, or for those 4, it's all smiles. For the teams below them, well, there's a deficit that they seriously need to make up. eArena, praised for them for their consistency, hasn't really been the case tonight. They need to find kind of the same version of themselves that they were on day 1 and day 2 if they want any chance of putting themselves back up there. And the same has to be said for 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐿 Cyber. Performed very good on day 1, coming into day 3. They now have been knocked out of that top 6. And again, the leaderboard remains easy to read. 1 and 2 is the 2 GPT, which means we push down the qualification spots by 2. So now 3 through to 6 are the 4 teams that will be qualified through to the PGS 3 and 4. It certainly has been a bit of a shake-up today, which is not really what I was expecting. Didn't really expect to see a couple of those teams drop out. Again, happy though that Valee Thai have managed to find a version of themselves that looks like the version we probably expect to see. Happy that FTF have continued that consistency that we so praised them for. Again, their peak is certainly enough to deal with this lobby. They remain in 3rd. Armory Gaming have put themselves up there with some nice performances as well. So there are positives for many, many, many teams involved, and slipping just a little bit shy for a couple teams that we used to praise, but now haven't really been able to follow up that praise. And so obviously wanting more from them. I think Expendables still look pretty good, but they're so far down there on that leaderboard that it's a much bigger crusade for them to actually reach that top 6 than your other teams. They still look good. There are lots of positives that I have gleaned from today. So it's been entertaining. I've been able to gain some positives. And of course, there have been a ton of different storylines to look at. But yeah, one more game of Miramar before we have basically closed out 3/4 of the tournament. Then we move on to tomorrow, which will be the last 6 games of the day. And look, I can't wait to finalize tonight, but tomorrow, I'm just kind of I'm nervously excited for it, especially if it remains close between 6, 7 and the teams below those ranks. I'm very excited to get into Miramar, but certainly much more excited to finally see who qualifies tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the fans of each respective teams are also feeling that same nerves as well, because looking at how shaky the leaderboard is for a majority of all these teams, and now with a gap created here in Miramar, it definitely is a little bit worrying for some of those guys who don't really find themselves within that top 6 of that region. And you did point it out, that gap isn't exactly by any means small, which means that any of these teams that wants to have a fighting chance will need to secure double digits in these final couple of rounds. And with this last round of day 3, they really have to set a tone for what's about to come for tomorrow, because crunch time, there's not going to be a single game that they can afford to even drop below a certain threshold that they set for themselves.
Yeah, they can't. They've got to reach their floor. They have to reach their floor consistently. And even then, I think probably now you have to step above and beyond, right? If you want to actually break that gap between where you are on the leaderboard and top 6, it's not necessarily about just hitting a certain consistency. It's actually about going out there and getting a bunch of kills and making those winning plays. Oftentimes in PUBG, there are the safe plays that net you placement points, maybe a couple kills here or there. Then there are the winning plays. Those winning plays often mean you lose out in the short term. Maybe you put yourself in a spot where you can't actually get as many kills, but by the time it comes to phase 7, phase 8, phase 9, you are in such a superior position to everyone else in the lobby. So it's kind of losing out in the short term, gaining in the long term. Sometimes you just kind of have those games where everything goes your way, but for the teams that are on the cusp, again, I think you really need to do more to put yourself up there, because it seems like that top 6 are doing it all. It seems like that top 6 are having no problems at all, remaining dangerously consistent. So if you actually want to put yourself up there, again, I feel like it's not just about stock standard PUBG right now. It's about playing the best kind of version of yourself. And maybe that version of yourself is a little bit more aggressive, taking more kill risk, more kill opportunity, spreading out a little bit wider. Maybe instead of a 2-2, you do a 1-1-2, something like that, just to kind of, it's inches, right? It's inches and millimeters that can get you up there on that leaderboard. So yeah, going to Miramar, that's kind of what I'm looking for, and especially looking for that on day 4 tomorrow, because I mean, by the time we get to game 4 tomorrow, I think if you're not getting a 20+ kill win, then you're probably out of it. So yeah, certainly we'll need to tomorrow, but at least start off with that kind of foundation moving into the last game of the night.
And well, of course, I definitely do agree on all the sentiments that you basically pointed out, especially for teams that are a lot more confident in taking fights, where we see them basically securing a lot of all these kill points per round. I think one prime example of this is Armory Gaming. Do they always secure good enough ranking points to book out the round? Not exactly, but once they close out the round, you see them at least getting maybe an average of 5 to 6 kills, and consistently putting that up the chart is better than playing too passively, hoping that other teams will come to you and not being unable to respond to those fights. eventually closing out with less than ideal situations, that is going to be very difficult to swallow by the end of it all. So here we are at the end of the night of day 3 with our final game to go in Miramar. Oh, Russell, this is going to be a juicy game for us to witness, and I just can't wait to see what else will be offered on the table. Of course, a lot of these teams here fighting for their lifeline to be proving themselves worthy for the global runs, and it will begin here before tomorrow's 6 back-to-back rounds. So here we are into Miramar again.
Here we go. Plane coming in from the northeast, ending southwest. Very fair plane path, but yes, I think it is kind of that calm before the storm of a very juicy game. Lots on the line, and you want to end off the night in good fashion. If you don't want any gaps to be formed when the night is over. Those gaps will remain in your head when your head hits the pillow when you go to bed. So you want to make sure that that's not the case. Certainly not the case for our top 6. Those gaps are actually probably what they'll be having very nice dreams about, because those gaps are obviously good. It's good for their mentality. It means that they're safe. So for the Expendables, for a team like Bliss, for a team like 𝐅𝐸RENA, Unicorn Cyber, it's about doing the best that you absolutely can. No holds barred anymore. Kind of what I've seen from Unicorn Cyber is them maybe not being aggressive enough. What we haven't seen from 𝐅𝐸RENA is maybe them being safe enough. So honestly, almost time to maybe change some things up just to ensure that you can actually put yourself up there in that top 6. But yes, plane path very fair. Early action, maybe. Some pot shots taken by Thanahan. Maybe some close landings here and there. Tigger's quite close to Unicorn Cyber, but they're both parachuting, so everyone should be quite safe. X-Men just avoiding the claws of Valee Thai. They're all out of their cars and have been looting those compounds for quite some time. X-Men could have got caught up, but they were not. And we end up with a southern circle that doesn't look like it's going to go towards Partona, but this is very iconic terrain, played out terrain. So Daytrade probably going to stay where they are, control that northern side, claim that church. If you're a lost looting team, like we're looking here with Reluctant Squad, well, you've got very clear entry lines from the eastern side into the very center of the zone, that kind of open terrain. It's this almost massive low ground that kind of encompasses just that western side of Los Leones. Reluctant Squad have access to all of that. And there's a couple teams, or probably about half or maybe a little bit more of the teams that aren't currently in the zone, but it's one of those zones where those western or eastern wraps more likely are totally doable. So not too stressed for these teams right now.
Yeah, not so stressful. And this kind of circle kind of reminds me of the playoffs run where Daytrade managed to close off the very final game of the playoffs with a chicken dinner where they are very well versed of the surroundings of Chimasera. So we expect them to be able to basically turn up some form of a result, even if it's not going to be a certain chicken dinner, because this Valee is always going to be a little bit tough to manage around, especially if you're going to be moving from one corner of the map. And when I say one corner of the map, Magnetic is all the way from Campo Militar. So I wonder if they're going to come in with a parachute or so. That could definitely be a decent option for them in order to swiftly make their way into phase 1 or maybe heading into phase 2. So other than that, when we look into how this could basically play out for spots like Unicorn Cyber as well as 𝐅𝐸RENA, we are already seeing slight little exchanges as they are also in close proximities over the south side. Valentine Esports so far having a fantastic day. Today we see them just racking up so much points now that they are also vying for that third position. It's gonna be Eagle 36 now having a member spotted out, and in fact he's just gonna be cheeky with this one, giving him all that space, all that time, and you know, when it comes down to Fab, he doesn't miss.
Yeah, star player on Rapzek Esports. You're right. He doesn't miss, and he won't miss this time either. Kind completely caught off guard. Was just out here to get some information. Not really much he could do to account for FAP. Maybe he could have seen FAP go there early on the parachute, but FAP also might have moved over here. So just unlucky for Kine. It's one of those things you look back at in VOD review and you just have to accept it. It's not something that your teammates are going to grill you about. It's probably something that your coach tells you to forget about as quickly as possible. It just doesn't really have any impact on you improving as a player. And it's just, yeah, just unlucky. Forget about it, move on. happens to even the best of players in this game. So it's all good for Kind. Fap, though, he's happy. Very happy. Cerberus moving close to Reluctant Esport, or Reluctant Squad, sorry. Jun, again, star player for Reluctant Squad, at least from what I can tell, given my history watching that player. Not scared about him going up against Hisaki, or even 2 members, 3 members of Cerberus. I know what Jun can do. But at what point do you say enough is enough and Cerberus just claim the victory? Well, both of those members of Cerberus, and maybe even the third in Taikon, are going to move towards the compound. So Jun is going to remain on the top of this hill, gather as much info as he can. He's looking at those tires too. Do I pop those tires? Jun is probably telling himself not to do that, because if he does, then Cerberus are probably straight on that aggression, and his car is quite far away. So for Jun, it's not really about opening up right now. It's about getting the hell out.
Yeah, definitely it is very tempting from a player's perspective. It's like, oh, I see this entire team. I want to take my chance. And of course, you got to also take a look at where your teammates are at. So being left out all alone definitely doesn't fancy himself a better opportunity, especially that being Cerberus Esports, who's just hot off a win and so far has been performing to the best of their abilities, topping the charts. Throughout these past couple of days, just doesn't seem to be a point where Cerberus actually has a really, really bad game. And once they do get caught out in the early game, it wasn't for silly mistakes like a 1 versus 4 or so. That never really happens to Cerberus Esports. Now, of course, you did point out something out, which definitely was something that I kind of want to highlight a little bit, since we have plenty of time here in the early game. It's been a really long run for those who have qualified from the playoffs here, heading into the finals. Yeah. And stamina definitely is a thing. And now running into all these late nights here, we start to see maybe certain players sometimes losing maybe a little bit of that focus. But of course, you being in the competitive scene for quite a long while, like, how do you basically get some good sleep off of some of all these important nights? And of course, holding off that thought for the time being, we have Armory Gaming journeying their way through the crosshairs of Roy Esports.
Oh, what the?
They could easily get caught up, but Zest didn't find any form of an opening at all.
Oh yeah, Armory Gaming kind of fumbled their way into this fight, didn't they? I saw those cars doing backflips essentially as they rocked up on this. And it hasn't really resulted in anyone on Armory Gaming getting knocked. James is straight on that kind of flank, but straight off that flank as soon as he gets headshot by Simon T. Shank's back in the car, tells me that Armory Gaming want to get out of here. It's a bang bust though, so Zest with an opportunity here on that slow-moving vehicle. The acceleration not that good, but I think this is Shank's actually going for an off angle, so much better if they want to commit to this fight, which I wouldn't be surprised if we see Armory Gaming do again. This is what they do, phase 1. They take fights and they win them, ladies and gentlemen. This time round, though, Roy Victor, at least up against Riz. Shank's now kind of the onus is on him to get this trade, otherwise Duckmeyer is going to have a field day on the player going for that revive. But what can Shanks really do? Is this one of those fights where Armory just wants to back off? I think it is. Couple players already in their cars. In fact, the remaining survivors on Armory are all in their cars. Riz will be left behind. It's not a fight that Armory Gaming win. And that is saying something, considering how often they win these phase 1 fights. Back to your question, though. You know, there's a reason why Game 6 is as iconic as it is, and it's because people run out of stamina. So by the time we hit Game 6, people are a little bit loopy. In fact, I'm a little bit loopy right now. So, so I think some people, if you're at an international event at a LAN, yeah, I mean, you're laser focused from Game 1 through to Game 6. But sometimes online, yeah, it can get a little bit weird when we enter Game 6 territory. But I think there's enough on the line right now to where stamina doesn't really come into play. It's more about laser focus. It's more about controlling your nerves, your excitement for being able to play and qualify. So while we might see some shenanigans from some teams, others will be dialed in. That was very, very, very close. Just getting away with it. 777, nice headshot, but no avail.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for letting me in. There's only so much that energy drinks could basically fuel some of all these players. So, of course, everybody's human, where we also do see some of all these crazy shots coming in from Arcada, also netting some damage over onto the side of FAP. Meanwhile, also back towards the side of Armory Gaming. I'm glad to see them knowing when exactly to cut their losses, because them trying to recommit to that fight is going to be a death sentence for the entirety of the squad, is they were pretty much scattered apart. Well, the Team Bliss have managed to move directly into the city of Los Leones. Well, 𝐏𝐿𝐒, my goodness, where exactly this shot's coming from as we managed to connect it towards June. So that's one member down for now, as we see his own starting to close in. Still very tough to tell where exactly it goes through. So we have latecomers like Roy coming in from North alongside with Eagle 36. So far, not much movements over onto the rec center as Daytrade forms a form of beeline as they are just touching the rim of the inner southeastern or northeastern corner of the map. So they're going to be gating some of all these teams like Cerberus Esports from moving by, but reclaiming some areas of play against UNC, that's going to be maybe a little bit of a challenge.
This zone is quite unfair. It's not. It's
so unfair.
Most of the teams to the east, and the zone decided to go west. FTF in a fantastic spot off the back of that. eArena as well. Daytrade getting in first out of all the teams that have to rotate in, so they're going to end up in a great spot too. And Armory Gaming, yeah, coming in from the north, they can actually avoid everyone really and send it straight into the center or off center, wherever they want to go. They've got their pick of the litter on that northern side. But it's going to be pressure from everyone coming in on the east. These ridge fights are going to be plentiful in a game like this. X-Men trying to move their way in, denied by Unicorn Cyber. The barricade's up. This compound is ours. You're going to have to go find somewhere else to hunker down. So good job from Unicorn Cyber so far, maintaining this split too. That's very important for them to not have either of these players pressured off. They can back each other up as well. There's obviously open sightlines in between these two compounds, and I think 6, 7, 8, 9 is about to find that out the hard way. His tire's been popped. He's spun out. He's in the field. He's got to get out of there. That car is smoking as well. You could see it above the ridge. So Reluctant Squad in a world of hurt. Hoang down. The rest of them will pull up and try to recover this, try to just survive at the moment. But I think it's too good for Unicorn Cyber. Valee tight as well. They've done excellently all of tonight. A real resurgence from them, but Cerberus putting a stop to it this game.
Yeah, Cerberus really setting out that perfect trap of Millie secure 2, each for the side of Hamas as well as Tycoon. Well, June somehow managed to also go in for the trade, now finding Destroy as well. So they're just going to have a bite-breaking or lose in the middle of the street. Well, of course, very chaotic, especially with the involvement of other teams on the far corners of the map. 𝐷𝐿𝐒 will be able to chime in later on. Manhung has got nowhere to go. But, of course, 6, 7, 8, 9 could just take its sweet time for that. But Rapside Esports, they might be able to basically steal a couple away as they're basically tapping onto the bus already. Not much spacing for June to go in for the rescue just yet. And they just got the entirety of RS within their line of sight.
Oh, Magnetic as well onto Daytrade. Tearing him apart. Lucky gets a couple of those. Lyric steals one away. Look at this spot from Magnetic. I can't help but think this is not ideal. But they've got 4 up, so who might have judged? Probably a spot they want to leave as quickly as possible, but Daytrade kind of stopping them in that moment in time. FTF, I said this spot was excellent, and I mean, look at it. They've got vision all the way down to the bottom of the map, essentially all the way down to the coast. They can see above them as well. Very hard for teams to breach them. So FTF in prime spot to really have an impact this game. Magnetic stay kind of in the center of the zone, but how good is their spot really? They had to put smokes up just to survive, so you kind of think that they're destined to move on and find some better high ground or low ground, whatever, really. Just get out of that spot that they're in. And it gets very claustrophobic pretty much everywhere right now. Can't really fit 16 teams inside a zone like this. You certainly can't fit 16 teams in a zone like that. Cerberus regrouping. FTF remaining put. eArena regrouping as well. But those are the only regroups that kind of stick out to me. Everyone else was either already in position or still outside the zone trying to make their way in. 𝐷𝐿𝐒 can't really play the edge of that hill anymore either, so they've got to move into those ridges. Those ridges, again, kind of southeast of where Cerberus is. A lot of fights going to happen there. It's one of those spots where you can send it in and actually put up a decent fight just because the lines of sight allow you to, you know, hide behind your cars, hide behind the terrain that does exist. So probably an ideal spot for a lot of teams right now, but Daytrade, they don't really need to do that. Sitting inside this warehouse, obviously Magnetic put the hurt onto them. Daytrade have 0 kills, but in a fantastic spot to play out the rest of this zone.
Yeah, Daytrade initially wanted to claim more territory by going for that 2-2 split, but of course, having some areas to be compromised by some members of Magnetic as well as FTF, they eventually got themselves pretty much tucked directly in the center, where now they don't exactly have places to run. Not that they need to move about for the moment. Southside having this cluster here with eArena, needing to deal with the situation with Eagle E36 in a moment. And we're looking at a very, very late rotation moving in from the side of Panic. So about 5 teams over the south side that will be clawing their way through, and the survivors will eventually say hello to the side of Magnetic later on. So I want to see how this one will actually pan out for most of these teams. And of course, do have some good coverage as well as some vantage points against the rest of RS. They managed to go in for some good reset, especially with that exchanges that we see them going up against Lincoln Cyber much early on. So they keep them strong to go in for those trades. Now, Valee, the Expendables moving from the south and immediately shooting directly into the farmhouse. Tycon, is he going to get a chance here? One bullet did connect. Not going to be able to actually trace it.
I mean, they found that spot that can allow them to survive. They've got a shack that they can work with in that valley. They've got some terrain they can play with. Not going to say it's the best terrain in the business, but it's certainly something. And Tycon's giving us a bird's eye view of absolute domination right now. Magnetic, they lost 3 in an instant to eArena. And now eArena have just one more job to do. Finish it off. Meanwhile, Panic, they've lost 2 to Jun. Again, star player. Whoa. Magnetic fall to basically just Tigger. eArena putting on a show for us right now. We saw Tycon spectating it. Honestly, that was a pretty cool point of view to watch that fight happen from. But now we move straight to Panic. We're fighting with Reluctant Squad, just fighting to survive essentially. But Panic have lost 2 off the back of this. It's a 1v1. Didn't even realize Suspect versus Hwang. It's in smokes right now, and it's being kind of... It's not such a pure 1v1, is it? I mean, E36 are here, making it a little bit difficult for Hwang to get the fights off that he wants. Panic, they lose 2 to the blue. Those are the kills confirmed. Oh, he just makes it inside. Door closed behind him. It'll live. Oh, never mind. I think the nade blew up the door, and the bullets then went into his back. So Suspect is the de facto winner of that 1v1, but E36 certainly remain in control of this situation.
Oh boy, that was helter-skelter. And of course, hats off to the observers for catching a lot of all these good fights. And that south side terrain, we expected a little bit more of a fight coming from the side of Magnetic, but they were just overwhelmed by eArena. And with that massive nade that was dropped in, it really goes to show that Magnetic really had no spacing to work with. Here comes the Panther! Lawrence immediately turns it all up against eArena upon arrival, but Belmont gets taken down. Now down towards Norrens. What more can he do? There are a little bit of space that CZ could basically pull off this turnaround here. CZ claims one more. Now, just off the corners here, he's only got 50 HP, goes for the drop shot, but they will be taken down instead. Belmont saves the day for Daytrade.
Oh my gosh, man. What a run from Nurens. Opens it up with that double Panzerfaust, and from that point forward, eArena's fortunes change just like that. They go from dominating Magnetic to getting dominated themselves. Norrens putting on a show. Unfortunately, couldn't save his teammate, but it is what it is. Those flashes were good enough to get Norrens off the angle. It allowed eArena to go for that flush. So well played from eArena, but just not good enough on that day. That's a 2 versus 4, I believe. 2 versus 4, 2 versus 3. Whatever eArena came in with, either way, they had the man advantage. Daytrade did not. And Norrens continues to be a force to be reckoned with in this tournament. I swear, back-to-back, we've seen highlights from him. Game after game after game, putting on a very consistent performance for the squad right now. But their rivals on the leaderboard and in this game, Cerberus, have 4. And arguably the best spot in zone. Control of the unplayables. Norrens now spotted on his way in. They'll know he's a solo. Tycon hits the initial headshot. Another one would be miraculous from him. More bullets actually landing. 13 damage on that next one. Norrens is just trying to find a way in. I don't think he's going to live through this. Tycon finishes him off, and we move straight to Bliss versus RXE.
And inside, he's also getting pummeled through. And it's not going to be much of a safe space for him to seek refuge, but Ravsec Esports, they also have to deal with the zone as they try to make a dash for it. The Expendables so far taking a good grasp over onto the region here, especially having all of them playing by the outskirts, needing to find a little bit of wiggle room there. Insu spotted out from the outskirts. Team Bliss have fallen out on the 9th, and it's just absolute chaos on the outside. But for the Expendables, they take what they can get, and the Expendables will eventually claim 1, and Ravsec Esports is already out. Only 7 more teams remain, and for most part, Roy, they have the safest region to play out. So far, no commotion up over north, and they get a little bit of benefit of the circle. We didn't see much of the involvement coming in from the side of Armory Gaming. Maybe a little bit earlier we did catch a glimpse, but they have definitely found a little bit more of that priority heading into this late game to play out. Only 23 more players live, but Cerberus Esports still making it rain for FTF.
FTF have to push their way up this hill, or at least find their way around the compound of Cerberus. I think they've realized that going to the east is not an option, so the west it has to be. Demoy trying to do his best to put the fight towards Cerberus, but the FAMAS opens up, and it's a lot of damage to both players. High Mass on high. Name a more iconic duo at this point. That nade probably won't land. It's well cooked, though, to be fair. If one of those FTF players was on that ridge, then that's certainly a knock. High Mass remains on top of the warehouse, though. All the information currently gathered is from High Mass, and he's now heard those cars, as have the rest of Cerberus. It might be go time for them. Valee tie, torn apart once more. The Expendables start to push up, put the hurt onto them. Sylphia's trying to get a third party. Through those smokes, though, he's lost information, and this is Cerberus doing what Cerberus does. As soon as FTF get in those cars, they know that, well, Cerberus knows that FTF don't have any other option but to start rotating around them. Trick fighting back, but equally traded from Sololzi. Trick fighting back again once more, but again, equally traded. The man advantage for Cerberus coming out on top, but an effort from FTF. It's dodgy for Cerberus. It's not clean. The strength of FTF truly shining through. But Cerberus with that man advantage, we're never going to lose that. Now, though, look at the pressure that's been applied. Luckily, there's no one else kind of near them to take advantage of that. Cerberus can actually kind of rest and reset, get those reses up, and move on with the rest of the game. But that certainly could have been a little bit more dodgy than it was.
Yeah, and from the future, definitely did what they had to do. They definitely called off some of all the spots that they will be basically pushing on, and that definitely looked a lot closer than what they've actually expected. And Cerberus Esports were definitely lucky to be able to stay afloat with majority of their members surviving to tell the tale. Now, without that pressure coming in from the side of Eagle 36, they will be able to have that free spacing to journey their way into the rec center if they want to. Roy Esports finally catching a glimpse of some passerbys, and that's going to be the Expendables having Duck Juice cutting into the middle, but he's going to be stuck by the Valee for the moment. But Duck Mai is pretty much alone. The rest of Roy is all the way far north. They will be able to spot out some members of Cerberus Esports. Majority of the players are going to be just wrapping around these edges here, with Roy Esports really getting some good view, but not going to be able to actually get too much out of that situation. While Enter Force 36, if they can find a certain way to squeeze right behind Cerberus, this could be a huge surprise because they've not really made too much of a sound. So Cerberus might be overwhelmed by that.
I haven't made a sound at all for the last few minutes, I don't think. So you're right. I think Cerberus will be accounting for someone on that side, just probably don't know where and don't know who. Roy Esports, previous circle, they were in a really good spot. Hasn't really changed going into this phase 6. They remain on that high ground. Armory Gaming can't really push up towards them. So that's kind of one of those threats for Roy that's already accounted for just by the virtue of where the zone's been placed. They have access to those unplayables as well. Duck Juice, the solo in the center of the zone. E36 has been spotted by Zest, and shots will now be taken. Whether those bullets that landed on his torso were heard by Tycon is a question that only Tycon knows the answers to. And he's looking that way, so probably aware that At least there's some action that way. At this level of experience, you hear those shots coming in, or you see those shots coming in from Roy, and you go, okay, there's probably someone where those shots were landing. But E36 have backed off smartly as well, because those bullets being heard hitting the body of E36 is information gained on the side of Tycon. So E36 now know that the gimme's up. Time to move on, try something else. That we've lost the element of surprise. Speaking of surprise, 𝐏𝐿 could certainly be one. Not right now. That bowl is too deep for anyone to seriously peek into him. Cerberus might be the first team to discover him if they peek over that ridge, but I don't think even Cerberus can do that. I think 𝐏𝐿 might actually survive here to potentially a top 3. Pure Boy's been opened up onto. Duckmine and the rest of Roy Esports now fully know where E36 are. They kind of had to, based off the information that was gained a few seconds ago. So Sylphia now the only one up, and his options might just be fight Cerberus or fight Roy. Either way, I think he's a dead man.
Yeah, they're just going to be looking for the opportunities to go in for those pickoffs, and there's honestly not much spacing for Eagle to work with. So Sylphia will try to see if they could basically secure the last stand against either or Roy Esports or even Cerberus, whichever comes first. So whatever utilities, it's about time to use it. So 𝐏𝐿 still in that bowl, not spot out just yet, as these teams are just looking to touch the rim of the upcoming circle. It's going to be a little bit of a slow journey for the rest of Armory Gaming, as they do understand that they're pushing in from the low ground. Could easily be spotted by some members on the side of Roy. And speaking of being spotted out by Roy, it's going to be Tycon receiving a couple of taps right there. Isaki also having the attention of Simon. And somehow Armory, they're taking a long while with them needing to rush in. I'm not too sure if they will be able to survive to tell the tale, especially with the rest of Cerberus very prepared from those angles with Hisaki taking charge.
Well, the problem for Armory right now is if they run into the center of the zone, they just get destroyed by everyone that's looking at them, because there's not much cover in front of them, right? They've got these shacks, but look at what they have to work with just next to them. It's not much, I'll tell you that much, right? There's a couple of rocks, maybe that bowl as well, but it's not good for Armory. So they're waiting, biding their time, make sure other teams, other players make plays before they do, because they know that I think their game is probably up, right? As soon as they start to move in, it's completely open. What space do they have to work with? So they're just waiting. Roy have decided to move off that high ground, get a little bit lower. They've kept Simon T up here, though, to gather information for them and make sure that Roy can't be peeked from on high. And there's the surprise. 𝐏𝐿 pops up, and there's no trade, no immediate trade at least. Thankfully, though, saved by Tycon of all teams. Now Armory, they have to activate. No other choice. Blue's coming in, but before they can even move into the zone, Cerberus is playing pivotal role in taking them out. 𝐷𝐼𝐼 the last one up. Solozzi will get knocked by Simon T. Everyone getting involved. Different teams fighting different players at this point. Sylphia as well. He's still survived to this late in the game. Zest now throwing nades his way. If that one doesn't do it, that blue zone is going to force Sylphia away from the smoke, potentially back into the blue or towards the other side of the zone. Either way, I don't know how much longer Sylphia is going to be able to survive for. That blue zone grenade dealt 10 damage. But Sylphia got out of it. Tycon's moving up on the other side as well. So Sylphia surviving. Decent effort from him. But again, I don't think he's going to be able to live for that much longer. I think Tycon took some shots, but they were missed at least. Vang Nai will finish that job off. 𝐼𝐼 has been knocked. 𝐷𝐼𝐼 putting up a decent fight. If he gets a second one here, I'll call it a game that we can actually have. 𝐷𝐼𝐼, if he lands this one, it's disastrous for Cerberus. Another one. 𝐷𝐼𝐼 with 3. Tycon now left up alone. 𝐷𝐼𝐼 with an excellent 1v3, a performance that has eliminated Cerberus. 𝐷𝐼𝐼, my man, what have you done? It's all down to him versus Roy. I am lost for words. That should never have been as dirty as it was from Cerberus, but 𝐷𝐼𝐼 showing us what he's made of.
So dirty. I mean, they knew he was there all along, and they didn't really settle the scores with him much early when they had the chance. But of course, there was pressure coming in from Roy at the same time. So Cerberus Esports, they aren't exactly off the hook. And now another 1v3 to be pulled off by 𝐷𝐼𝐼. Can he do it once again? It's definitely going to be tough, especially not having the zone. He will have to run into the open this time without that element of surprise. So I'm definitely having a low expectation coming in for his chances as he's being lowered down. The rest of Roy comes in to clear up to claim the final chicken dinner of Daytrade here in the APAC qualifiers, and this will belong to the PVS region.
Yeah, I mean, a great game from Roy. A game that certainly could have gone either way for them as they managed their way through the terrain, as they left the high ground of Chumacera. It could have been difficult for them to actually have a successful game off that, but they keep 4 up. They keep a very dominant streak of wins going throughout that game. And it lands them the win. And this is great for Roy. I believe the only win they actually had previous to this was back on day 1. And since then, it's been incredibly quiet from them. So to see them still here, still very much in the tournament, is good signs going into tomorrow. But Dynasty, what an effort. He doesn't get all 3 of those kills. He only gets 2, but a 1v3 that Cerberus certainly wasn't expecting, but a 1v3 that I'm happy to have witnessed.
Yeah, we did have a lot of crazy plays that have happened, especially this fight between Daytrade as well as eArena, coming in to millimeters or microseconds of decision making in order to dictate who wins out that trade. But what really gave the win to Roy Esports is how they've been able to take control of that Valee, especially when you see them having that region open up, covering from north all the way down to the south with that split going on. And eventually, these teams, they ran out of room. But what a play again, Dynasty. That was something else. I didn't expect him to do so much damage.
It's one of those situations where, because PUBG plays out the way it does with its gunplay and its kind of player versus player combat, not often can you get 1v3s off. It's not like Counter-Strike or Valorant where it's more kind of super aim-based and you can get those 1v3s off a lot more easily. PUBG's not really like that. If you're going to get traded, then a lot of the time you end up getting traded, right? It's unforgiving in that sense. But Dynasty was just so quick, back and forth. It was just get a few bullets on this player, down him, another player, steps up to the plate to challenge me. All good. He's defeated, and then of course he spins around for that final kill onto the player off in the background. It's incredibly great from Dynasty, and good to see that's still there from Armory. We know it's still there, but every now and then you get those appearances from the individuals of Armory, and it's just something very special to witness. And then of course, when that all combined into the late game, you end up with an Armory from the playoffs getting a 19-kill win. But we haven't seen that quite yet, but that's good signs from Dynasty that is still to come. But Roy get the win, and again, like I said, towards the end of that game, that's fantastic for them, because they are a team that was decent on day 1, I believe maybe up in top 6 on day 1, not there basically throughout the entirety of day 2, haven't been there throughout the entirety of today. With the win, it puts them closer. And they, I mean, look, what we saw from them on day 1 was good. Haven't really seen that since. Again, though, happy to see it still exists. Happy to see that Roy is still competitive in this lobby, as is the case for many, many, many different teams that we saw today. Contra Valee Tide coming back into it. Team Bliss coming back into it. We saw some fantastic things from 𝐼𝐸. We saw more decent things from Reluctant Squad than I think we've seen previously. Magnetic as well. What a performance from them today. So a resurgence from the teams that weren't necessarily at the top of that leaderboard throughout every single game today. It's fantastic to see. It makes that leaderboard that much closer going into tomorrow.
Yeah, and my eyes were definitely on the Expendables as well, where we have some really good early rounds as well as mid-game coming in from them. So I guess like they've been able to eventually find their rhythm here in Daytrade, which is never too late. So that is still a very healthy sign for the team that have been, of course, been highlighted for so many tournaments, as they've been able to have really huge rounds. But now they are really finding their form again. Same goes to Roy, though. Is it a little bit too late? I'm not too sure. We'll definitely have to take a look at the leaderboards in order to really see where does Roy actually stand after taking this win, because they've really taken good control here inside Miramar. So the good news is that tomorrow they'll start off in Miramar again, and we see a lot of all these teams coming from the PVS to be very, very well versed onto how to play out all the regions through this specific map. So with that said, Roy gets himself a solid 19-pointer, while Cerberus Esports so far not too far off from the radar with the 15-pointer. And you have AG as well as 𝐿38 here sharing 8 points alongside with the Expendables as well. So that top 5 looking absolutely mighty stacked all the way down to the 9th position, we do see high volume of kills, while the rest definitely have their own fair share of struggles.
Yeah, this is a Cerberus as well, by the way, that is looking more dominant than their competitors in Daytrade too. So there's that mini battle between the two GPT teams, not only for PGC points, but for bragging rights as well. Obviously, we know that Daytrade will have a roster change after PGS 3 and 4, but that doesn't seem to be hindering them at all, essentially. They seem to be as dominant as ever. But between this battle with Cerberus, they're the ones losing it out right now. Cerberus are mightily consistent, and it seems when they get these wins, it's not just an 8-kill win, it's not just a 9-kill win, not even a 10-kill win, it's like 15 points plus. So Cerberus certainly in the driving seat right now in first place, and they would have even made that gap even bigger off the back of that second place, or third place, I guess it was in that game, but second most for points. And yeah, E36, great to see them up there with 8. That's fantastic to witness. But this is the overall leaderboard. A 21-point gap between Cerberus and Daytrade in first, but again, that makes the rest of the leaderboard readable. 3rd through to 6th. Currently, your teams qualified for PGS 3 and 4. There is a 10-point gap between 6th and 7th. Roy put themselves right up there in contention off the back of that win, which is fantastic to see. I thought they wouldn't be this close, but they certainly are. eArena are basically the same on 100 points exactly. Team Bliss kind of close. And so certainly moving into tomorrow, the only gap that concerns me is that gap between Team Bliss, Unicorn Cyber, and the Expendables. But even them and X-Men included, one good win, and you are right up there. And a streak of good games, and you are definitely in there. So for those teams, nothing to worry about just yet. Reset going into tomorrow, but good to see that it remains close. 10 points that separates qualifying and not qualifying can certainly be made up quite easily.
Yeah, I'm really glad to actually see that this isn't exactly a 20-point gap where it becomes a lot harder to do for teams that are currently positioned all the way up to 10 or even 11 to say at the very least. So tomorrow, if any of these teams within that top 4 or even top 6 slips up, that is going to be an opportunity for either one of these teams to be able to overtake at any given moment. And of course, the road to PGS definitely comes to a close with one more day of play to decide who will be able to go to PGS 3 as well as PGS 4. Of course, we have to see the teams for the event, but 4 slots in contest. So right now, we're looking at eArena holding to the fine line here. So it's definitely that triple-digit mark that Team Bliss as well as Unicorn and Cyber will be able to try to achieve for tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, we got what we wanted, didn't we? We got a day where it wasn't just the top teams running away with it. We got a day where instead the teams that were on that bottom half of the leaderboard decided to come out and play. They had a massive resurgence from all those teams I listed just before we went to those leaderboards. Fantastic to see, and it's excellent to know that not only is this lobby stacked on paper, but that everyone can actually compete. And I mean everyone all the way down to that bottom of the leaderboard. We've seen highlights from every team at this point in the competition, but of course, only 6 teams can actually go, well, 4 teams technically can actually go through with the qualification. And right now that is not necessarily hotly contested, but certainly close. And so that's exactly, that's good to see. We want it to be close going into tomorrow, of course. You will certainly be wanting to tune in. At least, of course, we've got that streak of Miramar and then Vikendi Tego before we get to Erangel as well. And to be honest with you, Contra, I am very happy to be ending the tournament on Erangel.
Yeah, that definitely will be our focus onto who exactly will be able to claim that final 4 spots for the PGS. And of course, with that being said, this wraps up day 3 Extreme. It's been a crazy day of PUBG Esports so far, and we're definitely in for more. So tomorrow, same time, same place. If you guys are watching through YouTube or even Twitch, it's always going to be on PUBG Esports. So till then, hope you guys have a great night, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow to see who will be the ones to make it all the way into the global runs. So till then, good night.